I, at 25 male, feel morally obligated to be my friend's third. 32 female and 31 male. First of all, I apparently have a tendency to get obsessive over right and wrong of every situation. So maybe I'm looking at all of this incorrectly, but I think it's justified here. If I want to do the right thing, which I always do, basically I met Rachel, 32 female, at a voluntary cooking class about 9 months ago, when I had been living in this new city on my own for a few weeks. We ended up talking, and she made me feel really comfortable, and we ended up meeting outside of the class, including 2 weeks later when she introduced me to her husband, James. We all immediately got on really well and had lots of common interests. They are basically my only friends and the only people I know here apart from my coworkers, and we see each other all the time. I probably got too comfortable. I stay over all the time, and they buy me food and gifts randomly. They take me places and introduce me to people they know. They support me a lot when my mom passed away, and I was practically catatonic. As soon as I saw their house, I realized they were much, much more well off than I am. And that, combined with them never taking no for an answer, meant I never spiraled about the money they were sending on me like I normally would. The most important thing was that when I lost my job, James spoke with his boss and single-handedly convinced him to hire me, even though they weren't looking for people at that time and I was underqualified. I fully owe James for this job and all my current income. Maybe I should have seen it coming, but I was shocked when 2 days ago Rachel and James sat me down at their place and asked if I wanted to join their relationship. They said stuff like, "It's been leading up to this for a long time and we can stop with all the flirting." And James said, jokingly I think, I'm not very good at telling, "After all the time you spent here, you might as well move in." I had no idea what to say. I made an excuse and I left. Thinking back, it really does look like I've been leading them on, or at least acting super dependent on them and not giving them anything back. If I don't go through with it, I could really hurt them or lose them as friends. I don't know if I like them like that, and also I don't really think it matters. All I want is advice on whether the right thing would be to make them happy and make everything they've done for me worth it, or to be honest and maybe help them try and find someone better. I have literally no one to talk to about this, and I'd really appreciate an outside perspective. Thank you. If you don't want to be in a relationship with them, you don't have to be in a relationship with them. You do not owe anyone a relationship. I, at 25 male, feel morally obligated to be my friend's third. Here is an update nearly 2 weeks later. I'm not sure if I'm formatting this correctly or if anyone actually cares about this update or my life, but I felt like since so many people gave me advice, I kind of owed it to them. A few days after I posted on here, I messaged James and Rachel and asked if I could come over and talk to them. This is the first of many places I messed up because I think I somewhere accidentally gave the wrong signals, and they seemed really excited and mentioned how I could stay over like normal and how they'd missed me in the days that I hadn't contacted them. I felt so horrible. I arrived in the evening, they gave me a drink, and then I told them that while I really appreciated all that they had done for me and I wanted to keep a close friendship, I didn't view them in any other context, and it would be disingenuous of me to enter that kind of relationship with them without committing to it in my heart. It was really hard to say, especially when they were just sat across me staring at me the whole time. James seemed kind of mad, I don't know, it was hard to tell, and Rachel was holding his arm. They asked how I had spent so much time with them without thinking that this could happen, and I didn't really have an answer for that. That was probably when I felt closest to just saying that I was wrong and that I actually do like them, but they were turned away from me. I wanted them to look at me so badly, but they wouldn't, so I went home. Things haven't been great since then. I try to start conversations in the group chat between the three of us, but they'll only talk to each other in it like I'm not even there. Messaging about what one should get the other for dinner or something, which is such a dumb thing for me to be upset about, but it feels like being left out on the playground again. Also, I have no proof of this, but I think James said something to the other people at work because no one's really talking to me at any point throughout the day. I don't know what happened, and I'm not friendly enough with anyone to ask. It's not a job that relies heavily on communication, so I guess it doesn't matter that much, but I want people to like me. It's so embarrassing. I've been going out to the pub on my own. I tried to join a running group, but I couldn't make myself talk to anyone. I've been looking for clubs to join, but I don't have that many interests. I'm alone. I wish they would still talk to me. I haven't changed. I miss them. Sorry this is kind of a depressing update, but I think you guys were correct that it would have been morally worse in the long run to string them along. Thank you to anyone who took the time to help me, and also anyone who said I might be autistic. I think I'm going to look into that maybe. It'll be okay. Wait, what? This is all weird now. This is all weird to me. They're talking in a group chat? Why aren't they just texting each other? I, at 25 male, feel morally obligated to be my friend's third. Here's an update 5 days later. I recognize that I probably sound like a 12-year-old right now, and also sorry if this has been asked before. I looked and didn't see anything, but maybe I could have looked harder. I work at a good office job that I'm probably very underqualified for, and I only have the position because of my friend, who isn't my boss but has a good relationship with her, and did some work persuading her to hire me even though they didn't need someone at the time. I did not ask for him to do this, but I can't say it didn't change my life, and I appreciated it a lot. But due to a personal situation, my friend kind of hates me now and probably wants the worst for me in life. I think he told other people at work something, because no one will acknowledge me, and I get the sense that they're talking about me when I'm not there. People walk out of rooms when I enter, and my food keeps going missing. I think he's giving me signals that I'm not welcome. Essentially, I wanted advice on whether it's better to cut and run now and find another worse job, or keep going even though it's clear my friend doesn't want me in his space, and it would be wrong of me to keep taking advantage of his generosity. Also, could I lose my job for this? Is that allowed? In the sense that he brought me into this world and he can take me out of it. Sorry this is so short and nonsensical. If you can't tell, I have only worked minimum wage before this and have no clue how anything works. I'd appreciate any advice. Thank you so much. Okay, well, you have the job and you are working at your job, and it sounds like you're doing well in your job because they haven't fired you. So I don't understand why people are being rude to you.
Am I the asshole for not telling my fiance about a secret room in our apartment? I was very fortunate to be in a position to buy an apartment straight out of college. It's a weird unit on a high floor of a weird building, but I gut renovated it and I made it really nice. One aspect of my home was created just to fulfill a childhood fantasy. A secret room. It's simple. A flush mount bookcase put in the doorway. It leads to what would otherwise be a windowless, very large closet or a very small room. I made it into a cute layer/reading nook, but with no windows. It never got used. Ended up being more long-term storage. I've never told anyone about it because it was a secret room.
Obviously, I can't tell anyone about the secret room.
I kind of figured at one point I'd tell my girlfriend Emma, but I didn't want to tell her until I had a reason to. Fast forward to yesterday. Emma, now my fiance, has been living with me in my, now our, apartment for 8 months. During this time, I've kept the secret room a secret. It's not like I was thinking about it all the time. I only consciously did something really sneaky maybe 3 times since she's moved in to get Christmas lights, a spare coffee maker, and to put away a novelty item she probably thought I threw out. We've both been working from home lately, and we aren't really able to leave very often due to circumstances, and she jokingly announced we need a new room to shake things up from her normal commute, bedroom to living room. So, of course, I excitedly pulled open our built-in bookcase and showed her our room. And, she flipped out. She is furious at me. She sees me keeping this secret as a major betrayal of trust, given that this is her home now too. She's acting like I cheated on her. I tried to explain I was waiting for a special moment, but she thinks that makes it worse. I have no idea if she's being unreasonable or if I am. Am I the asshole?
You should have never told her about that secret room. You should have never... You're not doing anything harmful except storing some Christmas lights behind a bookcase. And you did tell her.
Lights.
And I don't know why she's freaking out.
I just found out my boyfriend has 3 kids and is married to my cousin. Though we haven't actually been dating for that long, so I guess it's not the end of the world, but it's still a bit traumatic. I am at uni, which is about 4.5 hours away from where I live. I did want to get away from my family. And a few months into uni, I met this guy. He is about 3 years older than me. He's in his last year. One thing led to another, and we got on really well. Let's just call him Mark. Even though we haven't been together that long, I met the whole of Mark's family up north where the uni is. We'd go out for roast dinners with his family and all of this stuff basically. So I thought this relationship was going really well. All the signs were pointing that way. Now Mark was a little bit honest with me and he said he did have 1 kid. He really doesn't speak to the baby mum and is super protective of the kids, so he really doesn't see them too often. He was super open about this confession, so I thought. But back onto my family, I obviously knew my cousin, young mum. She had her first kid at 14. As I said, she has 3. But as I said, I moved because I wanted to get away from my family, get on with them, basically. So I have no idea if my cousin's kids came from one baby dad or three. I didn't ask, I didn't care. As me and Mark had been dating for quite a while and I'd met most of his family, I did think it was kind of time to at least introduce him to mine. They weren't my favourite people in the world, however, we're not no contact, so I thought I better introduce him, and it was over the Christmas period. So I brought him down south to see my family. The first thing my mum says when he sees Mark, his full government name, he hasn't seen his 3 kids in 6 months. Obviously, I'm super confused at this point. I actually thought maybe this was a little prank. It turns out that Mark is my cousin's baby dad to all 3 kids. Definitely an eventful Christmas trip down home. I've been sleeping with the same guy as my cousin.
Me, 23 male, found a picture of my mom in an elderly person's home. I work at a large facility where we take care of seniors that can no longer take care of themselves. It's not exactly a nursing home, as some of our residents have health issues or cognitive problems. Regardless of that, I love my job and I work with people every day. I was recently reassigned to a new area with residents I had never worked with before. In particular was a man I had never met before, but he seemed like a really funny guy. Both of his legs were amputated and he has no real family left to take care of him. While putting him to bed, I saw he had a small pin board filled with pictures of what I assume is what is left of his family. Many of them are elders like him, except for one picture that contains my mother. I had to double take it first, as I didn't believe it at first. The picture is the resident and my mother, very close, holding hands. It's definitely my mother, albeit a little younger. She looks to be in her 30s, whereas the resident looks a little younger, but not by much. Why is this such a big deal? I moved states over 7 months ago, and currently live in a northern state. My whole family is on the East Coast, including my mother. As far as I knew, no one in my family had stepped foot in this state ever before. Furthermore, I asked the resident if he had ever left this state and traveled. According to him, he's been here all his life, as he never had enough money to leave. He has no cognitive issues, and I believe him wholeheartedly. This next part may upset some people, but I had to do this. I did not want to randomly ask the resident about the picture, so when he finally fell asleep, I turned the picture over really quick, and sure enough, the picture had my mom's real name and the resident's name along with a year. This meant that my mother was with this gentleman when I was 8. At the time, she was married to my father, and had been for some time. They are celebrating a long marriage soon too. What do I do? The picture is evidence of some sort of affair. My mother traveled a lot during work before she retired. Do I tell my father? Do I ask the resident? They look really cozy in the picture. Me, 23 male, found a picture of my mom in an elderly person's home. This is an update. So many of you agreed that I should probably bring up the picture nonchalantly. I decided to do that the next time I was able to take care of John. Name changed to protect privacy. Last night was the night I was assigned to take care of him, and I braced myself for the reveal. As I was putting John to bed, I looked at the pinboard and remarked what a great-looking amount of people were on it. John smiled as well and asked for me to bring him the board itself so that he could go over the people on it. John has been declining in health lately, but his mind is still quite fresh, so it's nice to see him remember his past life. As he went through each and every photograph, I smiled on the outside, but was absolutely dreading on the inside. I knew he was slowly getting to the bottom where my mom was, staring back at me with her signature smile. Once he got to her, he paused, sighed, and looked up at me. Have you ever lost someone you thought you could live together with? His voice was so cracked, like he was going to cry any second. I asked him how he met her and who she was, though I didn't care at this point. With the way he spoke about it, it would appear my mother has indeed cheated on my father. John met my mother, Joan, again privacy change, years ago during a business conference. He was a contractor doing repairs on the facility that the conference was held in, and my mother was there on business. They met, sparks flew, and she cheated on my father apparently. I don't think John realizes that he cheated with my mother. As soon as he was done explaining, I put him to bed with a fake smile, closed myself in the employee bathroom, and cried. I haven't cried like that in a long time. John told me their relationship ended when she left town after 3 days, but they continue to send letters back and forth for years. He still has them, and they are somewhere in his room. I am heartbroken and drinking heavily tonight. How should I go about this? My mom and dad are well known in the community for their rock-solid marriage. This would absolutely kill my father. How do I clear my conscience but not kill my parents' marriage? Talk to your mom about it? I don't really know. I don't know how much simpler it could get, because I understand you feeling guilty about it, but you don't know that your dad is clueless about it.
Am I the asshole for not supporting my wife and implying that she's a bad mom? My wife and her ex have a contentious relationship. Her ex is awful and needlessly combative. They have a son and a daughter together, my stepkids. My stepson is autistic, and sometimes he and my wife have trouble communicating with each other. My wife's ex bought my stepson a puppy a couple of months ago. My stepson is obsessed with the puppy. He spends all of his time training the puppy, cuddling the puppy, and he even does his homework with the puppy. He actually tried to teach the puppy to do math. That's so cute. That is so cute. My wife was furious when her ex bought the puppy. I agreed with her then, and I still do, that her ex should have discussed it with her first. That, however, is the past. We have 2 cats, and the puppy has had no issue with the cats. I think that he thinks he is a cat, actually. The cats didn't like him at first, but they've adjusted. One will play with him, and the other just ignores him. 2 weeks ago, the puppy had terrible diarrhea. My stepson took the puppy outside many times, but eventually it was his bedtime and he fell asleep. The puppy jumped out of bed and pooped on the floor. My stepson attempted to clean up after the puppy, but he was used to cleaning up less messy messes, and then he threw up. He asked us to do it. My wife was pissed and said the puppy had to stay at his dad's and couldn't come over anymore. I understand why the mom is upset. First, the dad did not ask if it was okay for him to get the son a puppy, especially considering the boy spends time at both of his parents' house. That was a conversation and a 2-yes situation, so I understand why mom is upset. This week, when we picked my stepson up, he screamed and hollered like he was being kidnapped. It was humiliating. He wanted his dog and he screamed for his dog. The dog was in his dad's car and he kept begging his dad to give him the dog. I said to my wife, let's just take the dog. And I got an earful for that later. It took us an hour to get him into the car. As soon as we got home, he called his dad and he begged him to come and pick him up because his dog needed him. He kept arguing with his dad until my wife took the phone. He screamed and cried all night, and the other kids were freaked out because of it. On Monday, he alternated between lying listlessly on the floor and screaming. That dog is his emotional support. That's why he's reacting this way. He basically had a security blanket that has been taken away from him. My stepson had to be picked up early from school on Tuesday because of the tantrums. Today, they turned him away entirely because he was throwing a fit at drop-off. I talked to my wife when the kids were in their rooms, and I begged her to let her ex bring the dog. She said I'm the one person who's supposed to be on her side and support her. I said that I do support her, but she's torturing the kid. She asked if I was calling her a bad mom. I said no, and she said, just implying it. Gotcha. Who said you were a bad mom? No, nobody even brought up your parenting. I just asked you to bring the dog here because your son is miserable. I get both sides. I do. And honestly, I don't even think the mom is wrong in this situation, and I'll explain in a second. I feel awful. I know my wife feels ganged up on, but sometimes she can be stubborn. Sometimes I think she feels like she has to make a point so that people don't walk all over her. But this poor kid is miserable. I can hear him sobbing on the other side of the wall. I can't do this for another 3.5 days. I can't. Am I a shitty husband? Okay, so I don't think you're the asshole, nor do I think you're a shitty husband. But I do think you're being a bit oblivious or ignorant even. I'm not gonna lie. In the beginning, I truly thought the mom was having issues with the dog simply because it came from her ex. But I put my thinking cap on and, I stopped being so oblivious to what the fuck was right in front of me. And now I really don't think that's the case. I disagree with what I was thinking in the beginning of the story. I don't think the mom is wrong for not wanting the dog to be in her house. Hear me out. The ex bought their son a dog that was going to have to spend time at both of their houses, but did not bother to have a conversation with the owner of the other house. Just no conversation. I got our son a dog and the dog has to come over here. Mind you, this woman has at least 3 children. At least 3, because OB said the other kids were freaked out by the son's tantrums. So she has at least 3 children and 2 cats in her home already. This woman is overwhelmed. She's overwhelmed and she is pissed off at the fact that you brought another living, breathing creature into my house that I'm going to have to feed, care for, and clean up after. She's not okay with that, and I do not blame her. Like I said, OP, I don't think he's an asshole, but I do think he's being ignorant and oblivious because how do you not see that your wife is burnt out, that she is getting overwhelmed, and that she's upset that there is another living creature in the house that depends on her? That depends on her. She's tired. She's exhausted. She just does not want to deal with this. How is it that you're not seeing this? And I get that it seems like OP is looking out for her stepson 100%. In the comments, he talks about how well behaved the dog is and how, the son takes care of him. He cleans up after him. He spends all of his time training the dog, all the good things. But he also says that I can't do this for another 3.5 days. I just can't. He's ready for it to just be over. I get it. I get it. But don't pretend that you do not know why. Do not pretend that your wife is just being stubborn and trying to prove a point so that people don't walk all over her. Be honest. Your wife is overwhelmed. She's burnt the fuck out and she just can't handle anything else being in her house. I truly believe the situation sucks for everybody involved. It does. It does. And the biggest asshole out of everybody in the story is the ex. He is honestly the only asshole, in my opinion, in the story. Had he had a conversation with his ex-wife, a lot of this could have been avoided. His son would not have had his safe thing taken away from him, and the wife would not be battling everybody around her, trying to get them to understand that she just does not want this dog in her house, and she was never given the opportunity to say that out loud. I really feel like the mom tried. The boy had his dog for months, and 2 weeks ago, she reached her breaking point. It got to a point where she just can't, and she's not willing to continue to deal with this. I hope that she's able to have a conversation with her ex like adults, and they're able to find a common ground, because her son has an emotional support animal, and it was clearly helping him for the better. I hope they're able to figure this out, because it sucks for that baby.
I, 30 female, found a mystery digital camera in my husband's, 32 male, belongings. I was busy cleaning under the kitchen sink this afternoon while Ben was at work, and I found a biscuit tin.
Oh my God.
It was so far back that I thought it was perhaps something he had lost. It was dusty, but the digital camera inside was not. I powered on the digital camera and found many photos of my stuff.
What?
Pictures of my purse hanging on a dining room chair, pictures of my makeup in my cosmetic box, pictures of my coat and scarf on the coat hooks, pictures of my keys on the kitchen counter, always of my stuff and always in pairs.
This is a roller coaster, because when you started this story and she said hidden digital camera, I went, absolutely not. Fuck this. And now this is getting kind of romantic. That could be like an art exhibit about your partner. You love them so much. You love everything about them, even everything they've touched. I'm gonna marry a bad person, probably.
I looked through all of the photos quickly in case he notices the battery drain, and I turned it off, and I was careful to put it back the way I found it. I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. I don't even know how I'm supposed to feel. If I should confront him, if it is anything worth confronting him about. He does not seem the type to have any kind of compulsive tick, but most importantly, why would a person do this?
Is there an update?
No.
What?
No.
This is the whole thing?
This is all we have.
This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. And is this bad? I kind of don't think it's bad. Like, how wholesome is this man that he's like, I need to have secrets from my wife, but all he can think to do is take photos of her belongings on a secret digital camera? That's kind of beautiful.
Am I in the wrong for ignoring our friend on our trip to Mexico? My friends and I planned a trip to Cancun Dream Nature Resort and Spa. We all wanted to drink, eat, dance, and relax on the beach with no kids. I'm the only one without kids, so I was really looking forward to spending time with just my friends to unwind. Every other trip before this was planned with kids, but this time there were no early bedtimes, no crying, no screaming, no sand in our drinks because kids think it's funny to throw sand. 1 week before the trip, one of the friends said that she's bringing her 10-year-old. This woman can never tell her kid no. We all had warned her beforehand that if this happens, we weren't going to change anything. To say I was annoyed was an understatement, but I sucked it up. I still had 2 friends who were going child-free and had no intention of changing any plans. My 2 other friends and I drank, we ate amazing food, we danced all night, and spent the day at the beach. The friend with the kid expressed her frustration about the rest of us doing what we wanted and she couldn't. My response was pretty much, well, that sucks, but we're not going to change the entire point of this trip just because of your inability to tell your kid no. We invited her to do what we were doing multiple times, but her response was always, I can't, my kid wants to go. So there was definitely tension between the 3 of us and her the entire trip. When we were making our long way back home, all 3 of us got really nasty message from her fiance, calling us bad friends and how dare we not revolve our entire trip around her and their kid. That she had a terrible time and it was our fault. I was like, pardon? That was pretty much the last straw for me. Now I never tell my friends how to parent their children, but their daughter is so nasty. She is so spoiled and like I've stated earlier, has never been told no. So you can understand how entitled this child is. My other friends are a lot more reasonable when it comes to their children. Their children are polite, have a general understanding about boundaries, and they behave really well for 8 to 10-year-olds. My text back to him was pretty much, we made these plans a year in advance, expecting us to be fine with the fact that you guys dropped it on us that your child was coming a week before we were leaving, and then expecting us to change everything and cancel all of our plans because you guys can't tell your kid no is not fair to us. at all. That is a you problem, not ours. I'd understand if something came up and she had no choice but to bring her kid. Shit happens. People cancel. But that was not the case. Her fiance was home the entire time and her grandmother was looking forward to watching her granddaughter. But her kid freaked out about not being allowed to go on the trip and they couldn't tell her no. Now her and her fiance are super pissed. Were we in the wrong here?
Am I the asshole for not allowing my dad and sister to live with us after I just had a baby and their home was ruined by a neighbor's house fire? My dad's neighbor's place burned to the ground the other night. The wind kicked up and the siding melted on my dad's place. The windows shattered and the blinds inside melted. Everyone is safe, thank God. The water, electric, and gas have been shut off to be safe. We collected some things in the dark and freezing cold last night. My sister said she didn't know if it would be a weekend thing or a 2-month plus thing. Has anyone experienced this or knows what happens? The adjuster came out and looked around, and the development owner they rent said they would have someone out to repair the siding ASAP. But I feel like the siding is the least of the worries. I know it's dependent on the damage, but we haven't heard anything since the firefighters left yesterday. Thank you. Okay, so we're not to the bread and butter of the story yet, but people are saying unless the fire department tagged Dad's house as uninhabitable, he can return when he wants. If the landlord is not allowing him to return, then he should file with his renter's insurance for alternative housing or insist the owner, if not tagged uninhabitable, pays for why did I say it like that? Alternative housing and starts repairs. If there's smoke inside the home, he will want to get a wall-referred restoration company out and not reside in the home until it's clean. OP said it, so I'm not entirely sure. They're allowed to come and go, but all utilities have been shut off. And we're in an area with the high temperatures in the single digits. Their house is far too cold, and they have no running water, gas, or electric right now. I think they're trying to figure out how to tell everything is damaged, but everyone's confused on the next steps. All the offices are closed today, so it's a waiting game until Monday. Am I the asshole for not allowing my dad and sister to live with us after I just had a baby and their home was ruined by a neighbor's house fire? Well, this is the update. To start, I needed to escape from living with my dad and sister many years ago. I moved in with my boyfriend, now husband, in college 10 years ago. They're irresponsible, siphon money, and don't take care of anything. My sister's a narcissist, and I've been in therapy for years. I had a baby recently, and I'm writing this post on 3 hours of sleep. I'm exhausted and burned out. I'm a working mom, and my husband works too, and we're still in survival mode. Their neighbor's house caught fire and burned to the ground. My dad and sister's home was close, the siding melted, etc., etc. No one was hurt. My dad and sister still have their belongings. Utilities are off, and insurance companies are looking into everything. No clue how long this will take or what's going to happen. However, my dad has tons of medical problems and equipment and would need to stay on the main floor. There's nowhere for him to stay aside from the living room, our only common area, and this is where the baby spends most days. Baby is at an age where he will grab and chew on anything, including small parts for medical supplies. My dad would need to use the bathroom on the main floor. He's not careful when he goes, to put it politely. He refuses to clean and has been extremely disorganized since I was born. Medically, it's different now. I can't fault him for not being able to complete everyday tasks. My concern is the possibility of incontinence, and being around the baby is worrisome due to health concerns, as well as me needing to mother my own father on top of my son. My sister and her cat have already been staying with us over the weekend. Dad is considered a displaced senior with medical necessities, so the hospital has taken him for now. They want him out soon. My husband has a mild cat allergy, so we can't keep the cat in the house for long. My sister is disrespectful and rude. I'm used to ignoring her, but my husband is livid. She watched us put away groceries. I had asked her to help with the dishes after she ate a meal that I cooked, and she brought over my dad's dirty laundry and didn't do it because she went to an activity for fun. My husband is currently doing it while I'm at work, and I have to run it to my dad tonight at the hospital. She talks and talks without ever stopping. She's selfish and doesn't think about anyone except herself. My husband put his foot down, and I agreed. We spoke with my sister and gave her a 2-week max that she could stay. She started to cry, and this gives her plenty of time to work with the landlord, since they rent, and the insurance to be placed in temporary housing. I feel very, very guilty, though. I've been working on not people-pleasing, but I feel like this is different. But I can't do this. I'm already at the end of my rope. I need to put my son first. I can't do more than this. 2 weeks is even difficult. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not the asshole. I mean, with everything you're saying about your dad and your sister and how you needed to get away from them anyways,
me. So like I said, we're all sitting down in the dining room and there's 4 kids. There's 1 boy, 3 girls. The 1 boy is 14 and all the other girls are 15, 16, and 19. And we're gonna call my boyfriend James. James is like, okay, well, I'm gonna go back to the kitchen and finish cooking. You guys should bond a little bit. So he leaves me alone with these little fucking roaches and they just start firing shots at me. They're like, you're a gold digger, aren't you? Don't worry, my dad will never marry you, so you're not gonna get any of his money. So after that, I told James that they need to warm up to me a little bit more before I move in. So for the next month, we would try to plan things with the kids. But anytime that I was going to be there, every single one of them would be like, we're not going, we hate her. Eventually, James just kind of said, fuck it, and he asked me to marry him. So I moved in, and then a week later, we got married. His kids didn't show up to the wedding, and James had to go on a work trip. So I was moving some of my stuff into the house from the car, and the kids fucking locked me out of the house. This has all been within the span of 5 months. What should I do? Storytime, I didn't know that I was dating my best friend's brother. So a little background information, I was 17 and a junior in high school. And I know you guys are probably thinking, how the fuck didn't you know that you were dating your best friend's brother? And we're gonna call my best friend Rima and we're gonna call her brother Alex. So I had met Alex whenever I was in 5th grade. We never hung out outside of school. We were more of just like friends in school. But I only met Rima last year. Also, Alex was a year older than us. Well, one of the art teachers who usually taught the senior class, she just gave birth to her baby, so they decided to mix both of our classes, aka the one that Alex was in. Well, my art teacher decided to pair us all into partners and have us do an art project. So I got paired up with Alex. Fast forward, we end up liking each other and we start dating. And usually whenever Rima and I hung out, we would always hang out over my house because she said her family was annoying. And Alex and I would only hang out during school, like for part 2. Part 2 about how I didn't know that I was dating my best friend's brother. So like I said, we always hung out at my house because she never wanted to hang out at hers. But this weekend, her whole family was supposed to be gone, so she wanted to throw a party. And she was like, OMG, you should definitely invite that guy that you like. Now listen, I know you guys think it's weird that she probably didn't even know that I had a boyfriend. Whenever I had talked to people that were best friends with her before, and yes, multiple best friends. This girl went through best friends like she goes through underwear. They had all said to not let her know who you like or who you're dating because she would either try to get with them or she would get with them. And if she couldn't get with them, she would just send them nudes out of nowhere. So fast forward, I get to the party. She comes up to me. She's like, I'm so fucking annoyed. My brother's here. And then she was like, oh, did you bring the guy that you like? And I was like, no. And then I walk into the living room and I see my boyfriend. So I go over and I give him a hug and a kiss. And Rima starts screaming at me. After that, she told her brother that I bullied her so that way he would break up with me. And he did.
Am I wrong for telling one of my best friends that she was absolutely not my ex-boyfriend's type? My female 32, ex-boyfriend male 35 and I broke up about 5 months after 4 years together. He is the most amazing guy and I love him so much, and these past months have been the worst in my life. He is very handsome and successful and rich, and I'm sure he won't have any problem getting into a new relationship. He broke up with me because he wants children and a family, and I just don't. I think that we stayed together for so long, even though we wanted different, because we kind of thought we would change for one another, and that love is all that matters. I still do love him, but I don't know if he loves me, and when we broke up, I asked for a clean break, meaning no contact. My friends know all this, and they know how much I love him. One of my best friends, female 28, said that he was up for grabs a month after we broke up, and I ignored her thinking it was just a bad joke. She's gorgeous, but I know my ex didn't like her because she wants a rich guy and because she's done a lot of plastic surgery. Am I wrong for telling one of my best friends that she was absolutely not my ex-boyfriend's type? I know my ex didn't like her because she wants a rich guy and she's had a lot of plastic surgery. Last time we had dinner, she brought up wanting to date him and the other friend said that we didn't do that to each other. She laughed it off and I said, well, you can try, but you are not his type. She said she's never been rejected before, and this is where I might have been wrong. I told her he didn't like greedy girls with lip injections and fake breasts. She started crying, telling me she won't feel sorry taking him because I'm a bitch and an asshole. Everybody took her side and I waited until I was in my car to start crying. She knows I still love him and I'm not over him, so couldn't she at least wait? I know she's panicking because she kept saying that he won't be single for long, but I don't know, am I wrong? Update says my former best friend has asked my ex for dinner about 2 weeks ago and took him to one of our favorite restaurants. After the dinner, he stopped answering her calls and texts. I can't help but cry. Am I wrong for being upset with the clothes my granddaughter wore on her way out of the maternity ward? I know it sounds silly, but I would really love an outside opinion, and I'll accept any judgment. I have 4 children and 5 grandchildren, and for all of my grandchildren, I made a knitted clothes and hat for them to come out. It began with my first grandchild, and all the ones that followed, my kids asked me to do it. It's customary in my country for clothes to be a certain color to represent something good like health, peace, and protection. Now, I don't do this professionally and I work, so it's something I do in my spare time, and it takes months. I also want to say I never force my children to accept it. Actually, they ask right after they announce their pregnancy. And that's exactly what happened with my oldest daughter, Pam. She told me she was pregnant and asked me to make it for her daughter, and of course I said I would. She picked the color red, and honestly, it was one of the prettiest jobs I've ever done and finished within 7 months of her pregnancy. She gave birth about 20 days ago, and my granddaughter was born healthy, perfect, and bright. But I was heartbroken on their way out when I found out my granddaughter would not wear the clothes I made. Instead, she was wearing clothes that Pam got from her in-laws from a very expensive brand like Gucci. I said nothing to my daughter about it, but in a conversation with my son, I just vented that I was heartbroken. It's just upsetting to me because she did ask me. Am I wrong for being upset with the clothes my granddaughter wore on her way out of the maternity ward? I was heartbroken when they came out, and I found out my granddaughter would not wear the clothes I made, but ones Pam got from her in-laws. I said nothing to Pam, but in a conversation with my son, I just vented that I was heartbroken and wouldn't have a problem if she didn't ask. And I didn't share this information to expose my daughter, but my son could tell I was kind of down and wanted to know what was wrong. Well, the word spread among my children until it reached Pam in the form of scolding. She angrily called me, saying that she didn't believe I was jealous of another clother and her daughter could wear them anytime. But I decided to make this moment about me and not celebrate my granddaughter's life. To be honest, I'm lost. I'm heartbroken that I've been making something so lovingly for months for a specific moment and not been told at any point she wouldn't use it. My family is divided. Some are criticizing me and others are really on my side. So am I in the wrong for being upset with the clothes my granddaughter wore? Please let me know.
My daughter was a sophomore in high school when the bullying began. I'm unsure why Ella and her friends began targeting her. They made comments about her body, her nose, everything. My daughter developed an ED because of this. Ella and her friends showed no mercy and continued to harass my daughter. My daughter began engaging in destructive behaviors and at one point was hospitalized. It took a lot of fighting, but I was finally able to get the school to punish these girls for my daughter's suffering. When my daughter graduated high school, I thought Ella would be a person of her past, but her older brother began dating her when my daughter was wrapping up her 3rd year in college. It hurt my daughter so much that her brother would date someone who tormented her so much in high school. There were nights where she would cry herself to sleep, wondering why it was going on. It hurt me as a mother to watch this happen. My son ended up marrying Ella. I allowed this, but kept my distance from Ella. I recently hung out with my daughters-in-law and my daughter without inviting Ella. I have 3 other sons. 2 out of the 3 of them are also married. At a recent gathering, one of my daughters-in-law expressed gratitude because I had given her an opportunity to get out of the house because of the stress with the kids. I planned a girls' night out with my daughter and my 2 other daughters-in-law. We kept it a secret from Ella. Ella eventually got the full story out of my eldest son and was hurt. Ella asked me what she had ever done to make me treat her differently from the others, and I let her have it. I told her that her treatment of my daughter in their high school years is why I will never view her as a member of this family. I told her that I had already been kind enough to allow her near my family and that she should not push her luck. She left with my son, and he later told me that she cried herself to sleep that night. Ella never gave a proper apology to my daughter for the damage that she had done. She jokes about their past in a form of dark humor. I fear my son may go no contact, but I will not chase him because he chose that bully over his sister. Ella hasn't been bullying my daughter anymore, but there's been no attempts to make any amends for the past. My husband got my best friend pregnant, so I'll try to keep this short. She was my best friend since 2nd grade. We've been through everything together. My heart hurts so much. I remember I was there for her when her mom died, literally sobbing in my arms at 17. I've given her clothes, food, shelter during hard times. Recently, she had come to stay again after being evicted due to not paying her rent. She looked me dead in my face and congratulated me on my pregnancy. Even had dinner with me and my husband every night, and even made sure she cleaned the house so I didn't have to. Come to find out yesterday, she took a pregnancy test, told me to sit on the couch. I was confused why she needed me to sit down, but the look on her face told me everything. I asked her why. She said she didn't know why she did it. Maybe she was just too lonely and my husband was just available. I just left. I couldn't muster any words. I'm at a motel right now feeling my baby kick. My husband keeps blowing up my phone saying, let's talk. But I don't want to talk. I'm calling my dad in the morning to help me pack my stuff. If he wants her so bad, they can have this baby together. Years of friendship and my marriage just gone. She's ruined everything. My best friend ruined everything. I know my husband is also at fault. I'm just more hurt about my best friend. I knew her way before I even knew what love was, and she does this to me.
I live in a rental house with my boyfriend. The first big snowstorm has hit, so I salted my walkway from the parking spot to my porch and covered my porch in salt to keep the ice away. The HOA pays for the roads and the sidewalk, so I don't do anything with those. The house has a partial fence, so there is a fence around 3 sides of the house, but it stops at the sidewalk. The ice I used was a bag of generic ice melt salt my grandma gave me because it was buy one get one free. I have a cat, but he is strictly indoors because he absolutely hates being on a harness, and outdoor cats are not natural where I live, so it's detrimental to the environment. The neighborhood is also about 50 houses, and one side leads to dense woods for a couple of miles. The other side leads into town. There are animals there that I know of, and they also snatch up some small pets. I have a neighbor, let's call her Kathy, across the street who has 4 to 6 cats and lets them free roam outdoors. I'm not exactly sure how many because it's not like I'm staring at their house. I've just lived here for almost a year and I've seen several cats going in and out of the cat flap on her door. She doesn't have any sort of fence either, so for all I know, there are some other random cats that just happen to go in her house. Kathy approached me on my way to work yesterday and tells me that I need to go buy different salt because her cats like to come to my front window to look at my cat and they have been getting sick because of my salt. She's going to sue me and told me, you'll be sorry. I declined and said I don't have any money for any special salt right now, but that if she would like to buy me some, I'd be happy to use it. Kathy continued to yell at me about how I was endangering animals and that I was such an awful person for being so inconsiderate. She made it a point to say that it's my property, so I'm responsible for paying for the salt and it's my problem. At that point, I got in my car and ignored her and went to work because I am not going to be screamed at by assholes. So Reddit, am I the asshole for not using pet-friendly salt?
Am I the asshole for giving in to my natural base urges?
Depends. Elaborate.
I, 54 male alpha, have a coworker, 21 female omega. Today we had a meeting and I couldn't help but notice that her pheromones were leaking everywhere. She started sweating profusely and I realized she was going into heat. She was clearly very embarrassed and I offered to escort her back to her office, as the other alphas were acting a little crapily in my opinion. Like a gentleman, I walked her back, and she thanked me. She explained that she usually took her suppressants, but today she had forgotten.
Unpopular opinion, but that's why omegas should not be in the workplace. I mean, mistakes like these happen, and then all hell breaks loose.
I asked if she had anyone to help her out, if you know what I mean, and she looked a little uncomfortable.
Probably embarrassed about being single.
She said she didn't, and I'm slightly ashamed of what happened next. I politely asked if she would like me to help her through her heat. She looked horrified and ran away. I figured that it had been a while since she was propositioned by a real alpha, but the next day I got called into HR where I got suspended and put on probation. Wow. I texted her calling her an ugly, stupid bitch for getting me suspended. Harsh, I know, but my emotions were understandably running very high. She reported that too, and I was let go. Was it really my fault? I mean, come on. She was going into heat right in front of me. What was I supposed to do? Would really appreciate some insight.
You should definitely look into pursuing that legally. I recommend the ACLU, the Alpha Civil Liberties Union.
Storytime, my sister and I live in the same house, but we haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. So a little background information, I was 17 years old and a junior in high school, and my sister was only a year younger than me, so she was 16 and a sophomore in high school. My sister struggled a lot in school with making friends because she wasn't very likable. She had a really bad attitude, she would bully people all the time about their appearances, so naturally this made her quite a few enemies. And I just so happened to be really good friends with the older siblings of the kids that she would bully. And they were always coming to me saying, hey, get a hold of your sister before we do. And whenever I would warn her about this, she would literally say that she didn't care and she wishes somebody would confront her about it. Now, my sister did have a group of friends who all were notorious for loving fighting and bullying others as well. So in my head, I was like, okay, at least she has them to back her up. However, things took a turn for the worse whenever she took some inappropriate photos of a girl changing in the locker room and shared them around the whole school. This girl was a freshman and she just so happened to be a sibling of one of the girls in my sister's group. She also had another sister who was a senior. Part 2, my sister and I live in the same house, but we haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. So like I said, my sister took some pictures of this girl in the locker room and sent them around the whole school. And this girl's older sister was a part of my sister's friend group. I didn't know about this until rumors reached me that my sister was going to be jumped after school. So instead of going straight to my boyfriend's house after school that day, I drove her home instead. The next day, my best friend texted me in the morning saying, hey, you might want to walk around with your sister because they're going to try to get her in the locker room. So my best friend and I took turns all day watching after my sister. And sure enough, whenever we went into the locker room with her, there were 7 girls waiting to fight her. Here's the thing, I'm not a fighter. Fighting isn't fair to begin with, so I picked up this metal scooter next to me and I just start swinging it at them. Thankfully, security guards and teachers intervened before anything terrible happened. They looked at my sister as the victim, so all of us ended up getting suspended except for her. Fast forward after my suspension, I go back to school. Everything was normal until I went to the library during lunch. All of the girls who got suspended plus 5 more girls were all staring at me. Like for part 3. Part 3, my sister and I live in the same house, but we haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. So like I said, everyone except for my sister got suspended, which I don't even know how that happened. But fast forward after my suspension, I returned to school and everything was normal until I went to the library during lunch. When I got there, those same girls that got suspended plus 5 more girls were all staring at me while I was walking over to my table to go study and eat. And then I see this one girl that is known for fighting, so she has to have a security guard with her at all times. Like, this guy literally had her on a leash 24/7. So when I didn't see him with her, that's when I knew it was time for me to get up and go. So I grab all my things and I go to walk out of the library. And then all of a sudden, I feel someone yank my hair and it was over for me. All those girls ended up getting suspended again, and I ended up getting suspended for that picture because my sister went around and told everyone in school that it was me who took the picture and I was the one bullying that girl online through fake accounts. And my sister told everybody that I was going to be in the library during lunch that day. Her and I still live at our parents' house, but we do not speak to each other at all.
My 13-year-old son got punched by his girlfriend's dad. My son is only 13. He has a girlfriend who he met at school. Today he went over at her house. I met and talked to her mom, but not her father. My son texted me asking me to pick him up. It was earlier than I expected. I went to get him and I was horrified to find him with a bloody nose. My son refused to tell me what happened until we were home. I was cleaning his face and he told me, very hesitantly, what happened. He said that his girlfriend's parents told her to keep her door open. He said she closed it anyway because, you know. He said her dad stormed in, grabbed him and punched him in the face and yelled at him to never disrespect his house or his daughter again. I told my son that is not okay and that he's never ever going there again. I'm so upset. I can hear my heart beating. There was no reason for this man to attack my son, a child. I texted the mother and she said she's so sorry and embarrassed. I called my husband and sent him a picture of our son's face. I was crying and told him what happened to our son. My husband said, I get it, but he has no right to lay hands on my boy. I'll go over there and see if he's as tough with me as he was with our kid. I asked my husband if that's the best idea. I just don't want any trouble. He said, of course it is. It's my job to defend my family. He told me to calm down and to let him handle it from here. This is a nightmare as a mother. My son is a little boy and was their guest. Police? Police report, this man can go to jail. That is assault on a minor. Why are you... Police?
I have somehow become the most hated person on the internet currently. You may recognize me from my video where I talked about how I wasn't going to let my dad walk me down the aisle. You guys did not react very well to that video. I'm getting hate comments, hate DMs, hate emails. I'm having big creators stitch the videos and make fun of me. But guys, I hate to burst the bubble. That was a Reddit story. I'm not mad at anyone, but this is definitely a lesson learned that if you put something in the caption, just know people aren't going to read it. People are going on my Instagram and finding a photo of my husband, child, and I and commenting on it things like, run from her, like, this poor man, and I'm like, guys, that was a Reddit story, come on now. For context, I do a ton of Storytime videos. I'm a wedding photographer, it's kind of my bread and butter, and people are not realizing I'm a wedding photographer and they're going on my Instagram on photos of my brides and commenting things like, I hope daddy didn't pay for your wedding. My content has landed me in the news several times, so I'm super worried that the news is going to pick this up and just blast my name in this story everywhere and not read that caption first. I'm not making this video to tell you to stop hating me. I'm just telling you it was a Reddit story. You can still hate me. That's fine. Also, I made another Reddit story video where I actually put in the top right corner that it was a Reddit story and I put it in the caption and people still didn't read that. Granted, this got me a lot more views, but the whole image thing is getting out of control, so I'm just gonna start saying it in the videos again.
My husband and I are going on a very brief vacation with our daughters. I was busy at work getting things done before I had to go away. And when I came home, I saw that my husband had already packed our girls' bag, which is something that I usually do whenever we leave town. I opened the bags to see what he put there and to see if he had forgotten anything. He asked me, "What are you doing?" And I told him, "Oh, I'm just double checking." To my surprise, he got mad. He said I made him feel like I don't even trust him to pack 2 bags and that I sometimes complain that he should help out more with the girls and around the house. But I always take matters into my own hands when he tries to be proactive. I told him he's making a big deal out of this and I was just simply double checking. Thank God I did though, because he didn't even pack enough underwear.
Can you see?
And he packed a top that doesn't even fit our daughters anymore. Now he's giving me the silent treatment. So am I the asshole in this situation? Would that irritate you if your woman second guesses what you do for your kids?
I think it could irritate me, but I don't think it could ever irritate me to the point where I'm mad, because if I'm being honest with myself, 9 times out of 10, I'll forget something. As in, it'll probably be annoying. Oh, wow, that. Because literally, it's comedy gold. You're complaining. Oh, you got something wrong. You got it wrong. So thank God she checks. Even your kids would have been doing commando on the free trip.
Am I the asshole for reporting my car missing after my husband took it to attend his brother's wedding? My husband, 35, does not have a car. He sold his one to help pay for his brother's wedding. I did not agree with this, but he had this car before we were together, so it's not shared property. Besides that, I have my own car, so it didn't affect me until my husband started complaining about having to commute to work and places to hang out. He tried to get me to let him drive my car several times, but I stood firm and put a boundary, making him understand that my car will never be driven by him. One of the reasons is because he's a really bad driver. His brother lives out of town. My husband asked if he could drive my car to the wedding, but I refused. But not because I wasn't invited, that's a story for another day, but because, like I said, my car is off limits. He threw a fit and told me I was unreasonable for letting him take public transportation because he can barely stand it for 10 minutes, let alone hours. I said that wasn't my problem, which irritated him and made him stop arguing about it. The day came when he was supposed to travel out of town. I woke up at 10 a.m. and couldn't find my car keys. I went outside and couldn't find my car either. I was beyond pissed. I called him, and like I expected, he took it and was on his way out of town. I lost it and told him I gave him no permission to take it for 5 whole days, and I said if he won't turn around and come home, I'd call the cops and report it missing. His response was, "You wouldn't dare do that because you know the consequences." I hung up on him and immediately called the police and told them about my situation. I did not tell them that my husband took it because I thought that they wouldn't help because they would think it was a domestic dispute. So I just reported it missing. 2 hours later, I got a call from my husband saying he was back in town and was being held at our local police station. I went to the station to talk to the cops. My husband made a scene there, swearing over and over that I gave him permission to take it and said I was acting out of jealousy and spite because he was going to attend a wedding that I was not invited to. I took my car, went home, and he had to stay a little bit longer. He came home in the evening and went into a fit of rage about how I created an awful situation and almost made him miss his brother's wedding. He called me vindictive, bitter, and a lunatic to call the police on him, all because I tried to accuse him of stealing my car. He had to leave the same day to be able to get there with his family and decided to extend his stay, and he still hasn't gotten back yet. Right now, his mother and brother are blasting me for what happened and calling me spiteful. So am I the asshole?
My wife, Em, met her best friend, Chuck, in high school. They became close friends and Chuck came out to Em as gay. Em was supportive. A year or so later, Chuck came out to his parents. They disowned him and kicked him out, and Chuck ended up living with Em and her parents for the rest of high school. Em and I started dating after college, and she told me all about Chuck and how close they were, how he was like a brother. I met Chuck and we got along and became friends. Chuck is a good guy. May I say as well, this is a very long Reddit thread.
I was going to say,
but bear with me.
Something's up. I know it wouldn't be a Reddit thread if something wasn't up.
Yes.
But I just... sense something in the water.
You can smell a rat. At the time, Chuck was dating a guy. They ended up moving in together about the same time that Em and I got engaged. Em and I have been married for 5 years now. I'm a project manager and I took a year-long project in another city. I have to leave at about 5:30 in the morning and get home around 6:30 p.m. every day. Em and I had a long talk about my job before I took on this project. We knew it would be a sacrifice for me to be working so much, but I'm getting more money than I ever thought I would. After this project, we can pay off our student debt and start trying to have a baby. We both agreed the money was worth it since it's only a year. In March, Chuck caught his boyfriend cheating.
No.
He was devastated. So there is a rat. It's the boyfriend of Chuck.
Yep.
Chuck was devastated. Em immediately told him he could move in with us. I was fine with him moving in, but not happy that Em didn't even discuss it with me first. Chuck was pretty broken up and Em was giving him lots of love and attention. I was fine with it because I know how much she loves Chuck and he did need her. I also did my best to support him and make him feel loved.
Beautiful.
Yeah, love that. Until... I'm kidding. For a while, this was fine, but as time went on, Em had continued to pour all of her attention into Chuck. Sometimes I get home from work and neither of them are there, and then I find out that they went to a movie or out to dinner together. I don't think there's anything romantic or sexual between them, but it has been annoying that I get left out of all the plans. The past few weeks, several things have happened. The three of us went to a party and someone joked about Chuck being our third wheel, and Em said, "Chuck's not the third wheel." And I said, "What?" And she said, "I've known Chuck longer than I've known you." A week or so after that, Em and Chuck went out dancing one night. I had to work the next day, so I stayed home. I woke up at about 3 a.m. and Em was not in bed. I went and found her and Chuck cuddled up on the couch asleep with the TV on. Oop. Both of those things made me uncomfortable. I also realised I'd been working so much I was just sort of letting Em and Chuck plan everything, and I had not planned a date night in a while. I decided I needed to be more active, and so I planned a date night for last Friday. When I first told Em, she was excited, as we have not been on a date, just the two of us, in a while. On Friday, I got home at 6:30 and Em and Chuck were not there. I took a shower and I got ready. At about 7:15, I finally called Em, as we had reservations at 8. She answered, and when I asked where she was, she said her and Chuck had gone shopping and they were getting some dinner. I was kind of stunned and asked about our date. She laughed and said, "Oh, I forgot. Oh well."
Whoa.
She didn't even invite me to join them. So, a point I should make here. My dad was very controlling of my mum and had anger problems when we were young and would yell and throw things. He never threw things at us, but it was just still very scary as a kid. I'd worked very hard not to be like him. I've tried to never be controlling of Em or tell her what to do. I also tend to shut down when I get angry. When Em forgot about our date, I was mad, so I didn't say anything right then, but I knew I needed to address how I was feeling. So later that evening, I told her we needed to talk. I'd written down some things so I could stay focused. I started by saying that I loved Chuck and he was always welcome in our home, but that I felt like our marriage was suffering and we needed to work on us. Em blew up. She thought I was attacking Chuck. I guess I didn't word things very well. And she started defending him and attacking me. We've never had a big fight before. We always talk and work things out. I was stunned that she was attacking me. She said some awful things. Then she said, "Chuck is my soulmate, and you have to just get used to that." Brutal, hey? Whoa. I just shut down. I didn't even know how to process that. I love Em more than anything in the world. But in that moment, I realized she loves Chuck more than she loves me. I thought Em and I were soulmates, but to hear her say she considers someone else her soulmate has been devastating. I don't remember the rest of the talk. She huffed off after a while and slept on the couch. Her and Chuck left together on Saturday and were gone all day. When they got back, she acted like nothing happened. I told her this was a busy week at work and I was just going to stay at a hotel near the job site, which is something I've done before. So I haven't seen her since Sunday night. I don't know what to do. Typing all of this up has made me realize I'm really burned out with all of this travel. Maybe I checked out too much and haven't given her enough attention, but how do I move forward knowing she will never love me as much as I love her?
It's actually rare that with Reddit posts like this you get a narrator who seems to have some kind of like introspective vibe.
Yeah.
Like this guy seems quite self-aware. Like he
does.
was like, "Oh, maybe I haven't done this, or maybe I haven't done that, or I tried to do this and I know I have this history and I know I do this thing, and I'm gonna try and work on that." So I feel like maybe this is like, I don't know this person obviously, but I feel like I'm getting a really well-rounded one side of the story at least.
Yeah, you're definitely onto something there. Like him constantly saying, you know, I'm working so much, all of this, and I actually don't think I've carved out time for us as well.
Yeah.
Says a lot about the situation. It's just really interesting, the whole question of like, can you have more than one soulmate, or do you even believe in soulmates, or does your romantic partner have to be your like be all end all soulmate?
Yeah. I think like obviously you can't expect a partner to be everything to you, and I think it's really valid to have multiple soulmates in life, and there's platonic soulmates, there's romantic soulmates, there's like dogs that are your soulmate, you know.
You're talking about your dog Basil, aren't you?
Talking about Basil. But I feel like it's totally valid, and actually it should be encouraged for people to have multiple soulmates. But I do think that there is something, crass isn't quite the right word, but there's something a little bit inappropriate about her saying, well, he's my soulmate, as if you can only have one.
This whole situation could have been communicated much clearer.
Yeah.
I think the way she went about it was very harsh.
Yeah.
Because he was expressing that he was feeling like on the sidelines and like she was leaving him out. And then for her to then go and kind of agree and say, yeah, well, it's because you're not my number one is, I think, a really harsh way to go about it all.
She's like, yeah, actually.
Yeah, your deepest insecurities are true. Hopefully they have a proper chat about it all, though.
Yeah.
I imagine it's just there. Again, I'm not like a psychologist or anything, and we don't know these people, but I imagine they just have different ways of responding to, I guess, someone raising an issue. He shuts down and she perhaps blows up.
Yeah.
Hopefully they work it out, but man, it's tough. It's stuff like this that makes me think, I'm glad I'm not in a relationship. I cannot be bothered with these conversations.
Am I the asshole for calling my wife inconsiderate because she stopped to take a photo on a cold walk home?
This was the one that sounded like
that Griffin, what is it? How do I chase away these Tuesday blues or whatever the fuck?
How do I chase
Correct
these
me in the
Tuesday
comments.
blues away?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's a poetry.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful title.
Burner account, I'm sorry.
What the fuck is happening? She took a photo.
Tonight, my wife and I were out at a show. As we made our way home, I realized she looked cold, so I offered her my jacket. She said it was okay, she didn't want me to be cold, but I insisted.
Okay.
This is called Chekhov's gun, and
Now I know exactly what happened. So you were... Okay, whatever. Go ahead. No, keep going. No, go.
We got off the subway at our stop, and as we were walking down our street, she said, quote, "That's a beautiful store," and stopped to take a picture. I told her not to be inconsiderate. She had my jacket, my coat, and I was too cold. I don't understand why she needed the photo.
Because it was a beautiful store.
It's a beautiful store, yeah.
You lack whimsy.
As we kept walking, she told me next time not to loan her coat if I was going to hold it over her head.
Yes.
I told her I wasn't holding it over her head.
Like, physically, I wasn't
doing
that.
it.
So I don't know why you're lying and
you're
gaslighting me.
Did your friends tell you this? You should stop hanging out with them.
Stop hanging out with them.
I told her I wasn't holding it over her head. She was wearing it. I just thought
I know that's not what he said.
I just thought she was being rude and only thinking about herself. She took off the coat and gave it back to me. Once we got home, I asked her if I put her in a bad mood. She told me I would have looked like a D-bag to anyone witnessing the incident.
Yes.
I think she was being inconsiderate, got her feelings hurt when I called her out, and is taking it out on me.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks I am blowing it out of proportion and that her stopping to take a photo is not a big deal. Am I the asshole?
Yeah, dude.
My uncle raised me and my little brother, and now he's losing his battle with prostate cancer. Ah! This next sentence, just brace yourself. Oh gosh. My uncle and I didn't get along after I got his ex-wife Kim pregnant. Sorry? Sorry. Mainly because my uncle was jealous that they never had any kids of their own. Excuse me. They divorced. Kim had my twins. She moved in with me, but I fell in love with my current wife and left Kim alone. In brackets, I can't trust a cheater. What?
Oh, you can't. That's crazy.
What about the man? Kim is the cheater.
Kim is the cheater.
Nah.
Kim was uncle.
Nah.
Oh.
So yeah, I can't trust the cheater. I haven't seen my twins in 2 years. Recently, Kim reached out and told me that my uncle has death benefits from multiple policies and he's giving all that money to my brother. And he's giving, but nothing for her, me, or the twins. My little brother will take all that money and he's not the sharing type. I did a bad thing, but there are bigger things to worry about.
What are these bigger things?
The twins. The twins are technically his stepchildren.
Mm.
I got Kim pregnant while they were married. My uncle is on death's doorstep and he needs to leave the pettiness behind. And give me some of the money to help raise these kids. How do I make him see that?
Am I the asshole for painting my side of the fence green to match my house? I share a fence with a neighbor that until last week was, in my opinion, very ugly. It was white, but the paint was peeling off and it didn't fit with the aesthetic of my house. I hired a professional to come in and repair the fence and paint my side green. The green part of the fence is impossible to see from my neighbor's house and shouldn't have bothered them, or so I thought. This morning, though, I got an email from Mr. Neighbor saying that he was going on a walk and when he saw the fence, and he was horrified. He said it looked very ugly and that he shouldn't have to see it every time he leaves his house. He told me that the HOA would take action against me, which I'm not sure what that means, and if I didn't immediately get the fence repainted, he was going to inform the HOA to take action against me. Since he's a very prominent but not very well-liked member of the HOA board, I feel like he may be able to actually back up that threat. I don't want to repaint the fence since he was so mean about it, and I'd have to pay a lot of money to repaint my fence again when I already like how it looks. So am I the asshole for painting my fence green to match my house?
Am I the asshole for offering to wrap up leftover steak that my wife's boss's wife couldn't finish? My wife invited her boss and his wife over for dinner. She's a lawyer and works at a law firm.
Okay.
I was in a good mood, so I decided to slice some nice prime rib into 2-inch thick steaks.
And then I gave them 2 shitty slices of steak.
Yeah, that's why I also think it's rage bait. Sometimes you see, like, parallel
Similar,
theme.
yeah.
And so this one, I'm like, everyone's talking about steaks lately, and I don't... Is
I
it
don't buy it
steak
for a fucking
season,
minute, yeah.
or is it just like one guy wants to write a bunch of shit about steak?
Yeah.
Just glossing over that terrible joke that he did. One for each of us, and reverse seared them, and then basted in butter and garlic with rosemary.
Nice.
They came over and we all had a good time, but my wife and her boss's wife could only really finish half of their steaks since they were thick boys. Guess how that's spelled?
Is it with 2 C's and B-O-I?
Yes. That's why I chose this one.
That's it.
I offered to wrap up the remaining steak that our guest couldn't finish and said that she could take it home and slice it for tacos or stir fry or something since it was good quality beef. They seemed cool with it. However,
that's when the incident happened. I dragged my balls over the steak. Like, what's gonna happen? Like,
that's when the nukes hit.
Yeah, that's when fucking I had to go into the vault.
No, we had to run into the fallout shelter vault. However, after they left and I handed them the leftover steak, my wife got kind of angry with me and told me that by offering to wrap up leftovers for our guests, I was insinuating that they were cheap and or poor and couldn't buy steak themselves anytime they wanted to.
Poor to have leftovers? What? That's just good, like, not wasting food. What are you fucking asshole?
And it was insulting. This never crossed my mind whatsoever. I just didn't want to waste good meat. I grew up in a working class home, and my wife grew up in more of an upper middle class environment. So I guess there are some upper crust social customs that I'm really not aware of. Anyway, what do you guys think?
I feel like I've heard that before, weirdly enough. I don't know if we talked about it on the show, I guess, but like the idea of like, no, we've done plenty of stories where it's about leftovers and people are like weird about it for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wonder if that's a thing.
If it is genuinely like a weird class issue.
It just came out of left field in the post, I guess, and I was like, strange. To be like, I don't know, it feels made up that the wife would immediately turn around and be like, what the fuck? How dare you be nice?
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for letting my friend eat the food that my pregnant wife wanted? My wife is pregnant and has a lot of cravings. On Sunday, we had some friends over, and I cooked 2 dinners. I cooked some mac and cheese, and I'd also cooked some traditional food that my wife wanted that was from her country. My wife was craving the traditional food, and she said that she would not eat the mac and cheese so that she could eat the traditional dish. She got kind of sick at some point and went to lay down and didn't want to eat yet, and said that she would eat later when she gets up. Most of my friends wanted to try out the traditional dish, and the mac and cheese was left untouched. Then another friend of mine arrived, and I asked if he wanted to eat, and he said yes. I saw that there was only one plate left of the traditional dish, but out of politeness, I had to ask him what he preferred, and he said the traditional dish, so I gave it to him, and that was the last plate. Half an hour later, my wife got up, and she was hungry. She went to make her plate and saw the traditional dish was over, and she got really upset and said, "You didn't keep any for me?" I said the guys wanted to try it out. And she started tearing up and said, "I told you I was craving it, and you supposedly made it because I was craving it." One of my friends asked why I can't make some more, but the ingredients were finished and the grocery store was closed, so I couldn't get any more ingredients at that moment to make her more. She went to bed teary and didn't eat anything. She didn't want the mac and cheese, and my friends told me that she's acting like a spoiled kid and that I should ignore her. But I feel like an asshole for not making her a plate. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for doing the same thing to my husband that he did to me? Yesterday was laundry day. My husband has a mindless habit of taking the laundry basket and putting it on our bed while he's using it. I think it's gross, but I normally don't say anything as he's a good partner and I pick my battles. I do say something when he puts the basket directly on my pillow though. The basket normally lives in our laundry room, which is by an outside door and a litter box. I've asked him more than once to please be mindful of where he's putting the laundry basket because I'd really rather not have dirt, litter, cat fecal matter, and who knows what else on my pillow. Yesterday, there it was on my pillow again. Instead of reminding him for the umpteenth time, I took the basket and put it on his pillow and left the room. A little while later, he found me and asked why I put the basket on his pillow and told me how gross that was. And I asked him why he always puts it on my pillow then. He said it was different and those were accidents and not malicious, and I reminded him that after the first time it happens, it's no longer an accident, it's disrespectful. He told me that I was being spiteful and passive-aggressive and that I should have come to him again. I agree it was passive-aggressive, but directly communicating obviously wasn't working, so am I the asshole?
My best friend was pregnant and we didn't know until she gave birth in the back seat of my car. My best friend, who we'll call Holly, had a baby on Saturday night. She did not know that she was pregnant, and neither did I, because honestly, she did not look pregnant at all. She also showed virtually no signs of pregnancy. When she went into labor after we had just went to the seamstress for our prom dresses, I was just under the impression that she had really terrible period pains. Until my other friend, who was also with us, Sal, said, "I think she might be having a baby." I'm absolutely panicking, and at this point, I'm just driving towards the hospital because I have no idea what else to do. But then Sal and Holly start screaming to pull over. I kid you not, this baby was out in under 10 minutes. The baby cried and it looked full term, although I've never seen childbirth, so I'm not really sure what full term is supposed to look like. After the baby was born, we all just sat in silence for like 5 minutes. And then all of a sudden, Holly said we need to go pick up Ethan, who is her boyfriend and baby daddy. So we went and picked him up and he was absolutely dumbfounded. He thought that we were pranking him until he saw the baby still attached to Holly via umbilical cord. Sal starts freaking out and saying that we really need to go to the hospital and tell our parents because this is way bigger than us at this point. Holly didn't want to do either because she knew that her parents would freak out on her and no longer pay for her college, and she also did not want to be a mother and she knew that her parents would make her keep it. That's when we decided. My best friend was pregnant and we didn't know until she gave birth in the back seat of my car. That's when we decide to leave the baby at a firehouse. We go to Target and we buy a basket, a couple blankies, some first aid stuff, and of course some scissors because we didn't have scissors to cut the umbilical cord with. We were able to successfully detach the baby from her, but we had to wait until night to drop off the baby at the fire station because we didn't want anyone to see us. She wrote a note and put it in the basket, and that's when we went to the firehouse. That's when we dropped the baby off at the fire station, but We hid and we waited to make sure that the firefighters picked up the baby, and luckily they did. After all was said and done, I dropped off everyone at their houses and we swore to secrecy that we would never tell anyone. Also, Holly ended up sending me like $200 to get my back seat detailed and cleaned. I know a lot of you are probably wondering, well, like, what's the issue? It seems like everything went well. The issue is that I saw Holly today and she looks absolutely awful. Not in a postpartum awful. She looks genuinely unwell and she has a fever. I really think that she needs medical attention because we think that she might have an infection. Sal thinks that her placenta is probably still inside of her. Regardless of whatever it is, I just want her to get the help that she needs because I'm really worried that she's gonna die and I could have prevented it. I have no one to talk to about this, and I'm worried about my friend, and I'm also worried about the baby girl that was surrendered because, again, she had no idea that she was pregnant. She had no pregnancy symptoms, and she was also drinking and smoking weed at the time. I have no idea what to do to get her to go to the hospital.
Get ready with me while I tell you how I found out my ex, who I started seeing again, was actually engaged. So this is a very long story, so you have to bear with me. Growing up, me and my ex were actually in the same foster house together. I didn't get there until I was like 13, and he was like my best friend there. We got really close, and we eventually like started dating. As much as you can date somebody like while you also live in the same house with them, and literally are never allowed to go anywhere. But even though we were so young, I think just like we trauma bonded, and we also just like got really close really fast, and it was like young true love. Like I loved him so much, and we always said like once we both turned 18, because we were like very close in age, we were going to get out of there and never looked back, and we were like both excited for that day to come. And one day he ended up just leaving. Some extended family had actually not known like what was going on with him, and they came to get him, and he was going to stay there until he turned 18. But I always thought he was going to come back to me, but that never happened. Obviously that was super hurtful. I thought we were going to spend like the rest of our lives together. I guess I was just like super young and naive. Things went down in that foster home that were not good, and I ended up aging out and just like trying to start my life. Years and years and years go by, and I hear about this summer camp that helps foster kids, and I wanted to be a camp counselor for it. So that camp for like the whole summer and working with these kids, I was really excited. I thought the work was going to be like very fulfilling. Brother, who actually ends up becoming like one of my best friends. She's like one of the best people I had ever met. And while she's like trying to give me a rundown of everything because she had been to this summer camp before, I see this guy walk towards me, and he like looks very familiar out of the corner of my eye. And then as like he gets closer, I see who it is, and it's the guy like that I was in love with, that we were like in foster care together. I'm kind of losing it at this point. Like I haven't seen him in years. All these feelings are starting to resurface. Like obviously I'm happy that he got out of, you know, where we were at, but I'm also like really sad that he never contacted me and that he never like tried to get in touch with me and basically just left me. He sees it's me, he comes up, he's like trying to talk to me, and I'm like, this is just a lot for me right now. Like, let's just get through the summer. We can be cordial, whatever. There is a lot of back and forth, like him trying to earn my trust or like trying to talk about everything that happened in the past. Some secrets get like revealed, and we're just like going through everything, but like we're getting closer and closer as the summer goes on. I remember like I felt very betrayed by him, and while I have grown and I'm not a kid anymore, those like feelings are starting to resurface, and it's like very hard for me to move on from the past, and I still don't really know what happened. Like I'm trying to open myself back up to him. I'm trying to like trust him and let him in, and we finally share some very special moments together, some kisses, some touches. Things are seemingly going very well, and he leaves the camp like very abruptly, doesn't say bye to me again, which obviously is like sending me spiraling. I'm like, here we go again, like we're just repeating past mistakes over and over again. I'm put in this position where like I have to pull myself together and move on. I get this job and I'm like catering this event, and there's like all these uppity people, and they're very annoying and rude, and I'm like, whatever, it's a job, like I have to get through it. I've worked these catering events before, especially for some of the people that were at this specific event, and there's this one girl who was always just so evil, like treats everybody like trash. She is not a good person, and she's been rude to me like multiple. I see this guy come sit down beside her, and like, who would willingly like want to be with her? She is like the devil. And he sits down, he puts his arm around her, and when he turns, I see who it is. It is quite literally my ex, the one who left me not once but twice, no explanation, no nothing. And I'm staring at him, he's staring at me. We're looking at each other like, what the hell is going on? Over here that this is the happy, soon to be married, engaged couple. Sorry, engaged this whole summer when you were kissing me and you were apologizing for everything you've done. Engaged. You want to know what happens next in the name of the book? Check the caption. Bye.
Am I the asshole for sleeping with a guy after the man I thought was my boyfriend said that we were not a couple? So we have been seeing each other for a year and everything looked and seemed like we were a couple. He said he loved me and I him. He spends every weekend with me and we have planned our first trip together, etc. Last weekend he was in bed and I made him pancakes because his birthday was on Tuesday. He was very happy about it and joked that I was spoiling him. I said that I wanted to spoil my man. He said that I am not your man, with the same energy. He didn't seem awkward nor embarrassed, just as calm with a smile on his stupid face. I didn't take it seriously and said, yeah, I know you are not my man. He was more serious now and said, no, really, I am not your boyfriend. I felt literally sick, but I tried to be calm and I asked, so what are we? And he said, I don't know, really great friends with benefits? I didn't say anything after that, and he ate his pancakes in silence. Later, he asked if we would do anything. I said that I was planning on cleaning and doing some paperwork. He left after an hour, and I probably cried for a solid 2 hours. I couldn't keep anything in my stomach for the rest of the day. He texted that evening, thanking me for the breakfast in bed, and that he thought that I was, quote, amazing. But I didn't answer, so he called a few times. I didn't answer. Around 10 p.m., he rang on my door. I just opened a jar and pretended I was sick with the flu and was going to bed. He offered to stay the night in case I needed help during the night, and I said no. I didn't answer him Sunday nor Monday, and I didn't wish him a happy birthday on Tuesday either, and I have just been keeping it short text, feigning sickness. He never brought up what he said once. Then yesterday he wrote that he missed me and that he hadn't gone this long without talking to me since we met and that he was going mad. He asked if we could at least have dinner. I said that I was busy. He said, don't you miss me? I replied that I was very tired because I was out all night with a guy last night, so I just wanted to relax by myself this evening. He stopped answering, and he showed up 15 minutes later asking me if I was lying. I told him that we weren't a couple, so I was free to do whatever. He said that I broke his heart and cheated on him, and that I'm an asshole. I waited for him to leave before I started crying. He is right, we have never had the talk, actually, and I never asked him what we were. I just assumed because I loved him and I thought he did too. But now I know we aren't together. Why was he upset that I slept with another man yesterday? Was I the asshole? Was it cheating? I'm confused. He even said, like, I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your man. We're not together. Do you just want her when it's convenient for you? You want all the perks of being with her, but don't want to be with her? This is definitely a have your cake and eat it too kind of situation. Top comment, not the asshole. He wants you to be tied to him, but he wants to be free to play the field. I would have told him in the moment he said he didn't see himself as your boyfriend, that I was not looking for a friends with benefits situation, and that the relationship was over. What are our thoughts?
My 37 male, wife 35 female was in a man's hotel room at 1:30 in the morning. My wife of nearly 10 years has a history of straying, but that was prior to marriage and only happened once. There have been other suspicious circumstances, including once when a man that she says was her designated driver stayed overnight at our apartment while I was out of town, but she insists nothing happened. Recently, my wife went to a work conference with several male colleagues. On the first night there, they all went out to bars. That went well past midnight. We share our locations on our phones, and I hadn't heard from her, so I checked her location. She was at a hotel that wasn't hers. I FaceTimed her and she didn't pick up. I called again and she picked up with the phone facing towards the ceiling and wall corner, with her from the shoulders up. I heard a male voice for half a second and then complete silence. She was eating a slice of pizza. I asked her what she was doing and she said, eating pizza? I asked her where, and she didn't answer. She looked nervous. I asked her to spin the phone around so I could see what was going on. She hung up instead. I called her back and she didn't answer. I called again and she picked up and was walking fast through a hotel hallway. She made it outside and we talked on the way back to her hotel. She was nervously grinning the entire way back. She was very drunk. She was acting sort of angry with me. I'm not sure about what. Angry I called? Angry at the obvious sort of implied situation? I asked her to explain the situation and she says that she left the bar with 2 male coworkers to return to a hotel room where another male coworker had pizza. She says that she didn't realize how the situation looked until I called her and that she then panicked. She says that she didn't pan the phone around because she knew I would be upset. When I pointed out that she immediately told me that she was there with 3 men, so what information was she hiding by not showing me the room? She then said that she didn't pan the phone around because it would have been embarrassing. No, that whole situation is up. That is so wrong. I feel so bad for him, man. I'm trying to figure this out and come to terms with whatever happened. My gut feeling is that maybe she is lying and there was only one man there and they were doing more than eating pizza or planning on it. Otherwise, my thought is that it is obviously inappropriate and crosses boundaries she knows that I have. So, at best, it is extremely disrespectful to me and our marriage. I'm trying to figure out if we should get divorced. She insists this is all because she wanted a slice of pizza. Is that realistic? Am I being gaslit? Please help. Honestly, listen to your gut. That is so up on so many levels to do something like that. I didn't realize how bad of a situation it was until you called bullshit. You're mad because you got caught, not because, oh my god, thank you for making me realize how bad this. Get out of here.
Am I the asshole for refusing to change the name that I chose for my daughter so my sister can one day use it if she has a daughter? No. No. My baby is on the way here. She is cooking right the fuck now. And you want me to change my baby name for the possibility that one day you may have a daughter? No, I'm not gonna do that. No. I, 23 female, am pregnant with my first child, a daughter. My boyfriend, 23 male, and I have decided to name her Ren. We didn't talk to many people yet. My boyfriend told his parents, and I told my parents and my siblings. After I told my sister, 30 female, she asked me if we could talk. She showed me a list that she had of names that her and her husband had chosen for future babies. Ren was the name that they chose for a girl. I had no idea. My sister never thought anyone in the family would go for a name like Ren, and when she heard that we chose that, she got a little sad. You see, my sister and her husband have been TTC for 6 or 7 years and have been unsuccessful with the exception of one miscarriage 5 years ago. Right now, they're undergoing some fertility treatments to try and have a child. It's been super hard on her, and when my boyfriend and I learned we were expecting, we agreed that I should tell my sister first, to give her some time to process. She told me how much she appreciated it and that she was sad for a little while after, as well as super jealous. But I understand, because this is something that she wanted for so long, and it was difficult for her to see me get pregnant so fast. I love my sister, and I always want to try and be understanding and not make her feel like shit because I'm having a baby and she's still trying to. But when she asked me to please choose another name so she could name a future daughter that, I didn't feel like that was something I could do. My daughter feels like a Ren to both me and my boyfriend. We've already got some items with her name on them. We've grown very attached and bonded more with our Ren. I know to many, it's not a big deal for people to share the same name in a family, but our family doesn't really like doing that. Our names might have been used in previous generations of the family, but we never liked the idea of 2 living members of the family sharing a name, and we're all so close that it would get confusing. So I know to her it means Ren has to leave their list if I use it. I told my sister I couldn't change my daughter's name after we had already committed so heavily, and the name felt so right to us. She burst into tears but told me she understood. She hugged me and everything. Then my brother-in-law got involved and tore me a new one for not sacrificing a name so that my sister can hold on to the hope she'll get to name their future daughter that one day. He said she's been such a good big sister to me and this would cost me nothing. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. People have to understand when you have a list of baby names, you have to be ready to accept the fact that somebody else somewhere, even someone that you know, may think of this name and find it cute and it fits their child and they decide to use it. There's nothing you can fucking do about that. There's nothing you can do about that. You can ask them to change the name, but if they say no, they fucking say no. That's it. That's all. Move on. Go back to the drawing board. Your brother-in-law he's hurting because his wife is upset. His wife is upset that her little sister was able to get pregnant so easily. It is bringing a baby into the world. And for the last 6 or 7 years, she herself has had to fight and lost one pregnancy. She's had to fight for this. And she's upset and she's sad. And he is mad because of it. His frustration and his anger is severely misplaced. He's taking it out on you, and that's not okay. You're not the asshole because you came across a name that you absolutely loved, fell in love with, and you felt like fit your daughter that just happened to be on their secret list. This list no one in the family had even seen. Nobody knows what other names are on this list. You mean to tell me y'all came up with the list of names and Ren is the only name that you picked for a little girl? The only one. That's the only one. You didn't have a backup name, nothing. You didn't think about the possibility that somebody somewhere in your family may come across a name that's on your list that they might like. Like, it's not your fault that you picked a name that your sister had her heart set on and she's not pregnant yet. You're not the bad person for falling in love with this name and sticking to it. Like you said, you guys have already committed to it. You have items that have the baby's name on it already. This man is upset and he needs to take some time to his fucking self. He needs to stay away from you for a while because you're pregnant. This is unnecessary stress for you. You shouldn't have to be worried about what you're going to name your child because of people who are angry who aren't even pregnant yet. No, I know it sounds insensitive, but no. You're not the asshole. This is not your problem. Stick to the name. If you love this name and you truly feel like your daughter is a Wren, name her Wren. It's an absolutely beautiful name.
My dad is currently going out with a girl that is younger than me, and I have no idea how to deal with the situation. For some context, my dad is 62 years old, and I am 24 years old, and his new girlfriend is 23. My parents got divorced 3 years ago, and I'm the only child, so I'm living in my own apartment. My mom got the family home, and my dad moved into his own place. They've always been on super friendly terms throughout the whole separation, which has certainly made things a lot easier for all of us. However, my dad's actions following the separation have caused a couple of issues. My dad seemed to rebound pretty hard, and he was going to bars most evenings or on blind dates. I can't lie, me and my mom were starting to get a little bit worried, and we were kind of nervous that he wasn't coping well with the whole separation, but he reassured us that he's a grown man and we shouldn't be worrying about him. I acknowledged that, and I took a step back so that I didn't meddle in his love life anymore. About a month ago, my dad met up with me and my mom to tell us about a new relationship that he is in. To our surprise, he pulled out his phone to show us a photo of her, and it was a 23-year-old. Neither of us really knew what to say while my dad was gushing about her, saying that she had an old soul and they had such a profound connection. He just kept going on and on about her until my mom essentially asked what the hell he was doing with a girl younger than his own daughter. My dad is currently going out with a girl that is younger than me, and I have no idea how to deal with the situation. Most of the dates that he had been on were with girls around his age, so we were pretty surprised. My dad did not take my mom's question well, and he was arguing with her, saying that she's a consenting adult and he's not forcing her to be with him. We just didn't know how to feel about this, because I know it's not illegal, but I can't deny the fact that it definitely makes me uncomfortable. Last weekend, my mom had a barbecue, and my dad asked if he could bring his girlfriend to introduce her to all of us. When I had gotten there, they were already there, and honestly, within 2 seconds of talking to my dad's girlfriend, I felt so bad for her. She just seemed so childlike and nervous, and I just felt so uncomfortable for her to be in a situation like this. Meanwhile, my dad was going around the whole barbecue talking to everybody about how amazing their relationship was and how he's 23 at heart. He was clearly unaware that everyone was really weirded out about all this, and he just kept going on and on about her to everyone. He also kept making a show by going over and kissing his girlfriend like every so often. I have no idea what to do about it. I mean, I'm not comfortable with the relationship, but do I even have a place to do anything about it? It's at the point where I just dread seeing my dad, because I know that he will just talk endlessly about his girlfriend. And I just get flashbacks of seeing her face at the barbecue, and I just get so weirded out. My mom obviously doesn't like it either, but she keeps telling me that he just needs to work it out on his own. So at this point, I'm just at a loss.
I found out my partner slept with my friend when we were on a break. How do I get past this? So to begin, I'm 11 years deep with this girl. Kids, house, and all. We went on a break a few years ago for a month or so, and I found out she slept with someone. Personally, I don't class a break as a breakup, and I still believe that she was unfaithful to me. Maybe it's not called cheating, but definitely unfaithful. She saw it differently, clearly. Well, back then, I was heartbroken, but also, I know that she was in a bad place and very depressed. She did what she did, and I let it go. Well, I've recently found out that it was with a friend of mine that she slept with, and it's torn me apart worse than it did when I found out she had sex with someone in the first place. She said that I was being stupid and jealous when I cried my heart out over this, because, quote, if I forgave her back then what's the difference now? I can't stop thinking about it. I just can't. She swore to me that it was just one time. It lasted about 2 to 3 minutes before she felt guilty, got up, and left. Now I can't help but believe that a lot more went on than she let on because she wouldn't let me dig around for answers. She gets angry when I ask her anything. The biggest reason I believe it was more than she let on is because she unblocked my friend from Facebook the morning I found out it was him. So she blocked him? Okay. At first, she wouldn't let me speak to him, but halfway through the day, she told me to ask him about it. I did, and his response was exactly the same as hers, word for word. I feel like she told him what to say to me. Am I being ridiculous here? What should I do? I want to let it go, but I can't do it easily. I could really use some help here. I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. I want to be with her, I really do. So I'm just trying to figure out how to let this go. I'm so close to ending the relationship, but it's honestly the last thing I want to do because she means the world to me. She's an amazing person and an absolutely amazing partner. But is that enough for me to stay with her? I don't know.
I think the first step of like figuring it out is recognizing that you hurt him. It doesn't matter if it was justifiable in your own head, if you think it was no big deal to you, like you hurt him.
Just because he forgave you before, under certain circumstances, yes, that's fine. He forgave you before, but now that he's finding out that you cheated on him with his friend, that's a whole new can of worms, baby girl.
Right.
Not only is he going through the shock and awe that his partner would betray him in such a way, but his friend did too.
Right.
I'm secretly dating my dad's best friend. Let's talk about it. So I had a unique childhood, to say the least. My parents did not have traditional jobs, and so I was with them a lot and all their friends, and then something happened to my mom tragically, and she ended up in a coma. Which means that my dad needed a lot of help from our friends and family all around, and one of those people that was always there was my dad's best friend. He was just always so nice and fun to be around, and he was also very good looking. I remember like always having this little crush on him growing up, and the older I got, the more like I started to have more and more of a crush on him. And he had this one girlfriend who, she has been around forever, so I've known her forever, but she just never treated him right, and I never liked that they were together. I thought they were like the most toxic couple ever. Anyways, right when I was around 17, I started spending more and more time around him, like helping him with his work. He rescued animals, which I just thought was like extra attractive because I'm a big animal lover. And then one night, I went with him to go rescue this dog. Really dark and rainy, and the roads were like very bad. He had to like run across the highway to get this dog. It was really scary. I thought he was going to get hit by a car and die. Obviously, both our adrenaline is running high, and we end up kissing. He pulls away. He's like, let's get this dog, you know, back. We need to go. The weather's bad, blah, blah, blah. And just silent the entire ride home. Finally get back, and I'm like, we should really talk. And he's like, I am so sorry that that happened. That should have never happened. Nothing like that can ever happen between us. It's inappropriate, full stop. Obviously, I know that, but like I said, I've always liked him, always had this crush on him, and I'm just like heartbroken. And I know that things working against this. He's a lot older than me. He's my dad's best friend. I've known him forever. I know that. Anyways, I'm upset, and my aunt has been asking me to come and stay at her hotel that she owns for a while, so I go and do that just to kind of get away from the situation a little bit and just, you know, get some clarity because obviously I'm upset, and I just thought it would be a good idea. I spend a lot of time there with my aunt. I hang out, I get some pictures done of myself, and my 18th birthday passes. A lot of people are texting me, wishing me happy birthday, but there's only one person that I'm really hoping is gonna text me and tell me happy birthday. He finally texts me, and I'm really excited. I chat with him for a little bit, and I'm ready to get back home, ready to see my dad again, but I have this newfound confidence, and I'm fully ready to go after him with all I got at this point. But then there's this party where everybody we know is at, including his ex-girlfriend, and I have to watch them like talk to each other, her like touch him and everything, and I was like, ugh, this is like so annoying. And then
my husband has been cheating on me since November. I talked to the other woman yesterday. My husband, 28 male, and I, 24 female, have been married for about a year. We've been together for 6 years in total, and he moved states about a year into our relationship to be with me in my hometown. Before Christmas time, I noticed a missing sum of money from our joint account and asked him about it. He said he bought something from a friend and I'd let it go. On Christmas, we went to his family's house, and he insisted he wanted to go out for guys' night and leave me there. When we got back that night, he was very serious and talked to me about how he almost did something something that would have disappointed everyone and rescinded his personal growth, but framed it as potential substance use. I asked him for marriage counseling because I felt insane for thinking this amazing man could be carrying on behind my back. On our way home, I found the text messages between him and his AP, but thought it was purely emotional and they hadn't met in person. He agreed to end things and move forward to repair our relationship. I found out he'd still been in contact with her on my birthday about 3 months later, and again, he said he'd end things. After this, I blocked her on his phone, and when she reached out again, he sat me down and we discussed it. I was so proud of him for being open with me. I was disappointed in myself for even having blocked her behind his back, but he said he'd keep her blocked and what's done is done. It turns out that he told her I'd blocked her because I was jealous, but since we were allegedly in an open marriage, it shouldn't have mattered. When I found out on my birthday, I told him that if it happens again, that was it. He'd need to leave. I paid the bulk of our bills due to income differences and our homes in my name, which I now see may have been emasculating for him. Things had seemed great in our relationship since. It felt like we were both making progress in the right direction and actively exerting effort for the good of our relationship. My husband has been in no contact with his family for nearly the entirety of our relationship, and over the past weekend he went to visit his entire extended family. He said it made him so happy and proud to bring me around everyone and see us love each other. I found out yesterday when I finally reached out to the AP that he'd not only been continuously in contact with his AP, but things were much more serious than I could have ever anticipated. He reached out through other mutual connections to get in contact with this woman. He told her we have an open marriage, and I found out that the guy's night he had at Christmas was actually a date with her. We saw each other. I waved them goodbye. They didn't sleep with each other, but that doesn't change what happened. My husband and I sat down yesterday and talked after I tried to stand by my boundary of separating. I just couldn't do it. For reference, we live in the southeastern US, and when I mentioned the boundary, he started booking a flight to Alaska. I love this man and I built a home with him. We both had turbulent childhoods, and while it's not an excuse, I just couldn't bring myself to leave them without a home. Where do we go from here? When we talked, he said that my separation boundary made him feel like I'd already abandoned him, but I never thought it would actually reach this point. Not only that, but I couldn't even follow through. I can't give up, and he seems to think I already did. If you've been through anything remotely similar, please give me some advice if you have any. Please ask me any questions you have and I'll respond.
Oh, AP is a fair partner. Am I the asshole for being born on Christmas? I, 24 female, have a birthday that falls on Christmas. Every single year, as that's how it works. Apparently, this is a big issue with my brother. When I was little, my parents established that I would open my birthday gifts on Christmas, on my birthday, either before or after the Christmas gifts. They didn't want me to feel lesser and miss out on a birthday present by combining it with Christmas presents. I've always appreciated that. The few times that it has been combined was by my request. They helped me buy a used car when I turned 19 as my present. Then they paid for a trip once I graduated college. We begun discussing holiday plans. My brother let us know that he planned on bringing his girlfriend, 29 female, so that my parents could purchase his plane tickets. After that, we started a new group chat to include her in our planning. My parents organized a Santa lunch, and we usually go to a light show or caroling. My mom asked me if I wanted to open my birthday gifts at the beginning of the day or the end. I told her that I didn't care. So the group chats and scheduling continued seemingly without issue. Then, 2 or 3 days later, my brother asked me if we could do my birthday presents another time. Apparently, his girlfriend doesn't want to buy me a birthday gift and a Christmas gift. I know. Isn't that... Yeah. Okay.
What? Where's the expectation that she needs to get both? Why do you feel like you would need to get 2 gifts?
Right. So anyways, okay, his girlfriend doesn't want to buy me a birthday gift and Christmas gift. I was kind of wishy-washy about it. I didn't want to open them on a different day, but I told him that all she needed to do was sign her name on whatever he got me, and that would be fine. She doesn't need to get me anything at all. He said that's not an option for her. She's freaking out and saying she won't come now. My brother texted the chat and said I was making myself the star of the show on my birthday, like always. He said that I refused to move my birthday and was making his girlfriend feel unwelcome. When Dad stepped in and said I was allowed to enjoy my birthday on my birthday, that he and my mom wanted me to celebrate then, my brother said he wasn't coming at all now. I talked to my parents separately and said we could change the day. I didn't care that much if it meant that Jack wouldn't come. They refused, saying it was the principle. But Dad also let me know that my present is actually something to be done on my birthday / Christmas too. When my brother asked me to, quote, change my birthday again, this time I said no because I knew that there were plans involved. My brother's girlfriend is now calling me a birthday Grinch to anyone who will listen. So am I the asshole for being born on Christmas?
My husband of 34 years is cheating on me with my daughter's 18-year-old best friend. Me and my husband have had a perfect marriage. We have 4 daughters together, and they've all grown up and become successful and had children of their own, besides one of our daughters who is 17, who we had 16 years after our first daughter. We'll call her Annie. Annie is still in high school, and she's pretty popular, so she has friends over often after school and mostly every weekend. Annie has a best friend that we will call Bailey. She's also 18, and she is almost at our house like every single day. Bailey has formed a really good relationship with my husband and I. She comes to church with us almost every Sunday, and she often comes to family gatherings as well. About a month ago, I started seeing that Bailey and my husband would watch movies together after Annie fell asleep. I didn't really think much of it at first, but I grew more and more uncomfortable with it as it happened every weekend for about a month straight. I even walked into the living room to see my husband cuddling with her on the couch. About 2 days ago, I talked to Annie about the situation, and I actually found out that she has no idea that this has been going on at all. My husband of 34 years is cheating on me with my daughter's 18-year-old best friend. Said that she was going to express to Bailey how uncomfortable this made her. Annie also informed me of another situation that she had with one of my daughter's other friends' dads, where Bailey would get the dad alone and talk badly about his wife to trick him into sleeping with her. Today I got the courage to go through my husband's phone, and I know, it's an invasion of privacy, but a woman's intuition is never wrong. First thing I checked was his messages, and I found Bailey's contact and immediately clicked on their messages together. I clicked on the messages. I saw a message from my husband sent to Bailey that said, "I can't wait to do it next weekend," with a winking emoji. The response from Bailey said, "I can't wait till you're out of that place so then we can do it every day." I haven't talked to my husband or my daughter about the situation yet. One, because I don't want to jump to conclusions and ruin the last 34 years of our marriage. And 2, because I don't want to ruin my daughter's friendship and reputation at school. Obviously, I really want to confront my husband, but I also don't want to ruin my daughter's life. So where do I go from here?
Am I the asshole for losing my cool with my parents for pushing me to forgive my cheating ex? Okay, so I lost my cool with my 27 female parents, 57 female, and 59 male for pushing me to forgive my cheating ex. I was to be married in July. 2 months ago, I came home from a work trip to find my ex-fiance in bed with my BFF's sister. I kicked him out, canceled the wedding, warned him that I would get rid of all of his stuff if he didn't come get it, then weeks later dumped it all out on the curbside with a free sign, sold or donated or dumped everything else that he gave me, and pawned the ring. I blocked him everywhere, called the cops on him when he showed up after I gave his stuff away, banging on my door, called them again when he turned up at my workplace and made a scene, and called them on his family when they showed up en masse to plead his case. I didn't go scorched earth on my ex's BFF's sister. I did tell her husband that I caught her in bed with my ex. Last I heard, she'd been kicked out of the house and was back living with her parents. Ex-BFF tried talking me into giving them both a chance to explain. What? No. And then got angry at me for ruining her sister's relationship. Called me petty and cold-hearted. So I kicked her to the curb too. I don't want dishonest people that are blasé about betrayal in my life. This encounter, no doubt, simmered under my skin until I unleashed on my parents. Maybe that's the reason, because it lingered, I was so harsh to them. I took a date with me to the restaurant, hoping his being there would waylay any discussion about my failed engagement. My parents have been pressuring me to work things out with my ex. He's so sorry. I owe it to him to talk with him, give him 5 minutes to explain himself. She meant nothing to him. He made a mistake. I'm cruel for shutting him out the way that I did. How could I call the police on him? How could I do the same to his family, his parents? They're good people, and they didn't deserve to be humiliated in that manner. He's having a rough time. He's depressed. Everyone is worried about him. He loves me, really loves me, and he's learned his lesson. It's time to grow up and forgive him. No. My date's presence didn't stop them from bringing this all up. I lost my cool, asked my father if he expected me to give my ex a pass every time he sticks his dick into anything that moves, like he does. I asked my mother how turning a blind eye to her husband's infidelity works for her. How does she hold her head up while having lunch with women that have slept around with her husband for years? Is that the kind of man, the life that she wants for me and my sister? for her daughters. I asked if they had any idea of the impact that knowledge had on me and my siblings growing up. Knowing that my dad was late home from work because he was screwing his secretary. Knowing work weekend was code for dirty weekend with a woman that wasn't our mother. Did they know why it was that of their 4 children, I'm the only one that still talks to them? Did they not question why they're not invited to my brother's wedding? Why they never met any of my brother's wives and children? Did they think my sister's silence is because she's being dramatic and throwing a tantrum? Really? I stood from the table, congratulated them on the loss of their last remaining child, and told them I hoped their arrogance, willful blindness, and misery would comfort them to their last breaths. And then I left. My date, I should have saved him for a proper date rather than a FU to my parents, took me to the nearest bar, let me cry on his shoulder while I proceeded to get shit-faced and then made sure I got home safely. The next day, he messaged me to see if I was alive and sent a double cheeseburger, large fries, and a large Sprite over with DoorDash. I didn't block my parents, but I haven't heard from them. It's been a week, and I've calmed down now enough to feel regret. Not for what I said, but because I can see the look on their faces when I made my final farewell. I crushed them. I hurt them. Especially my mother. Despite their faults, and there are many, I love my parents. I don't like knowing that I hurt them. I'm feeling a lot of guilt about it. Am I the asshole? My 26 male girlfriend, 25 female, said that she wished that other women were into me when we first got together. Am I overreacting for being upset?
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. My girlfriend and I were talking on the phone last night about the period when we first got together. We've been together for almost 4 years now. She told me that when we first got together, she wished more women were into me besides herself because she felt like she was getting someone that no one else wanted.
Ooh, okay.
That upset me because I was never able to attract many women prior to her, and she has more relationship experience than I do. She would also have more quote-unquote options than me if we were both to become single at this very moment. This upset me because I can't control how many women are into me at a given moment. It made me feel like she looks at me as lesser than her, and even though she claims that she didn't mean it that way. That's the entire book.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah, you're not overreacting, man. That sucks to hear.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's actually wild.
Storytime about how my ex-boyfriend stole all my shit and then gave it to his new girlfriend. So a little background information, I was 23 and I had been dating this guy who we're gonna call Derek for 2 years. Now, at first I thought that our relationship was perfect. Of course, you guys know how it goes. But then one day he came home from work and he told me that he had been cheating on me throughout our whole relationship. He literally had a full-on relationship the past 2 years that him and I were supposed to be together with another girl. But yeah, he came home from work and he told me, listen, I don't want to be with you. I really love her. You know, it's just not working out. So obviously I go and I find her social media and I tell her and she just blocks me. She literally just blocks me. And then he told me that she knew that he was also dating me at the same time. So whatever, fast forward, you know, he moves out, he moves in with her, and he is slowly moving his stuff out of my apartment. Like, it literally took him 4 months to get all of his stuff out of my apartment. Anyway, so the one day he calls me while I'm at work, and he's like, hey, can I come get the keys? I need to get some of my stuff. So obviously this had been going on the past 4 months, so I was like, yeah, just come pick the keys up. So he does, like for part 2. Part 2 about how my ex stole all of my stuff and gave it to his new girlfriend. So like I said, he comes, he grabs the keys, and he goes to my house, he's getting all of his stuff. When my neighbor, who is one of my friends, she's like freaking out, calling me over 10 times. Obviously, I'm at work, so I can't answer the phone. And then I get a text from her saying that he's there with his new girlfriend. Well, I guess she isn't really a new girlfriend if he's been dating her the whole relationship that we had, but you guys know what I mean. So I'm freaking out, and I call him, and then I hear her in the background talking to my dog. Now, obviously, I don't even want this girl in my apartment in general, so I'm like freaking out that she's trying to talk to my dog. So I'm yelling at him. I'm like, I want her out of the apartment. I'll call the police if you guys don't leave. Also, tell her to get away from my dog. So, you know, he says okay, hangs up the phone, and I call my neighbor and I tell her, call the police if she goes in my apartment again. And less than 2 minutes later, my friend calls the police because his girlfriend started breaking stuff in my apartment and she took my dog. Literally, like they drove away with my dog and then let it go in the middle of the woods. But I guess it's okay because I got my dog back.
Am I the asshole for canceling a trip because my fiance's ex and her baby are coming? I, 32 female, have been with Kyle, 37 male, for 2.5 years. We got engaged 6 months ago. Kyle has been divorced for over 5 years. He was married to Elena, and they have a son, Grayson. Elena also has a toddler from a guy she met after her divorce. Grayson is a wonderful little kid. He has his room in our house, and he is so loved by all of us. Kyle and Elena are good friends, and co-parenting is great. The problem I have is that she is everywhere. Besides the holidays and birthdays, which I understand, Christmas, Grayson's birthday, Thanksgiving, Elena and her baby are pretty much invited to any family functions, such as Kyle's birthday, Kyle's parents' anniversary, our camping trips, my birthday. Yes, Kyle invited her to my birthday. I have talked to Kyle many times, but he thinks I'm being insecure for no reason and making a big deal out of nothing. I booked a trip to Mexico in January for me, Kyle, and Grayson. Kyle told Elena that on the last week of January, he will have Grayson for an extra week since he was coming to Mexico with us. Apparently, Elena managed to ask him about our trip dates and details. I saw on Facebook she was posting about swimsuit shopping for her upcoming trip. Kyle texted her and asked her if she was going somewhere that week too. She said she researched our hotel and, quote, I took advantage of the same deal as you guys, so I guess we will see you there, haha. I told Kyle that we are canceling the trip, and he says we can't because tickets are non-refundable. I told him that I'm not going. I want for once to have a family vacation without his ex-wife, but Kyle thinks there's nothing we can do now. We need to address this for future plans and be more clear about boundaries.
Am I wrong for snapping at my aunt who said I wasn't a real doctor? I, 35 female, am a plastic surgeon. I went through years of medical school and residency, but it was worth it. I originally started med school with the hopes of going into psychiatry, but surgery really interested me. The problem started years ago when I first told my family that I was going into plastic surgery because it was what interested me the most. My parents, siblings, and brother-in-law were all supportive, and whenever I felt like giving up, they were always there to push me. My aunts always made snide comments about him, as well as my cousins, uncles, and grandparents on both sides. They were all happy when they knew I was in med school, but completely flipped when they found out I was pursuing plastic surgery. It annoyed me at first, but I learned to just move on from it. But recently my cousin, 40 female on my dad's side, who's the daughter of the aunt who keeps making comments about my job, had done a PLC on nursing and childcare, which didn't bother me and I couldn't care less what she does. But my aunt thought I should know everything that's happening with her daughter. Every time I see her, she goes on about how smart her daughter is and how amazing she is for doing a PLC in nursing and childcare. But the last time I seen her, she said something that really annoyed me. Me and my sister were over at her house because she had some hand-me-downs to give my nephew. We were all eating when she said, it's great that she's going into medical school. She's not. She doesn't even have the brains for medical school. Maybe we can finally have a real doctor in the family. I sat there in silence for a second thinking, what the is she talking about? And then looked at my sister, who looked equally as pissed off as me. I snapped back and said, her changing kids' soiled pants doesn't make her a doctor, and her knowing how to clean a cut doesn't either. She's not in medical school. She's too dumb for that. She wouldn't even last a week before dropping out. My aunt looked really pissed off and yelled at me for being rude, and then she told me that I wasn't much of a doctor either. I yelled back at her that I went through years of medical school and residency, and that I'm now a licensed doctor and surgeon, and that she doesn't know what she's talking about. My aunt started crying and left the room, so me and my sister just left. A few hours later, I got a text from my cousin calling me a bitch for what I said and attacking her mom. I got more texts from other family members, and it somehow traveled to my mom's side of the family as well. Majority of them are telling me to apologize for yelling at my aunt, but my immediate family, my mom, dad, brother, sister, and in-laws, are all telling me not to. Now I'm being shunned by both sides of the family, and they're all refusing to talk to me and won't even let me tell my side of the story. So, was I the asshole? If you can't take it, don't dish it. You gave back the same shit she was giving you. Just from the title alone, I thought it was going to be something like you're a dentist or like a psychiatrist that people don't really consider doctors. But you're legit, like, a full-ass fledged surgeon. Like, I don't know, you don't get more doctor than that, man. Like,
am I the asshole for refusing to wear a bra when my roomie's boyfriend stays over? I don't wear a bra at home. I go to college and then library and then work, then gym. I am out at 7 a.m. and back at 10 p.m. Usually I take a quick shower when I get home and then I make a snack and I just relax for an hour before bed. On weekends, I rarely leave the apartment besides the occasional outing with friends or colleagues. My roommate and I are very close, but now she has been biting my head off about me not wearing a bra at home. I was confused. Then she explained that it was about her boyfriend. I laughed in her face and told her to put a bra on his eyes instead.
Nice.
She got very upset, but I told her that I wasn't interested in her boyfriend, not in the slightest. She got offended and said that he wasn't interested in me either, so then I said, why are we arguing? It is only an issue if we're interested in each other. Tell him next time he sees me braless, he can pretend that I'm a wall. According to her, it wasn't an interest, but being invasive and he felt uncomfortable. Would you think it would be fine if he showed his D? I called her stupid because I was in my home. I wouldn't go braless in his home, and if he chose to go naked in his home, the only right I have is to get the hell out of there. She called me the asshole. Am I?
My sister-in-law thinks that I'm going to give her my baby. I gave birth to my baby boy last month, and I wanted to wait a little while for people to come and see him. But recently I invited my family and my husband's family over to see him, and my sister-in-law was absolutely fawning over my son. When I wanted to feed him, she almost didn't let me have him. And then she was starting to give me pointers about how to take care of him. I obviously didn't want to be rude, so I thanked her, but I told her I got it. After I told her, like, I got it, I'm good, you know, like, I don't need your advice, which I said in the most polite way possible, she got so offended and pissy, and she was like, oh, so the person who didn't even want kids in the first place has it under control. So passive aggressively. Yeah, that's true. Me and my husband did talk about waiting a couple years to have kids because we weren't sure if we were ready yet. Then we got pregnant and we decided to be parents. Simple as that. After she said that, I was just like pretty shocked. So I said, excuse me? This is when the absolute craziest thing comes out of her mouth. She said, well, since I have been trying a lot longer than you and you weren't even sure if you wanted one, I thought that maybe I could take them off your hands. Take them off your hands while talking about a child is a crazy statement. I obviously, as anyone would, called her crazy and told her to get the F out. I was genuinely so shocked and disgusted, and my husband asked her a little bit later, like, why she would ever say that kind of thing or why she even thought that in the first place. And she said that it was super unfair that she has been trying for 3 years to have a baby, and we didn't even know if we wanted one, and we got pregnant before her. He told her to absolutely never say that again and definitely never say that around our son. His mom said that she was just joking. But I mean, like, who jokes about something like that?
Get ready with me while I tell you about my one night stand in Miami. So the crazy thing is, I actually wasn't even supposed to be in Miami. I was actually supposed to be in Myrtle Beach. The story goes like this. This is almost empty. If I just pump it, some more stuff will come out. So the story goes like this. It was senior year and we had planned, it was like right after we graduated, and me and my friends and my boyfriend had all planned to go to Myrtle Beach together, and we were like all really excited. It was like the last hurrah before we all went off to college. I was younger than most of my friends, so I hadn't even turned 18 yet, but I was like days away from turning 18. But because of that, my parents were being like really strict, and they weren't letting me go when my boyfriend was going. I had to go a couple days later. He had already been there, and me and my friends are getting ready, and it's literally like the morning of. We have all of our stuff packed, we're ready to go. I get a text from my boyfriend, and it is a video. And it's a video of some girl going down on him. Now, I don't know if it was like an accident that he texted me that, if she texted me that, what. But obviously, like, relationship over, and I'm no longer meeting you in Myrtle Beach. Girls rallied around me. They're like, you know what? We're gonna have the most epic summer vacation. We're going to Miami. Like, get your stuff together. Let's go. Forget about that loser. Like, you know what? The girls are right. Let's go. We get there. We're at the beach. We meet these guys at the beach, and they're like, hey, please come to our party. Like, they all look around the same age as us, so it like felt safe. And we're like, okay, sounds good. We get to the party and it looks super fun, but like I am still kind of like in a mood. And then we see the guys who invited us, and they introduce us to their friend who coincidentally it is also his birthday. And as I'm like talking to all of them, my phone goes off and it's my parents, and they do not know that I'm in Myrtle Beach and I'm in Miami. So I have to like go outside and talk to them, and I'm like by the water, kind of by myself, like there's nobody really around. My birthday twin walks up and he's talking to me. I tell him about all like the whole thing with my boyfriend, like just a word vomit comes out, and I can tell like he feels bad for me, and I'm like, oh my god, you so do not have to sit here. Like I'm sure you have better things to do and better people to be with. Like I'm a sob story, please, it's fine. He's so nice. He just sits there and he's talking to me, and he's like, you know what, you deserve to know like what a good boyfriend is. I can be a good boyfriend to you. I might not have ever been a boyfriend, but I know I can be a better boyfriend to you than him. I could be a better boyfriend than him. I'm like, okay, what do you have in mind? He's like, well, for however long you're here, which is only 3 days, he's like, I'm going to be your boyfriend. At first I think he's kidding, but then he's like, meet me tomorrow, like we're gonna go do something fun, whatever you want to do, I'll take you to do whatever you want to do, and then the next day we'll do what I want to do. Literally literally felt like I was on The Bachelorette. Like he took me on the best dates. We had such a good time, and it was really hard to remember that he was my fake boyfriend and that we had only known each other for a few days. Like, you know, when somebody says that they have just like an instant connection with somebody and you're like, okay, like whatever, like what does that even mean? That's literally how it felt. Like I was gonna be so sad when I had to leave him because he really should have been my boyfriend because he was the best boyfriend. He takes me out on this boat and he is like, if you've never seen dolphins before, like you're here in Florida, you have to see him. And like his parents must have money because no way like an 18-year-old should have been able to do anything like that. I'm not questioning anything because I'm having the time of my life, and at the end he's like, you know, should I take you home? And I said, no, I'll stay here with you. One thing led to another, and we hooked up, and it was incredible, amazing. Like, of course, this guy who I had this amazing connection with and this amazing time with, I'm never going to see again. And I do not even know his last name. I only know his first name, and it's like initials. It's TJ, and I didn't even know like what his like actual real name was. I just knew like that nickname. Sadly, the next morning comes, his time as my fake boyfriend is over, and I have to go back home, and I'm really sad, and I didn't want to make things worse, so I just left. Didn't get his number, didn't get his Instagram, didn't get anything from him. And then about a month or so after I get back from Miami, I start to feel a little sick. Not only am I feeling a little sick, I am also late. If you like that and you want to find out what happens next, check the caption. Bye!
Am I wrong for threatening to cut my son off financially over a baby name? I want to say yes, but like, I don't think you would be that unreasonable just to cut them off over a name you didn't like, unless it was like something offensive. Let's get into it. I had my son fairly young, and I recently had a change of life baby. When I was 4 months pregnant, my son, who was in college at the time, told me that he had gotten his girlfriend pregnant. I wasn't very happy, but I've been supportive and I've given them a lot of financial assistance. I had my daughter 2 months ago and named her Clara. Clara? Clara? C-L-A-R-A, Clara? Clara. My son's girlfriend went ballistic. She said they were going to name their daughter Clara and that I should have consulted with them. I got pregnant first, but whatever. I told her she needs to grow up and that she doesn't own the name. My son asked me if I would consider changing Clara's name. I want to say Clara. Clara doesn't sound right. I said no, and he stormed out of the house. Well, they told me the other day that they are going to name their daughter Paxton. I guess I made a face, and she started yelling at me that this is my fault because I sold the only name she likes. I even asked her if she likes the name Paxton, and she said she is going to like it when I have to tell my friends I have a granddaughter named Paxton. Paxtyn. Paxton? Patient? Am I saying this shit right? I don't know. So she pretty much said she hates me more than she loves her daughter. My son said I have 2 months to fix this, to change Clara's name. And I told them that they are both idiots and I feel bad for their future child. I also said if they name their daughter Paxton just to be spiteful, I will not give them any further assistance. My son called me up and said I was being controlling, but when I asked him if he actually likes the name, he hung up on me. Just to make things clear, they'd never once mentioned the name Clara to me.
Am I the asshole for not attending my mom's wedding? Backstory. Me and my mom have never had the best relationship. She had me when she was 17 and was very unstable until I was about 8. I lived with grandparents and relatives for those early years because my mom was homeless. She oftentimes would send me with relatives and people who I didn't know well. I've been in dangerous situations such as home invasions and police raidings because of this. Needless to say, by the time I finally lived with my mom, I had a lot of resentment. By the time I went to live with my mom, she was dating my stepfather. Let's call him Mason. Mason seemed like a decent guy at first, but I began to see things very differently when my siblings were born. We can call them Amaya and Mason Jr. When Amaya was about 1, him and my mother were in a heated argument, and I was standing in the corner and he shouted that the only person in the house he cared about was Amaya. Mason Jr. was not born yet. Once both siblings were born, I was forced to raise them, cooking for them, cleaning the entire 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom house completely alone. I was literally Cinderella. It seems like the family was my mom, her husband, and their 2 kids, and I was just the maid and live-in babysitter. They even did things like sneak out to Six Flags without me when I was 14. I was left home alone and didn't know where my family was. They showed up at 11 p.m. with souvenirs and gifts and food for themselves, and no one even apologized or cared. I was bullied and belittled by my mother and stepfather, and I was always made out to look like a horrible kid. I could get into more detail, but I digress. Now onto the actual story. My mother divorced Mason and ended up engaged to her now husband, who we would call Dean. While I was happy for my mother, I explicitly told her that I did not want to be a part of the wedding party. I told her that I just wanted to attend like a regular guest. She agreed in the moment, but later I was coerced into being in the wedding party along with Amaya. I paid for a dress my mother picked out, and she wanted our hair done in a specific way. To keep the peace, I went along with it. The night before my mom's wedding was a rehearsal dinner. Keep in mind that this time I'm 5 months pregnant with my first child. And on the same night, me and Amaya were supposed to be getting our hair done by someone who was also attending the wedding. We would call her Tessie. Tessie was also 5 months pregnant at this time. Our daughters were born a few days apart. The rehearsal dinner was running very late. It was about 11 p.m. at this time, and the wedding was at 9 a.m. I was pregnant and exhausted. My mother asked me to hold a bunch of things in my car for her so I could leave to take me and my sister to get our hair done without dropping off my mother's things that she had in my car. I texted my mom and told her that it was getting late and me and the hairstylist are both pregnant and tired. The hairstylist is waiting up for us to come to her house to do both of our hair at 11 p.m. and her house is about 40 minutes away from the rehearsal dinner. I stated in the most polite way that she is being inconsiderate of others. She did not text me back. Instead, she came out to my car yelling and berating about how inconsiderate I am. It turned into a screaming match where she told me she would never help me with my unborn child, which is way left field. I called her a stupid bitch and left. I did not attend the wedding the next day. So, am I the asshole?
My boyfriend, Prank, broke up with me, and he didn't like my reaction.
Well, duh.
We've been together for 3 years and planning on moving in together before the summer. Everything was amazing, and I, female 38, had been so excited. He, male 37, was visiting his family over Easter, and we kept the usual contact and I love you / I miss you talk. Then he texted me that he was having cold feet and he wasn't sure about us, and it was over. I called him immediately and he said the same things. I told him we could talk when he got home, but he said it was no use. I texted him later that we should talk when he's back home so we could talk face to face. He wrote that I'm sorry for hurting you, but it's over. This seemed very final to me, so I wrote, I understand. Good luck to you. Then I haven't tried to contact him. A few days later, he called and I didn't answer, and then he texted me to pick up, but I didn't. He came home yesterday and immediately to my apartment, and he was so angry. It was a joke, but he was hurt over how indifferent I acted and gave up so easily. He yelled some more and then left. I'm very heartbroken now. I just believed him and acted accordingly, but he thinks even if it was true, I should have been more devastated that a beautiful relationship of 3 years has ended and that it deserved better than, okay, good luck text. I didn't fight enough for the relationship.
Am I the asshole for not inviting the neighbors snitch or the HOA board to our neighborhood barbecue? There are around 10 houses in my neighborhood of 120 that are not in the HOA, mine included. We, or the previous owners, were smart enough to not join the HOA. As a result, I'm able to make extensions that I have on my pool, which I host neighborhood parties occasionally. My HOA is one of the worst HOAs, constantly fining people hundreds of dollars for parking violations, painting their fence the wrong shade of brown, wrong curtain colors, having 2 flags, etc. They're not the worst HOA, but they're really bad. We've also got a really crappy neighbor, Jessica, who likes to go around and snap photos of people's violations and then post it on the Nextdoor app to shame them. She prides herself in thinking it makes the neighborhood better when she's shaming the Smiths for having a fence that's 2 inches too high, or the Johnsons for having a light brown door instead of a dark brown door. Jessica is just a jerk, and she probably cost the neighbors thousands of dollars in fees by forcing them to renovate. I absolutely lost my shit when Jessica posted in the Nextdoor app about how Mrs. Johnson, an 85-year-old woman currently having serious medical issues, has a lawn that's a couple of inches too high. She obviously can't mow the lawn and was too busy to notice, and the HOA fined her $500. I made a post in the Nextdoor app saying that the HOA nor Jessica were invited to my barbecue at my house. Jessica went on a rant saying how much of an angel she is and how she protects the neighborhood doing her duty, and I told her that she is being a jerk and a scumbag busybody that has nothing better to do. A couple people said that I was bullying and excluding her and her 4 friends who were boycotting the party and hosting their own party. The party happened and nobody else showed up, and theirs was not a blast, but ours was, and apparently she cried about it.
Am I wrong for saying my wife will have to quit her job if we get booted from another daycare? My wife and I have a 3-year-old daughter, Alexis. Both of us work, and Alexis has attended daycare since she was 1. In the 2 years since, we have been asked to leave 2 programs because my wife is a micromanager. I admit both of us went into the first program not really understanding daycare. I quickly learned that they can't provide personalized care, and after learning from her teachers, I reset my expectations. My wife, however, has a lot of anxiety and worries about her daughter. She hates when she even gets a little upset. She's in therapy and is working on it. First program, my wife would constantly watch the live feed and call the daycare multiple times a day. We had several talks about it, and the school talked to us twice. My wife ended up screaming at one of the teachers and then the director. We were terminated immediately. The second daycare was a little better because my wife began therapy, but my wife was still so nervous and had to complain every single day. These were not important things. Small things like how she saw another child took away a toy from Alexis and she would cry. The teacher would give the toy back to Alexis, but my wife didn't understand why the other child wasn't punished for it. This daycare didn't kick us out, but did eventually suggest that this may not be the best program for us. My wife and I decided to pull Alexis out. My wife, because of her anxiety, myself, because I knew my wife had burned bridges and was becoming one of those moms. We chose a smaller home daycare this time as we couldn't afford another center. The woman who owns it is very nice but also firm. She stands by her boundaries and won't let my wife break any rules, whereas the centers were definitely more accommodating. My wife would take any inch she got. This time she doesn't get that opportunity. I thought all was well as the owner only speaks to my wife for the most part. Then I get put in a group text saying my wife has been bombarding the owner with text every day, despite the owner saying she will text her at lunch when things are settled. She said at this point she will only be responding at specific times of the day and not looking the rest. The owner then sent several pages of the contract with passages highlighted reminding us of certain policies my wife has violated. I was pissed. When Alexis went to bed that night, my wife and I talked. I said this was our last option for daycare. The other centers are too expensive and this was the only home daycare in the area that we like. A nanny is not in our budget. My wife made a million excuses, including that it's not her fault that she's anxious. I said if we are asked to leave this program too, my wife will be the one quitting her job to watch Alexis, not me. This upset my wife. I pointed out I've spoken to her kindly about this plenty of times. I encouraged her to keep up her therapy, but she can't keep getting us kicked out of programs. My wife is now not speaking to me. So, am I the asshole?
My wife has applied to be a surrogate without my knowledge. My wife, 31 female, walks up to me, 35 male this morning and proceeds to tell me she's applied and was approved to be a surrogate mother. That is a situation that requires 2 yeses. You don't just go up to your husband and tell him, I've been approved to be a surrogate. It's going to happen, so get fucking used to it. That's not how that works. When you're married, you have to make these decisions together. My wife and I have been married for 2 years, together for 7. We have 2 kids of our own and have been trying for a 3rd. How is that supposed to work with surrogacy? Does that mean you guys have to stop trying for the baby? Because how the hell we supposed to wait till the baby is born to test it and decide whose child it is? Like, how does that work? She's a stay-at-home mom. I provide for the family. I'm clearly agitated by the situation. I'm not yelling and screaming mad, but I'm upset. This decision affects our entire family. Not only have we been trying for our own baby, but this is going to be hard on our family, on our relationship, on her body, her mental and emotional health. I've expressed all of this to her, and all she can come up with is that it's a selfless act to help another family, which I understand it does help another family, but at what cost? Her marriage, her kids. I can't stop what I'm doing to take care of her when she's pregnant, especially if it's not my kid. I don't need or want the money she would be paid for carrying the child. We're well off because of what I provide. Please, Reddit, tell me if I'm the asshole. I probably won't have an update for a while. Ironically, this all had to transpire on Mother's Day, so she's currently out with her mother for the next few hours. And when she gets home, I'm gonna try to do something special for her with our kids, because it's Mother's Day and shit. So honestly, I don't think you're the asshole because I completely understand why you would be upset. You were blindsided with this decision. She's already decided she's going to go through with it without even stopping for a second to consider how you would feel about it and even bring it up to you so you could express how you felt about it. I think it's absolutely wonderful that she's able to be a surrogate, but she's going about it in all the fucking wrong ways. She's got children and a husband that she has to worry about. Yes, she's already had been pregnant and given birth multiple times, but each pregnancy is different. We do not know what's going to happen while she's pregnant with this baby. You want to be selfless and you want to help people, but like you said, at what cost? At what cost? A lot of people are surrogates and still go through horrible pains when it comes to being selfless and wanting to help another family have a baby. It's great wanting to help other people, but you have to be selfish at some point. You have to think about other people and how this is going to affect you thoroughly, because there's no going back. Like you said, you guys are already you were working on having a third, and then she decides, are you sure she actually wants another child? Does she want another child, or does she just want to be pregnant? It happens. It happens. I don't think you're the asshole at all. I completely understand why you're angry.
Because my mother drives me absolutely fucking insane. Clearly, I was crying. By the looks of it, you can fucking tell that I was crying. I had a mentee B this morning. I was on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B. While I'm on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B, my mother calls. So I'm like, let's just add her in. Sissy's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, let's just add her in. She's like, does mom know what's happening? I'm like, no, not really. So like, let's just add her the fuck in. So I add my mother in. Immediately, he's like, are you crying? I'm like, yeah. And I tell her what I'm crying about. This woman goes, without hesitation, imagine having 3 kids, Olivia. Imagine having 3 kids with no money and you don't know what you're doing and you're leaving an abusive, narcissistic man. I'm like, what the? Like, that doesn't even apply to my situation. Like, what I'm having the mentee be about, it doesn't even apply to that. And so Sissy and I are just like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, I was one of the kids that you had, bitch. Like, I was one of the kids, you know? Like, did you forget I was there? Like, I was in the play, you know? Like, what? And why did she randomly bring that up? Sissy was like, you're like the victim of every situation, mom. Like, okay, that was scary lighting and I know we all saw it. She was like, you cannot just like let someone have their moment or like let someone be sad. Like, you have to just like chime in and like let them know that you've had it worse. You know, literally, like I could be upset about something and she's like, imagine me, I lost my mom, my dad, I don't have a nephew anymore. And it's like, what? Like, what? No one's even talking about death in this bridge. She'll like bring it up. She'll be like, I've lost so many people. Newsflash, bitch, so have I. We've lost the same fucking people. But she just loves to like, and it drove me so insane. Like, and it gets worse. Like, this woman loves to just be like, and I went through this. Hello, I'm your daughter. I was there with you and I went through it as well. But what the fuck does this have to do with me having a mentee B about something I'm going through that has nothing to do with like dead people or like being a single mother? I get it that you went through the trenches. I get it, mom. You did that. What? This is not what we're talking about. Sissy's like, okay, mom, we gotta go. Like, we gotta go. She's like, Olivia, just ask the Holy Spirit for... No. Came into this FaceTime. You made it about you. And now you're asking me to ask Jesus, and she knows it pisses me off. She knows it pisses me off every single time that she's like, ask the Holy Spirit. When did I sign up to go to church? When did I sign up to have my mother become a preacher? When did I sign up for these? Ask the Holy... No. I'm like eyes puffy crying, listening to her being like, ask the Holy... Sissy's like, mom, we really gotta go. And she's like, Olivia, you have nothing to worry about. Okay. Leaves the FaceTime and Sissy's like, we can't do that again. Like, we can't. Love my mother to death. I love her to pieces. But she just like has always been that way where she doesn't have the best things to say in a situation. Like, I'm having a mentee be about something and she comes in and is like, imagine being a single mother. Okay. And I told her, my ex and I exchanged like a few text messages. She's like, you've never learned anything from the past and you're goodbye.
Am I wrong for offering my kid's nanny more money and hours so she won't work for my sister-in-law? My husband and I have 3 kids, 10-month-old female, 4 male, 10 female. We currently have a nanny, Isabel, 22 female, 3 days a week. I have to say, Isabel is fucking amazing. She drives on field trips. She does homework with the kids. She handles play dates. She's the only adult my 10-year-old likes. She's not dependent on screens, does art projects with the kids. She speaks 10-year-old, and she's even teaching them how to cook and bake. They made mini quiches a few weeks ago. My oldest is doing state testing right now and wanted a fun activity with her friends. Isabel suggested a spa day, and my daughter loved it. I set up a day for my 4-year-old to go home with his grandparents and let Isabel turn our living room into a spa. She's picked up my daughter, my niece, and 2 friends, brought them to our house, and did their hair, nails, while they laid back and did face masks. I guess my niece was telling her mom how cool Isabel is, because my sister-in-law texted Isabel offering her a nanny position 4 days a week, matching whatever I pay, but only for 1 kid. Isabel showed me the text and told me that she would have to think about it, because the extra money would be nice. I told her if she promised to stay, next year I'd have her at 5 days a week with a $5 per hour raise. Isabel turned my sister-in-law down, saying that she had received a better offer, and now my sister-in-law is telling my husband's family that I stole a nanny from her. They're upset that I outbid my sister-in-law and gave Isabel extra money and hours just so my sister-in-law wouldn't get her. My husband said it was petty. Am I wrong for offering Isabel a raise and more hours so she doesn't work for my sister-in-law? A nanny costs about the same as daycare for 3 kids, but offers much higher quality care. You don't have to be rich to have a nanny.
Am I the asshole for pissing off my HOA by doing home renovations on the weekend? My HOA a few weeks ago decided that they will not be allowing home renovations during the weekend. They never gave a sensible reason other than people want to enjoy the weekends without noise or something. Kind of ridiculous if you ask me. Well, last Thursday a tree fell on my shed, crushing it and also destroying my gutters. I don't have time on the weekdays. It was going to take me and my wife quite a while to fix it. She can't do it alone, so we waited until Saturday morning. We were both too busy with work, and I was out of town until Saturday morning, so we did it then. To me, this didn't even seem as a renovation. These were emergency repairs. Well, we spent about 6 hours, and we fixed the shed, gutters, replaced some shingles, and had found someone to remove the tree and take the wood away. Well, the HOA was not happy. They sent me a letter saying I need to pay a fine for violating the CCRs. I am 100% sure that's illegal and they can't do this. I ignored it. They then came and visited me and explained to me I need to pay a few $100 fine and that this was a violation of the CCRs, blah, blah, blah. I told them what I did was not wrong. I had a serious problem, I had to fix it, and I was only available on the weekends. Now leave me alone and do not ever talk to me again about this, and I shut the door. He came back with more HOA members and they basically said the same shit again, and I'm getting more and more agitated and told them that they need to kindly fuck off. I slammed the door and I've been getting more letters saying that they won't condone or tolerate my aggressive behavior. So am I the asshole?
My fiance and I are planning to get married this summer. We both want quite a lavish wedding at a winery in another state. The two of us agree that it's the most important occasion in our lives, so we should make it as memorable as possible. We both have stable jobs and a good amount of savings, but it's not quite enough for the admittedly ambitious plans we have in our heads.
Right.
My father passed away in January, and in his will, he left me a very valuable, think 5 figures, family heirloom. I'm not much for big family traditions, so although it's a nice thing to have, I'm not massively attached to it. My brother, however, is a huge history nerd and is really, really attached to it. After some discussion, my wife-to-be and I decided we would like to sell the heirloom to pay for our wedding. My brother, who is also my best man, was furious when he found out and said he wanted nothing to do with the wedding anymore. He thinks my wife-to-be and I are behaving like spoiled brats. In addition, he convinced my uncle and cousins not to come to the wedding either. He took it too far. With our parents having passed away, this means that virtually none of my family will attend the wedding, which I'm really upset about. I think since I legally inherited the heirloom, I could do what I want with it. I think he's just upset because I ruined his expectations of one day inheriting it. Since my uncle and cousins agree with him enough and they're not coming to the wedding, I'm not so sure anymore if I'm in the right.
Is it just me that got dribbled by a boyfriend who then introduced me to his sister, who I later find out is actually his girlfriend? And the hijacking I had 3 months ago, he orchestrated it and took the car, the money and the jewelry they took during the hijacking, gave it to his girlfriend, and I find out later on. Is it just me? Here's a story from Anonymous.
Am I the asshole for being upset that my niece requested payment when I asked her to babysit? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My husband, 30s male, and I, 30s female, have a 3-year-old son together, Max. He's a sweet kid but has a difficult time in unfamiliar situations and can get overstimulated easily. A little while ago, my husband was across the country on a work trip while I was home with Max. I got a call one morning from his manager informing me that my husband had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. He couldn't tell me much but said that although he was stable, it didn't look good and I should come as soon as I can. I freaked out and booked a ticket just for myself because it would be almost impossible to travel with Max and I could barely afford the last-minute ticket for myself. I called my mom, who lives a few hours away, and asked her to come watch Max while I'm away. At this point, I needed someone to watch Max for the time it would take for my mom to arrive so I could make my flight. I called 3 friends, 1 didn't answer and 2 were unable to help. We live close to my brother and sister-in-law who has a daughter, 17 female, Sarah. Sarah answered the door and said her parents are out. I explained the situation and asked if she would watch Max for a couple hours until my mom came. She babysits for local families and obviously charges them for her services. We've never asked her to babysit before. She showed some concern for my husband, and when I asked her again, she said something along the lines of, well, you'll pay me, right? I usually charge X amount of dollars. I stared at her for a moment, not really expecting that response, and then my friend who didn't answer called me back and said of course she would watch Max. So I took Max and left without saying anything to my niece. I then flew to see my husband. He ended up needing surgery but is making a full recovery. A few days after he was able to fly home, we had dinner with my brother and sister-in-law. I mentioned I had asked Sarah to watch Max and that she brought up payment in that moment. My brother said he would talk to her because that's not an appropriate reaction. My sister-in-law and I ended up arguing. She said that I was entitled for being surprised that she asked for money.
If your partner cheated on you, do you reckon you're more inclined to want to tell people about it or to keep it a secret?
I tell everybody everything. Like, and I know that kind of defies the entire concept of this podcast, but I don't actually have secrets.
No, it's why we need you here on the pod.
So I just think I would tell everybody, especially because, like, even if you end up getting back together with them, like, I do think that it's fair to give the people in your life a little bit of context as for your relationship. What if something else happens further down the track? Like, you wouldn't be able to explain that to them 1 or 2 years in the future, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think there's like such thing as too much context though? Because I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum to you in that, like, I feel like I do keep secrets because I feel like if I was in this position, I wouldn't want to tell people too much just in case we got back together and then that would taint their perception and all of their interactions with my husband, you know?
Am I the asshole for going to the Met Gala and not donating any money to fleeing Palestinians?
Yes. ABWSDR has partnered up with Operation Olive Branch and Passed the Hat to talk to you today about Walla and her family of 8 doctors and medical specialists.
Currently, Walla is residing in Sweden. She has thankfully already gotten out of Gaza, but the rest of her family still currently resided because they stayed behind to help care for the Gazan population.
And these people have already been through it all. They've seen their homes destroyed, hospitals destroyed, their places of work destroyed. They've been through starvation, illness, homelessness, and they still provided medical care for other Palestinians in Gaza. And now they're asking for our help too.
Currently, they're asking for $65,000 to both evacuate and get a fresh start to their lives. Currently, they are at $11,000, which means they only need about $54,000 USD to evacuate and again get a fresh start. And thankfully, because we have the 400,000 TikTok followers, if every single person that follows us only donated a single dollar, we would be able to not only get them the help they need, but plenty of others that are also trying to evacuate.
Yep, so definitely go into the link in our bio. It'll be the first link in our link tree. Donate if you can. If not, like, comment, share, watch the video on 2 times speed so that it gets boosted in the algorithm. Send it to your friends, family, etc. And thank you guys for your support so much. We love you guys.
Of course.
Yeah, and Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Since then, she has started labeling any drink she brings for herself and makes a point of saying it's hers. After all of this, I have said to my housemaid that I don't want her staying at our place unless she's going to start paying for rent, paying for bills, and pitching in to pay for food. Imagine that you are this guy and your friend is bringing this guy around and he's there eating up the jollof rice that you cooked that you wanted to take to uni. He left something in the fridge. You thought it was just, let's say it was even like bread. You taken the last 2 slices or taken a couple of slices, and now he's coming at you like, why are you taking my stuff? Yeah, where's my bread? Buy me new bread. How are you going to be reacting knowing that the person that this person's with is your very good friend?
I'm dramatic and petty. So as she's labeling the stuff, me too, I'll start labeling everything. The
I might
chair.
put my label on top of the chair.
The doorknob.
You're not labeling the chair and the doorknob, Tammy.
See, that's what we're all doing. We're labeling stuff. Me too, I'll bring out my label machine and I'll start labeling things.
I'll even
the
put
floor,
my label-
I'll label it. Because I'm paying for it.
Yeah.
It's mine.
Yeah.
That's what I'll start doing. And we'll see whether she'll use those things.
Yeah.
You can't walk in here because this is my floor. Can't walk there. the door. I even labeled the partner. This is my friend.
Am I the asshole for not making my kids go with my ex's wife and their children or inviting them to join us on Mother's Day? No. You are entitled to spend Mother's Day with your children. My ex and I broke up and we were never married when I was pregnant with our youngest child, who's now 12, and our oldest, that's almost 14. Ex moved 20 hours away when my youngest was 5 months old. He was following a better job, plus he was bored of our home state and wanted a change. He told me this before he left, and when I asked about the kids, he told me he'd still be an involved dad, just at a distance. I have primary custody. He sees them for 3 weeks in the summer and every other Christmas and Thanksgiving. It's not a lot, and the kids aren't very close to him and have grown to enjoy the time with him less as they get older. Part of this is because they don't feel like he makes enough effort. Another part is the fact that he got married 2 years after the move and has more children with his current wife. So the kids feel replaced. I can't blame them, so I put them in therapy to help them get through this. That's a really, really good idea. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you decided to put them in therapy instead of just letting it fester and get worse as they got older. That was a very, very good decision on your part. I hardly ever hear from my ex or his wife. I get 3 emails from him a year and maybe 5 replies if I'm lucky, which is him giving me dates and me asking him questions and getting responses to those. The kids do not have a close relationship or any type of bond with their half-siblings. Sunday morning, we got the shock of our lives when my ex's wife showed up with her and ex's kids and said she came to spend the day with them so they could be with her and their half-siblings. Bitch, you mean to tell me you showed up at my motherfucking house on Mother's Day to come and get my goddamn kids to spend Mother's Day with you and your kids? Bitch, move around. Not now, but right fucking now. Move the fuck around. My kids said they didn't want to go and walked away without saying anything else to her. She looked so offended at the door and told me to make sure they get ready. And then you're going to tell me to make sure that my kids are ready when they, out of their mouths, have told you they don't fucking want to go. Ma'am, I suggest you go wherever the hell the fuck you just came from. Because, no, this lady's got balls. Massive ones. I wonder were they on sale? Because ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. My kids said they didn't want to go and walked away without saying anything else to her. She looked so offended at the door and told me to make sure they get ready. I told her no and told her she didn't get to just arrive. I told her they were spending Mother's Day with me, their mom. Bitch, what the fuck made you think this woman wasn't going to want to be with her fucking kids on Mother's Day? What the fuck made you think that you would have seniority over my motherfucking kids on Mother's Day because you're married to their father? Bitch, this is fucking insane. This lady is brave as fuck. I'm all for, having a good co-parenting relationship, but regardless of how good the relationship is, that bitch will never fucking feel comfortable enough to fly, because they're in a different state, to fly to my motherfucking house and just show the fuck up. Bitch, you had hours and hours to let me know what you were trying to plan. But instead, you showed up and thought you were going to be able to bully me into allowing my kids to just go off with you. All right. All right. Yeah. You bitches will never be that fucking comfortable with me. I don't give a damn how close we are. I don't do pop-ups. Hell no. I told her they were spending Mother's Day with me, their mom. Then I closed the door. She stayed with her kids for a few minutes before leaving. Apparently, she got home later that night. They flew, apparently, because she and my ex sent numerous emails saying I should have sent the kids with her and made them celebrate her for a change, since she's been their stepmom most of their lives. And they have siblings who wanted to see them. Ex also claimed if I refused to share, I should have invited them in to spend some time all together. They called me a bitch and unreasonable. This continued all day yesterday. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. Absolutely the hell not. No, you are not the fucking asshole. How the hell am I a bitch? Because your bitch showed up at my motherfucking house on Mother's Day. Mother's Day, the one day a fucking year that is dedicated to me being a mother, where I get recognized for everything that I fucking do. The one goddamn day a year that is mine. This bitch showed up to my motherfucking house and I'm unreasonable because I refuse to allow some fucking random that just popped up to stay at my house because her and her kids wanted to spend Mother's Day with me and with my kids, not even with me, with my kids, without bothering to let me know. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. You know what? If that makes you a bitch and unreasonable, dude, be that. Be that. Wave your bitch flag high. Be that. Because no, they are so fucking wrong. Since they only want to communicate through fucking email, what the fuck stopped them from typing out an email saying that they wanted to come out there so she could spend time with the kids too? Since they can email when they're fucking angry, why the fuck couldn't they be decent human beings and email you and let you know what they wanted to do? Absolutely not. Fuck that. Girl, no. I hope you enjoyed your Mother's Day with your babies. I truly hope you did.
Am I the asshole for being a Drake stan?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks to the efforts of Operation Olive Branch and Pass the Hat, we're here to talk about Walla and her family, consisting of 8 doctors with specialties ranging from emergency specialists to dentistry.
Walla is thankfully already out of Gaza and is currently residing in Sweden, but she needs our help to get the rest of her family out of Gaza, who stayed behind to help other families with their medical expertise.
And through staying behind, they have gone through such tremendously difficult situations such as homelessness, illness, starvation, and they stayed behind to care for the people, and now I think it's time for us to care for them and try to get them to safety and reunited with Walla.
They're currently $54,000 away from their goal, and if every one of our followers only donates $1, we would not only be able to fund their fund, but 7 other families as well.
So please go to the link in our bio to help donate to their family, as well as check out the other Palestinian links as well. There's plenty of families that need help. Definitely read Walla's story, go to their GoFundMe, consider donating, and if you can, definitely like, share, and comment on this video in order to boost it in the algorithm and get more care and attention to people that need it. Thank you very much for listening, and Free Palestine.
Absolutely, thank you. Free Palestine.
Am I wrong for being pissed that there was no alcohol at a wedding? One of my 35 male best friends, 34 male, got married last week. He drinks alcohol, and our friend group will meet up at breweries a few times a month to hang out. His fiance, now wife, does not drink. It's never been a part of her life. My wife and I got a hotel room by the reception space and Ubered to the wedding. The ceremony occurs, we go to what's supposed to be cocktail hour, and there was just soda and water. No alcohol. This was not something we knew about ahead of time. There was palpable buzz among our friend group at the lack of booze. A lot of us had spent money on a hotel room and Ubering anticipating drinking. Kind of pissed. Bride and groom come to cocktail hour, everyone cheers, and when the bride and groom come mingle with us, I asked, where's the booze? His wife chimes in saying her family does not drink and that they were paying for the wedding, thus no alcohol. I told him that we should have known that ahead of time. I say I wasted money on a hotel room and Ubering. The bride does not take my commentary well and implies I might have a drinking problem. I don't. I only drink with my friends. The groom says I don't need to be such an asshole. I reiterate that I spent a bunch of money on something I didn't need. We all did. The bride's pissed at me and asks me to leave. My wife and I leave, but it's clear I touched a nerve. In our group chat, friends were mixed on me saying something. My wife said I wasn't wrong, but my timing was wrong. Was I the asshole? Oh my god. You dumbass. You're not an asshole, you're a dumbass. Who the hell do you think you are to come to someone else's event that you are not contributing any monetary amount to say, why don't you have this? It's not anyone's obligation to give you any alcohol. What the heck? And for that to be a deal breaker for you to want to come to someone's event, you're a shitty friend and a shitty person.
Am I the asshole for keeping my word about not letting my sister into my daughter's life over her choice of a baby name? My sister Callie, 28 female, and I, 30 female, have never gotten along. Let's get that out of the way right now. I know my judgment is probably biased because of this. Ever since we were kids, she would always try to copy or one-up me. For example, in school, she joined every club or sport I was in and tried to beat me at it. Debate class, chess, tennis, etc. Callie would always throw it in my face that she had better friends than me, which really meant she was in the popular crowd, while I preferred to be friends with people that I actually liked. Our mom went to an Ivy League school, which I also applied to and was accepted. And when it was time for Kelly to apply for colleges, she applied to an even more prestigious Ivy League and was rejected. She threw a big fit about not getting in when she was, quote, a much better student than me. Anyways, Kelly and I were both pregnant at the same time. I was pregnant first, and once my partner and I found out the gender, we decided to use a name that I've loved since I was little. Josephine. Kelly knows that this is my dream baby name, and I thought she'd have enough respect to consider this one name as off limits, but no. 2 weeks later, she and her boyfriend announced that they were pregnant with baby Josie. I called her up to ask if she was really going to name her baby the same name as mine, and she smugly said that I was free to change my baby's name because she hadn't been born yet. Never mind that she was far less along than I was. My partner and I stuck to our guns because we honestly didn't think she'd go through with it, and we welcomed baby Josephine into the world 6 months ago. We announced the birth on social media, and to my horror, the very next week, Kelly posted a picture of some custom blankets she ordered with the name Josie on them for her little JoJo, which is a nickname my partner and I used for our Josephine in our post. I called her again to basically tell her to change her plans for the baby's name because my Josephine had already been born and her name is on the birth certificate. I told Kelly bluntly that I was calling her bluff, and she told me that she wasn't bluffing and that I was free to change my baby's name or else there would be 2 JoJos in the family. I called her a huge narcissist and told her that she wasn't welcome in my baby JoJo's life if she went through with stealing my JoJo's name. Take a shot every time, JoJo. Sorry, don't do that. Don't do that. Drink water. 2 weeks after my birth, Kelly gave birth to her baby Josie. I didn't contact her at all, not to offer support or to tell her off for stealing my baby's name. I figured that she was in recovery and that I shouldn't stress her out immediately after giving birth. Last week, Kelly called me up because she wanted to come over and meet my baby now that she's 6 months old. I asked her if she changed her baby's name, and she confusedly said no. I reminded Kelly of what I'd told her back before our babies were born, and she called me an, quote, unreasonable bitch. Now the whole family is up in arms against me for not letting my sister meet her niece. So am I the asshole here? Listen, that was a lot of that baby's name being said so many times in the past couple paragraphs. I would be upset for sure. I would get over it. I'm gonna name my child what I want to name them regardless. But her sister being like, you can change it off the birth certificate. Like, are you kidding me? Come on. Oh my gosh, do you guys remember JoJo? JoJo, the singer? Oh, she was great. Oh, I hope she's doing well. Anyways, what do you guys think? What are our thoughts, y'all?
I remember how a man really pissed me off yesterday, and I was like, I need to tell you. This man I used to talk to, I don't even know if I could say used to talk to, because apparently I'm just like a little whore to him, which is weird because we never hooked up. We've been communicating for a while. Like, we were really good friends first, and then we started like getting flirty, like doing that whole thing, whatever. He'll hit me up all the time for like business things. Don't get me, it's so embarrassing to admit this, but I guess I'm going to. He'll like hit me up and be like, oh, can you? Basically, he wants me to build brand deals for him. I don't know how else to phrase this, and it's really weird, and I don't do it because I like can't. Imagine me going to my manager being like, oh, can I film this brand deal for like a guy who like into? My manager would be like, no, absolutely not. Like, you're weird as shit for that. Anyways, that's not the point. He texts me 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning on Thursday. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, going to the gym. And he was like, oh, like, when do you get back? I'm like, I have meetings until like 1 p.m. Like, what's up? And he was like, I just need like an hour of your time. So I'm thinking this man wants me to film like another brand, not even film another brand. We've never even filmed a brand deal, but I'm thinking this man just like, it's work things. Like, that's all I'm thinking. He was like, well, what about tomorrow? Like, are you free tomorrow? And I was like, no, like, not really. I'm like, is this business stuff? And he was like, no. What do you mean, no? Like, what do you mean? Basically, he was hitting me up to sleep with him at 8 in the morning on a Thursday. I was baffled by this. Number one, him saying, oh, can I just like need an hour of your time. I'm like, an hour of my time? To find out you were just trying to whore me out for an hour? Like, what the fuck? 2, we don't speak often. Like, we rarely speak. To slide in my to slide in my text messages, trying to sleep with me is the most disrespectful thing. And I don't know if it's so disrespectful because it was 8 in the morning. Every part of me wanted to go off on him, and I was like, forget it. Like, I don't even have the energy to explain to a man why it's inappropriate to text me at 8 in the morning trying to fuck when we've never even slept together. We're not like that. I told him, like, in the text, I told him, I was like, no, like, I literally decided, like, I just wanted to be your friend. Like, that's really all I want from you. I'm lying. I don't even want that because he's a shitty fucking friend. I would not even want him as a friend. I don't even want him in my life. Like, because I wanted him back then when he was fucking normal, but this version of him, I'm like, absolutely not. I want nothing to do with you. He was like, oh, like, you make all your friends, like, whatever. He, like, brought up a sexual thing. I did one time, and he was like, do you make all your friends do that? I was like, just the emotionally immature ones. Like, fuck you. I'm gonna go out, be gorgeous, have a fun night. You should do the same.
I walked out in the middle of a date because he farted and lied about it. Okay, so I wanted to come on here and share my side because my date made a post about this about a month ago. So this guy and I, let's call him Dave, hit it off after talking for a few weeks. I agreed to go out on a date with him because he was really fun, intelligent, and cute, just to name a few. So as we were getting to know each other, we discussed things that we love, as well as things that we hate, and annoyances from previous relationships. None of them from either of us were pretty crazy. Some of mine were I won't tolerate dishonesty, I don't like feet, and I hate bathroom talk. Fast forward to our date and everything is going well. We get our appetizers, our drinks. He got some kind of bean soup as an appetizer and he was slurping it out of the bowl. That didn't really bother me, it was just noticeable. So dinner comes out and he lets out the loudest rank fart I've ever had the displeasure of witnessing. And I work in healthcare. And honestly, he looked so embarrassed that I was just gonna ignore it and continue on with dinner. That is until he practically yelled out, I didn't fart. It was the chair. That it wasn't him and the chair farted. He promised it was the chair. So I said, okay, please stop saying that and lower your voice. I kid you not. This man started scooting his chair around like a little kid, telling me he'd prove to me that it was the chair and that it wasn't him. This went on for a solid 5 minutes. I was so embarrassed and he just wouldn't let it go. So I just finally got up and left. He left me several voicemails telling me how dramatic I was for leaving over a squeaky chair and how ridiculous my pet peeves were. To this day, I never responded to him. But can you really blame me for walking out? Bye.
Am I the asshole for saying no to babysitting my sister's almost stepson during her wedding? Sister Lee, 28 female, is getting married to Daniel, 30 male, in 2 weeks. Daniel has an 8-year-old son named Kingsley. Last week, Lee asked me if I, 20 male, would babysit Kingsley during the wedding. She said Daniel's parents were supposed to do it, but they were refusing, and it had become such a big argument that she thought of me. Why they saying no? Is he bad? If he's bad, I'm not fucking watching him either. Hell no. I asked her why Daniel's parents were saying no. She said they were worried about Kingsley's behavior. Hell no. I asked her why she would think that I would want to. She told me because I want her to enjoy her wedding and because I'm a great little brother and to think about it as bonding with my almost nephew. Not you trying to manipulate me. Why would I want to watch his badass son? Well, because you want me to enjoy my wedding. Y'all should have thought about that before you decided you was going to have this badass 8-year-old here. If ain't nobody going to watch him, then maybe he needs to be with a goddamn babysitter. I told her that I didn't want to deal with his anger and tantrums and that there was no way we would be bonding when he doesn't want his dad to be married again. Lee told me they needed someone to do it because if he makes a scene, it would delay the whole wedding if she or Daniel had to deal with it. She told me he might not be happy and he might be missing his mom. Kingsley's mom passed away. But she and Daniel are doing everything to help him through this and to show him that he has a bigger family now and doesn't need to chase her off or reject her. She said she's showing him that she will always be around even if he hates it right now. And for things to go well, she needs me to come through for her. Maybe y'all need to fucking stop. Maybe you need to take a fucking pause instead of trying to force this. I'm trying to show him that he has a bigger family. That baby don't want a family right now. Maybe y'all should take a fucking break and think about what the fuck Kingsley's going through and not what the fuck you want. I still said no. Lee was upset. She and Daniel called me 2 days later and asked if I would reconsider it if they paid me. I told them I wouldn't, and I suggested they use that money and hire someone if they really want Kingsley to have a babysitter. Fucking right? Lee tried begging, but Daniel was pissed at that point and told me I was throwing away the chance to help my sister and to get to know his son. Am I the asshole? No, you do not have to watch anybody's misbehaving ass fucking child if you don't want to, regardless of what their relationship is to you or to any fucking body else. They asked, you said no. That's it. That's all. Why are they pushing so hard for family to watch this little boy when they already know that he has issues. This little boy is going through a lot, and instead of them handling it beforehand, before the wedding gets here, they're trying to push him off on anybody that they can so they can enjoy their wedding. Come the fuck on. These people fucking suck. Your sister and Daniel fucking suck. Your sister and Daniel are getting married. I truly feel like if you were going to bond and try to get to know your nephew, you would have tried to do that by now. And why would you wait until the wedding when he does not want his dad to get married again to try to bond with him? This baby's gonna be angry. He don't want to bond with no fucking body. Like these people suck. They suck so much. OP said in a comment that Kingsley refuses to talk to him or his parents. So him trying to get to know him is completely wild. Like, it's not gonna fucking happen. The reason they don't have a bond now is because Kingsley is not interested in it. He's not interested in it, and they're trying to force it because they're getting married. These people suck so much, and I feel so sorry for this baby because he is going through a lot. He's lost his mom, and he's not ready for this to happen, but because they want it to happen, they're gonna make it happen, and they're gonna try to push him off on anybody that they fucking can. The rest of that shit aside, I truly feel like the biggest picture here is the fact that they are trying to use a wedding to show this boy that Lee's not going anywhere. This baby, I'm just guessing, this baby probably feels like she's coming in and replacing his mommy, and he's angry about that. And instead of therapy, we're doing everything that we can to show him that he can't just reject me and expect me to go away. How about you put this baby in therapy? Daniel and his son need to be going to fucking therapy. They don't need to be getting married right now. They have way bigger issues other than who's going to babysit Kingsley during the wedding. They have so many other issues, yet they're choosing to pretend as if this wedding is going to solve everything. They have so many other issues, and it frustrates me so much. It frustrates me so much that they are not putting this baby first when he is the most important person in this relationship right now. No. LP, you're not the asshole. Your sister and Daniel most certainly are.
I think my wife is flirting with the mailman and have proof.
Oh, ooh.
She claims she is not and now won't talk to me.
What's the proof? A UPS tracking number? Like, what are you, like, what? What's the proof? She says, hi, John. Bye, John.
My wife and I are in our 30s. We have been married for 2 years. When we got married, we moved into a nice small house in the suburb.
Okay.
Last summer, we got a new mailman who is objectively attractive. Not going into detail, but he looks good.
Do you want to fuck the mailman?
That's what I said when I read this. I was like, okay, man. Towards the end of summer, I noticed my wife was almost always outside around the time he would bring the mail. I actually started tracking when she would go out on a spreadsheet.
No. No, stop. Stop. No. Once you bring Excel into something, you gotta stop.
She averaged going out 20 minutes before the mail would get there. Obviously some variation as the mail didn't come at the exact same time each day, but it was weird.
So she's going, like, out to the porch or, like, going out to get the mail and waiting for the mailman? Is that the...
Yes.
Okay.
She was, and he's logging it on his spreadsheet.
On his Excel spreadsheet,
My
yes.
wife flirting with other men spreadsheet. She would work on our...
Do you enjoy it? This is a lot of work for something you're saying you don't like.
I know. She would work on our front patio and then have a short conversation with the mailman. Then, in about 7 minutes on average, she would come back inside.
Sorry, hold on.
I know. 7 minutes after.
What are you doing? So
playing around with Excel.
Is she? So okay, she's going out and doing chores on the porch, or like doing some garden, and
she says hi to the mailman. She gets the mail and she comes back inside.
But if she's doing chores also outside, she's probably doing chores most of it. I think it's a little weird to want to talk to the mailman every fucking day. I think that's a little weird. I don't think the right response is not talking to her about it and logging it like you're a fucking supervisor. Like, even my managers at Disney weren't this fucking bad.
My micromanaging your wife?
It's fucking
because
crazy.
you think she's flirting with the mailman?
Is she like going out like braless and giving him a sandwich or something? Like what are you doing?
Not asked for.
Not asked for? Like come on.
Then in about 7 minutes on average, she would come back inside and work from her office.
Okay.
Another thing I noticed is that her clothes seemed to change when she went outside.
Ooh.
Almost 70% of the time, she would have a tank top on, then put a shirt over that when she came back inside. I didn't say anything as fall and winter came, and we live in a cold climate, so she stopped going out.
So she stopped going out during the winter, but now that spring and summer's happening, she's going outside in a tank top because it's fucking hot out. I mean, maybe
and
it
you're
isn't.
being a gremlin inside on a spreadsheet. Once in a while, she would go say hi, but not like in the summer. She also gave him a very nice tip for Christmas, and this is its own sentence. $250. I had forgotten about all this until it started getting warmer out with spring. I couldn't do another summer of this, so I decided to talk to her. Last night, I sat her down and showed her all the information from last year.
Why'd you do that? You should just, if you were actually uncomfortable, just talk about it.
I explained that I didn't feel comfortable with how much attention she gave the mailman and asked if she could not do it this summer.
Are you logging how much attention she gives to you?
She didn't understand, or maybe didn't understand the numbers. My complicated data set that I've created.
My stock portfolio of your time. Like, what?
She got very upset and started yelling that she didn't do anything wrong and just happened to be out there while he was there. I tried to show her the numbers again.
Yeah, because you just wasn't getting it.
But she got upset and slammed the computer lid on my finger.
Boo-hoo?
And my shoes fell off. At that point, I was upset and walked out and went for a walk. When I got back home, she was gone and wouldn't answer her phone. She finally came home, but wouldn't talk to me. She slept on the couch, and I honestly didn't get any sleep. It's been a very weird day. She's only talked to me when absolutely needed. Otherwise, she is distant and won't talk to me. Am I overreacting, or is this normal for women to talk with the mailman?
Bitches be talking to the mailman, you know what I'm saying?
Update. People are asking for an update. Woke up this morning and she is still pissed. I guess I'll give her more time. Many of you really aren't understanding the spreadsheet.
No shit! No fucking shit, dude.
I used it to show that she went out right around the time the mailman got there. It was a way to graph averages and show consistency.
If she wasn't fucking the mailman before, she is now. You pushed her over the edge. I would be fucking the mailman now.
I may have been wrong about the tank top.
No, yeah, maybe.
I do realize that she may have taken off her top because it is hot outside.
Would I be the asshole if I reported my neighbor's bad behavior? Recently, I purchased and renovated a condo. The area that I live in has become extremely expensive, and I was ecstatic to find a place to live that would be reasonable to pay for, even though it took every scrap of savings that I had. I knew prior to purchasing that a family of 5 with younger children rented the upstairs unit, and I began to adjust my mindset to living in a building with other people. Previously, as a renter, I had always rented standalone houses with yards for my dog to have ample room to play. I expected some noise and prepared myself to adjust as best as I could. For about 2 weeks after I moved in, things were great. I could definitely hear the kids playing and moving around their house, and would occasionally hear an adult tell them to calm down if they got too rowdy. But usually all of the noise died down before 8 p.m., and I could enjoy the evenings in peace and quiet. However, things have gone way downhill since then. The kids are no longer asked to calm down. They run and jump around the house constantly, and they're usually shrieking as they do. They are frequently responsible for my light fixtures rattling and occasionally cause even the windows to rattle. The parents seem to let it build to the point where everyone is on edge, and then the fight breaks out. Most often is the mom upstairs who's yelling at the kids. Usually it's filled with insults towards the kids as well as a large amount of profanity. It's been happening constantly now for 3 months, usually multiple times per week. Of course, this usually leads to at least one of the kids screaming and crying in response, and it can last up to an hour. It's horrible to live here with this kind of activity happening. I'm not in a position to step in, and I feel horrible that these kids are being yelled at like that. And I feel tense and uncomfortable in my own home. I need some perspective. Would I be the asshole for reporting them to the HOA to get some peace back?
Am I the asshole for threatening to divorce my husband if he doesn't tell his parents that we're married? My husband and I are both 22 years old, and we have been married for 3 years now. To sum it up, we were both young and dumb, and we were going to enlist in the military, so we went and eloped to the courthouse. We were both going to keep it a secret at first and reap the benefits of the military, and then just see how our relationship went and go from there. We both ended up not enlisting to the military, so I ended up telling my parents a few months after we eloped. But he never told his parents, even though I've been asking him to. When we got married, they didn't really exactly have the best relationship, so that's why he didn't tell them. I ended up giving him an ultimatum and telling him that he needs to tell his parents by the end of this week, or else I'm divorcing him, because he's crossing a boundary that I have brought up with him multiple times over the past year. I'm uncomfortable with them not knowing, and I also feel like he's not mature enough to be in a marriage if he can't man up and tell his parents that we're married. Am I the asshole for threatening to divorce my husband if he doesn't tell his parents that we're married? And I also feel like he's not mature enough to be in a marriage if he can't man up and tell his parents that we're married. He said that he's scared to hurt them, but I countered that with he needs to get over it and that he's also hurting me. His parents love me, by the way, so that's not an issue, and I've honestly been tempted to tell them myself, but he's always stopped me from it. When I gave him the ultimatum, he immediately became defensive and said that if I don't want to be married to him, then he will just return the wedding set that he just upgraded for me. He said that I'm being an asshole for pressuring him when he's not ready yet. I told him that I wasn't saying that at all, but I'm just tired of him not being an adult, and it just makes me question our relationship. My parents also have a very big issue with him keeping this a secret, and they've brought it up to him as well. The reason that I haven't already gone home is because our parents both live on the opposite side of the country, and we also have pets. But he knows that if he doesn't tell his parents by the end of this week, then I will be moving after my summer semester is up.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband that if he doesn't end his friendship, then I will file for divorce? I will try to make this short. I'm on postpartum leave. We have a 2-month-old son. We live right next door to my husband's best friend. We moved in here a bit over a month ago. Since moving in, this dude is calling my husband multiple times a day to go off somewhere with him. The store, another buddy's house, downstairs to smoke, have a fire, etc. It has caused me so many fights already, and I'm so over it. I have literally brought it up at least 25 times, and I have told him not even a week ago that I'm moving whether he comes with me or not, because I didn't sign up to play third wheel to a grown-ass man who also has a wife at home with a baby. My husband apologized per usual and actively did get better about it. Like, he stopped leaving with him and only hung out with him once a day for maybe half an hour, and I appreciated that, and all was good. But on to the issue. He has called off work for the past 2 days because I have COVID and need help taking care of the baby because I'm literally a walking shit show right now. I'm in so much body pain that my head is screaming at me. He literally called off work telling his boss I had COVID and he needed to help me, and then took off with his buddy not even half an hour later at 12:30 this afternoon and has been gone since. They were supposed to only be going to the store 45 minutes away. It's been 5 hours. When I texted him about it, the only thing he said was, quote, "I know, babe, I'm sorry." So I texted back and said, "The f you are. Stay at your buddy's house tonight. He obviously needs you to hold it for him." That's what she said. Anyways, he says I'm an asshole because, quote, "I expected to be home already, but he's taking his sweet ass time. It's his vehicle. I'm kind of on his schedule." So I texted back asking where they were, and he told me that they stopped off at one of his guy's friend's house, and apparently he's drinking. Not my husband, supposedly. I have my doubts. I told him that he either ends his friendship or I file for divorce because this has been an ongoing, consistent issue, and I am no longer willing to deal with it. Now he's calling me manipulative and controlling, saying that I'm making him choose between me and his son or him having any sort of social life because he says I flip out every time he tries to do anything. I do. He's gone out partying at least 6 times since I gave birth 2 months ago, when, not kidding, he hadn't partied in 4 years prior to this. So am I the asshole? And then it also says at the very end, ETA. I brought up moving several times because he wasn't like this before we moved into this place, which is owned by the buddy in this post. So his best friend, his next door neighbor, owns the house that they are living in. Okay. He will agree to move and start house searching, and then the very next next day, he will be talking about the repairs he wants to make to this place as a favor to his buddy for helping us out. So basically, he wants to stay here and only told me he'd be willing to move in that moment to get me to stop talking about it. The only place I can go is to my mother's, and he has made it very clear that if I take my child there, he will take the baby from me. He says it's unsafe and not a clean house because our kitchen is in complete repair, bad floor due to underneath water damage. My mom washes her dishes in the bathtub while it's being renovated and cooks on the outdoor grill. The renovations have been taking longer than expected due to the snowstorms we have gotten. She's obviously frustrated to a degree where, I don't know, you can sense the hostility in all of her writing. Holy shit. What are your guys' thoughts? I am curious to see what everyone says.
Am I the asshole for blowing up on my husband after he told me why he didn't get me a Mother's Day gift? I lost my son at the age of 7 a few months ago due to illness. My husband is his stepdad, and the grief is still pretty raw for me. But I make sure I don't bother others with my burden, although my husband has been saying that I've become lazy and neglectful towards the home chores and work, etc. He's partially right, but those who have been in my place know how hard it is to sometimes just get out of bed these days. This is my first Mother's Day without my son. The hurt is at its highest. I went out for a walk and came home to find a lot of family and close friends sent gifts to cheer me up. Some gifts were like mementos, which really touched my heart. My husband came home an hour ago, and excitedly I showed him what everyone sent me for Mother's Day. He made a face and said that was nice. I noticed that he didn't bring anything, but I asked just to make sure. He told me he intended to not bring me a Mother's Day gift. I asked him why, and he said he didn't feel like I should hear it, but I insisted. He nonchalantly told me that it was because he thought I am no longer a mother. I was baffled by this response and blew up on him, but he told me that he meant technically. I asked if he thought that I can no longer call myself a mother just because my son passed away. He said no, that's not what he meant to say, but that the circumstances are different now, and he refused to expand on his argument. I started a big fight with him, and he went upstairs after saying that I was lashing out at him for no reason at all and that I should control my temperature. I don't know if I went too far here, and it does seem that it upset him, and he's refusing to come downstairs and speak to me. So am I the asshole?
Am I wrong for kicking my mom out of my dad's old house after finding out what she's been telling my wife? I, 33 male, am beyond angry about this. Some of my siblings are telling me it was an overreaction while also mad at what she did. I'd really like some thoughts about this because the house seems divided. My wife Cara and I were friends for 3 years. She was in a very toxic and abusive relationship for 3 years until she had begged us, me and our closest friends, to help her get out. It was difficult, but we made it possible. We all pitched in for her to stay as far as possible while she got a restraining order and all of that jazz. We each took turns going to visit, and then she found out she was pregnant, so I helped out more. Her ex passed from an overdose when my stepson, 7 male, was 4 months old, so since then we all became sort of like uncles and aunts to him. Around that time, I knew I developed feelings for her, but we never ever did anything because she had her son and personal issues to process. It didn't feel right at the time, but yes, we did start a relationship 3 years later. She's the one who first admitted she's in love with me, so things went from there. We just got married. She's 5 months pregnant with our second child. I will say that yeah, my mom had issues at the start of our relationship because she believed Cara was faking what happened to her just to make me feel sorry for her and take care of them. We went through a period of not talking until she apologized, so we mended things somewhat. My mom came to stay at our house, which was my dad's house, until he decided to give ownership to me when they moved. He passed away 10 months ago, and with the economy, my mom couldn't stay where they were living before. We are still trying to work out where she can live long term. I heard my mom get into an argument with my wife because she was trying to redecorate the nursery against Cara's wishes. All I heard was my mom telling her that she's not the lady of the house just because her fake victim sob story worked on me. She looked flustered when I demanded her to tell me what that meant, and basically she held on to the same belief, but she was willing to put up with my choices on who I marry so she doesn't lose me. Everything she had to say infuriated me. And then seeing how upset Cara was by everything, I called my brother to come pick my mom up because she can't stay here right now. My mom wouldn't stop crying not to do this to her just for being honest. She's still at my brother's, but they keep trying to talk to me to let her come back because this was my dad's house, and of course she wants to feel closer to him. But after asking Cara if this is the first time she said anything, she revealed my mom has told her numerous times what she thinks of her and kept it from me because she knew it would hurt our relationship. For that reason, I haven't let my mom come back. It's hard because I know what this house means to her and that she's still sad about my dad, but also can't forgive her for upsetting my wife. So, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for not drinking the coffee that my boyfriend has made for me? I, 24 female, have been with my boyfriend, 25 male, for 3.5 years. He knows I am a bit specific about certain things, like tidying up or how I like to cook certain dishes, and not to annoy him with those, I always make sure that I make them for myself. Now, my morning coffee is very specific. I like 2 teaspoons of instant coffee with 2 teaspoons of hazelnut syrup filled to the half cup with boiling water and the rest filled with oat milk.
That is specific.
And I like that in my specific morning coffee mug. I do realize that I sound very annoying, but because I am aware of it, I always make it myself and would never ask for someone to make my coffee exactly like that. When my colleagues are making me a coffee, I take whatever they make me and I say thank you very much. For 3.5 years, my boyfriend has seen me make my morning coffee this way and got fed up with me refusing that he makes coffee for me. So I have shown him several times exactly how I like it. But still, every time he makes it for me, it's not the right dose of coffee or hazelnut syrup, or it isn't in the right cup. I can get over that one, to be fair. And I swear, I do not want to be that annoying, but the coffee just doesn't taste how I am craving for it to taste. It's like my body isn't satisfied with it, and I keep craving coffee until I get it, but I don't want to have 2 coffees in the morning. I have told my boyfriend that I appreciate his gesture, but to let me make my coffee in the morning. This morning, he got annoyed when he asked me if I wanted coffee in bed, and I said, no, I'll make it. He said, quote, I know you're going to get up and make one, but just trust me. So I trusted him, and he made me a machine espresso coffee with a bit of syrup and some milk. I said, thanks, but I don't want to drink machine espresso in the morning. Never have I ever drank machine coffee in front of him. I don't like it, and I only ever buy capsules for him because I'm able to remember how he likes his coffee. He got really angry at me. Told me he is just trying to be nice, and I'm being an asshole about it. I very much disagree. It has been 3.5 freaking years, and I have shown him at least 10 times how I like my coffee. Once again, I never asked him to do this for me. I do not feel grateful for the gesture at all either, but am I being a spoiled asshole here?
You're not. No, you are not the asshole. Woo! She knows how specific she's being. She knows it's a lot, and that's why she makes it for herself.
Exactly.
I think, if anything, the boyfriend... it's very clear his love language is acts of service. He really wants to give some acts of service to his lovely girl. But there are other acts of service he can probably accomplish and get done. And she knows that this is one way she likes to be very specific. And I'm a similar way. I'm very specific about my coffee. And I think part of what she loves about it is making it.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. It's not even the exact flavoring of everything. I bet if the boyfriend got it exactly right, it still wouldn't hit the same as if she made it herself, because it's part of this like little accomplishment it sounds like she has for herself. And it also sounds like she's explained that
very clearly, to the point where you start wondering, why is he still pushing it after 3.5 years?
And why is this almost a fight even?
It is turning into a fight.
Because clearly there's something more there. There are just other ways to kind of scratch his itch of needing to help her. There are other things that can be done.
Do the dishes.
And I can understand, once again, maybe his need or his want to be able to do something like that. And that is showing that he's good. But if she is adamant in saying, like, this is not the act of service I need from you, then have the conversation. Listen in that way, perhaps.
You must be a really good communicator in relationships.
Oh!
This is just like the way you're breaking this down, or like therapy. Like, I feel like
I'm in a lot of therapy.
I'm just like, I feel like I just picked up so much just now.
There is not enough money in this fucking world that I would accept to date a Pisces man. I mean that with my fucking soul. They are the weirdest motherfuckers I have ever met. You could fully not believe in zodiac signs, and I'll tell you right now, go and speak to a male Pisces. And you know what? It's not even just a male Pisces. It's a male Pisces that doesn't understand how to cope with their emotions. Go talk to one of those motherfuckers for a month, and you're gonna be like, oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's a million things I'd rather fucking do than speak to a male Pisces. Male Pisces that was in my life, weirdest motherfucker. The reason why is like, he constantly thought the entire world was against him. I kid you not, every single fucking day he would be like, nah, like everyone's just preying on my downfall. Like everyone just wants to like see my fucking downfall. And I'm like, who is everybody? Like, who are we talking about? I'm looking around and I don't think a fucking soul is like preying on your downfall. I'm like just so confused. It was always him against the literal world, like against the world. He's like, nobody gets me. Like, I'm just so misunderstood. I was like, I don't even think you get you. I don't even think you're in touch with your emotions enough to understand yourself. I think that's the biggest fucking problem. Listen, I get they're a water sign. I'm a Cancer, okay? I understand a water sign better than fucking anybody. The issue Anyways, if like you're a Pisces male and you don't know how to control your emotions, you're gonna be a weird motherfucker. And that's just that. Like, you can't pay me money to date a Pisces man that doesn't understand how to cope with their emotions. Absolutely fucking not. I'd actually rather get a train ran on my asshole than like date a fucking no. Worse, like I would try and contact him. He'd be like, I'm off the grid. Like nobody can know where I am. What does that mean? You're off the grid? Like I'm just trying to have a conversation, or just even normal conversations where I'm like, what are you up to today? Like what do you have going on? Why are you worried about what I'm doing with my day? Like don't worry about that. Like no one needs to know what I'm doing with my day. Okay, so it was just a question. This is a normal conversation between two fucking people who are talking. Worse is when it's like they're posting the fucking quote or song lyrics to their Instagram story like, nobody even gets me, I'm so fucking misunderstood. I'm like, okay, what? Deadass would not wish a Pisces male on my worst fucking enemy. The entire time I spent talking to a Pisces male, all I did was look at the phone and be like, what the fuck is it? Does he even know what he's talking about? Because like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, why am I getting text messages that he's like so fucking misunderstood? Like, what are you talking about? Stay away from those Pisces men. You know what? Just stay away from the Pisces men that like don't know how to fucking control their emotions. I'm sure the normal ones are great. The ones that don't understand what the fucking emotion is, stay far away. You know what? Don't get me started on the fucking Geminis, because I experienced my first Gemini this past month. They're just as weird.
Am I the a-hole for being honest, saying my husband's birthday gift for me sucks? We aren't rich, but we are comfortable in the lower middle class way. My birthday was this weekend, and while I don't expect much, I'm wondering if I'm the asshole here. My husband gave me a loofah/poof from the dollar store and a chocolate bar from the dollar store for my birthday. Now my kids took their own money out and bought me some chocolate too, and they on their own made me some cute cards. Just before my birthday, dinner was made by my eldest. I took him shopping on my birthday for a couple of ingredients that we would need. Now, I'm not upset he didn't spend a lot of money, but the effort and thought were zilch. I'd said I needed to buy a new one for the shower, and my old one was hanging unraveled on the hook in the shower the week before my birthday. For our anniversary, I'd bought my husband a few small gifts, a particular item for him that had features he really was excited about for our vacation. I also bought him a few other small items I knew he would enjoy. I spent probably about $50 in total, but I also created a whole scavenger hunt through the house with clues based on things he says and family jokes. He had a ball completing the scavenger hunt and spoke about it for weeks. Then for his birthday, a couple months later, I bought him another item I knew he would enjoy, but spent about $50 again. Included in the 50, I'd bought about 10 items from the dollar store and turned them into a game during his birthday dinner with me and the kids. Each of us closed our eyes and picked out an item and then had to explain why this was the perfect gift for him or create a birthday blessing based on the item. That is so cute! God, I love women. God damn it. They're just the best. So creative. So creative. So cute. So thoughtful. Spectacular. For example, one was a pack of highlighters, and one of my kids said he should be blessed with brightness in his life, and his life should be filled with the highlights and only good things. It turned out to be a beautiful activity. He loved it, and my kids asked me to make it a regular for all of our birthdays. So here I am with low expectations from past birthdays, but this one was the worst. He made no effort for anything, not even a massage or a card, not even an e-card. Oh, Jesus, I'm so mad. So I am pissed off. I didn't expect him to be as creative as I am. I don't need fancy things, but seriously, I was so embarrassed in front of my kids, and even more when my family asked if I had gotten anything for my birthday. Then I realized I have nothing to be embarrassed about. He doesn't think he did anything wrong and doesn't see why I'm annoyed. He said it's the thought that counts. Yes, sir, it is the thought that counts. Where was the thought? Where was the thought? But that is exactly my point. Yes. But that is exactly my point. It feels like no thought. I don't want to talk to him or even look at him anymore over this. Am I overreacting?
My best friend got mad and cried because I ate some of the lunch she packed for my boyfriend. What should I do? I, 21 female, have a friend, Kayla, 22 female. Kayla is extremely socially awkward and sensitive. She always wants to hang out around me and my boyfriend because we are her only friend. Kin, 24 male, is very social and super sweet to everyone. And people have asked me if it ever weirds me out how much Kayla wants to hang around him. But I trust him and her 100%. We all went on a trip during my paid vacation, and it was supposed to be just me and Kin. But Kayla wanted to go with me, so I agreed to let her come, and my boyfriend didn't mind. It was quite a drive where we were going, and Kin does not stop for anything, except an emergency bathroom break. I brought chips and salsa, but didn't think to bring lunch on the way. Kin said he was hungry, and Kayla said she knew I wasn't going to come prepared and made lunch for herself and him. I was kind of taken aback, but I didn't say anything. Kin said the food was really good and started feeding me. We were both telling her she's professional level good at cooking, and she was just quiet. I knew something was wrong because she always blushes at any compliments. I turn around and she's crying in the back seat. I tell Kin to stop the car and he's looking around me confused. She told me she's just car sick, so I got back with her and I'm rubbing her back as we get there. When we're alone, she had a talk with me and told me I show off with Kin any chance I get, and she's lonely and it feels like I'm rubbing that in her face. She says that I don't make enough time for her anymore, which isn't even true. Kin said she was killing the mood and is upset I invite her. On the other hand, Kayla is upset because she feels like she's not wanted. I'm at a loss. What can I do to make them both happy? Edit. I have read all of your replies. Thank you for suggestions and perspectives. I have sent Kayla a message to have a talk with her and wrote some boundaries. From now on, I will work on separately spending time with her. After this trip, it's definitely hit me that she has some type of feelings towards him. I more so think she's desperate for male attention in general. When I confronted her, she couldn't look me in my eyes to tell me she didn't like him like that. I used to feel like I could trust her, but reading these replies is helping me get perspective.
My boyfriend got into an accident and was taken to the hospital. I freaked out and he gave me the address and I had to leave the wedding and told my friends why. I was crying the entire drive home and kept calling his friends but got no response. I arrived at the hospital and asked my boyfriend and they checked and told me he wasn't there. My anxiety reached 110% as I kept calling his friends one by one. I just went home and there he was, along with his friend. He saw me and said that he was sorry, but this was the only way he could get me home after I left him alone. After the initial shock, I just blew up yelling at him about lying and making me leave my friend's wedding and having me literally go to the hospital and freaking out because of him. I kicked his friend out and we got into an argument. He kept talking about how much I love him, but I still left, which is my own doing and not his, and he was just trying to see if I really chose my friend's wedding over him. He then argued that my friend caused this and I shouldn't agree with her to exclude him. I said what he did was horrible and called him horrible and then went to my room. It was awful because my friends kept calling to check in on him because they thought he was really at the hospital. He said I overreacted and that I yelled at the wrong person. Am I the asshole? Did I go too far? Ma'am, okay. If your question was originally like, am I wrong for going to this wedding, my friend's wedding without him? That would have been one thing. But your question is, are you wrong for yelling at him the way that you did because of what he did? Read what you wrote again. And please tell me why you feel like you were wrong at all. This man manipulated you, right? Endangered you. He didn't think, hey, she has a 2-hour drive. She's going to be worried this whole time on the way home. Like, he didn't think about any of that, right? He wanted to prove a point. And he proved it. Get out, hide out, take out. Do what you got to do. Leave this man.
This one is from Relationship Advice. It's a little bit heavy. I, 38 female, went out for a Halloween event last night and found out I have to divorce my 39 male husband.
Do not get with someone in the clergy. And we're finding that
Literally,
over
that's all
and
you have to
over
say.
again. I know he's a pastor.
Are you kidding? And you find out that you have to do.
She's like, I have to do it.
That actually really hurts.
That must be really big, though, for you to be like, it's a deal breaker
It's
immediately.
done. You like immediately, it's done.
Because he's dancing all over here. She's like,
I got the egg.
when I
it's
saw
done.
when
Not
I
the egg.
saw that, I knew it was over. We'll never recover.
Okay, so I think I need to divorce my husband. He did something pretty unforgivable. It happened 4 years ago, but I just found out about it. We've been together for over 12 years and married for 2. Well, I happened to see my niece at this event and, of course, chit-chatted with her. It somehow led to a whole thing where she finally told me later on the phone about something that happened a few years back. Apparently, my husband made sexual advances towards her, a young adult at the time, almost 22, and received oral favors from those advances at least twice. Apparently, he tried for more and was turned down. Looking back, it was a very hypersexual time for him, and for some reason, he was smoking a lot, which is probably related since that was the part of him coercing oral from her. We have 3 young kids. I haven't told him I know yet. He's at work until this evening. My world is about to implode, and I have to keep it together for my kids. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't know how to have this conversation. The housing market is upside down, and our rental is the last affordable one in the state, to be honest. I can't move out into anything better with my kids, and I'm obviously not moving out without them. Honestly, if it were just a random person, I could probably find it in me to move past it, but the betrayal isn't random. He has known her since she was 15. What do? I wish I knew about it then, because it would be so much easier to leave over something recent, and so much harder for him to deny, like I know he will. He tells me all the time, I don't deserve you. How do I tell him he's right? So there's top comment here. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I wouldn't do anything yet. I'd play it cool and I'd start getting my ducks in a row. You're financially dependent on him right now. I would start consulting some lawyers and start building a start over fund. Where's your family? Can you get a job? Can they help you? Can you get any evidence of the cheating? I'm sorry, you're right. It is very sick that he has known her since she was 15. Furthermore, she is your family. Be honest with yourself and ask, if he did it with your own family, do you really think he didn't do it with strangers too? My ass would be a detective and start searching everywhere. So they're even suggesting he probably cheated on you and with other people, not just her.
Am I the a-hole for being an ableist on the bus? Hello Reddit, I am 8 months pregnant and want some insight on a situation that happened to me on the bus today. Where I live, the seats beside the bus doors on buses are for people who are disabled, pregnant, etc. Other people can sit there too, but those groups have priority. As my pregnancy has progressed, I've been using them more and more. My feet tend to get really sore standing for a long time. Usually, if someone is sitting there who doesn't need to be, I'll politely ask them to move, and they are more than willing to do so. Today, though, was different. I got on the bus today, and 2 seats near the entrance were taken. One was taken by a quite elderly man, and the other was occupied by a young man in his 20s maybe. Since he seemed like he didn't need to be sitting there, I asked if I could have a seat. The woman sitting beside him, I assume his girlfriend, scoffed at me and said no. I tried to explain that I was pregnant and that those seats were reserved for people with disabilities or who were pregnant. She rolled her eyes at me and started signing something to the man. I realized then that he was deaf. Very rudely, she told me that he was deaf and therefore disabled and deserved to sit there just as much as I did. I was embarrassed, so I moved towards the back of the bus where someone else offered me their seat. My trip was short, so I got off after a few stops. As I passed by the couple again, the woman glared at me and gave me the finger. I feel bad because I didn't mean to offend them, but I don't think I could have just told that he was deaf. Am I the a-hole?
Am I wrong for refusing to pay for cake slices that my teenage daughter ate? I, 38 female, am a single mom to my teenage daughter Carly, 17 female. My sister, 36 female, lives nearby with her husband and 2 kids, 9 female, 7 male. Carly sometimes babysits her cousins on the weekends so that my sister and brother-in-law can go out. Usually 3 to 4 hours. In exchange, my sister gives her 30 to 40 euros in cash. My sister and I do not make Carly babysit. She volunteers too. She likes having the extra money to fund her Starbucks addiction without a part-time job in fast food or retail. Plus, the kids love getting to see her. I'm also glad she's getting to learn responsibility. I think it's a win all around. Last week, there was a problem. A couple of hours after Carly came home from babysitting, my sister calls me. It was my niece's birthday 2-ish weeks ago, and there was some leftover birthday cake in their kitchen. It was custom-made, fancy lemon curd cake, and I remember at the party a lot of the kids didn't want to eat it. So there were a lot of leftovers. While she was babysitting, Carly had eaten 2 slices. My sister said she should have asked before helping herself to the cake, and that it was expensive. I apologized to my sister and told her that I would have a word with my daughter. She mentions again that the cake was custom made and expensive, and says that we should be compensating her. At first, I honestly thought she couldn't be serious, but she did want me to give her money because of the cake. I mentioned that surely the cake is going bad soon if it hasn't already. Said this lightheartedly, trying to lighten the mood, but made it clear I am not giving her money. She says she paid 70 euros for the cake and expects me to give her 20. I told her I'm not going to do that. My sister says I'm being inconsiderate and that my daughter ate slices without permission. I feel like she's being petty. What difference would it have made if it all got eaten last weekend or at the birthday party? Am I wrong for refusing to pay her for the birthday cake?
My husband of 8 years drives hundreds of miles for work every week. And because I work from home, he calls me every time he gets in the car and expects me to stay on the phone and keep him company for his hours-long drives. This has been going on for years now. It is absolutely fucking maddening. And when I don't have anything left to talk about on our 5th hour on the phone that day, he says I'm boring and starts complaining that we're just another couple who have nothing to talk about. No, motherfucker. Most couples don't talk for dozens of hours on the phone every week. Most of the time, there's 8 to 10 hour gaps every day for stories and topics to accumulate. But I have no material left inside my fucking head. Everything I've seen and felt, I've already talked to you about. What else do you fucking want from me? I'm running on brain fumes.
Sure.
I've started faking work phone calls just to get off the phone. And sometimes I choose to work in the office because he won't call me while I'm there. But he knows the second I get off work. So as soon as I get in the car to come home, he calls me. I can't even decompress in the fucking car before coming home to see him. Like, I wish I felt special because my husband wants to talk to me incessantly, but I'm not. I'm aggravated. I sometimes want to listen to music or a podcast or a show on the TV, but I can't because I'm on the phone with him. I get overstimulated because the kids also want to talk to me, and I feel like I have too many pots on the stove and my attention is being pulled in too many directions. Work, kids, spouse, IMs, email, the cat's having the zoomies. It just gets to me. But does he understand? Nope. He gets butthurt that he has to drive alone. Should he listen to music and podcasts? Yes. But apparently him being autistic and no therapy at all, ever, has made him severely attached to me to the point I cannot fucking breathe. Even when he's home, he is up my ass about 80% of the time. I just want to scream, leave me the fuck alone. But anytime I express needing to be alone, he makes me feel bad. I don't know if he means to. Think he does though. He has no friends and dislikes his family, which makes it all worse because I'm literally all he has. It is exhausting being the only person he has. I do not know if I can keep up with this for the rest of my life. I'm suffocating.
I'm suffocating just listening to that guy.
I'm stressed for her. I'm stressed.
Oh, for real. Dude, being on the phone is such an arduous task.
I hate it.
It's like I go on the phone with people 30 minutes, maybe an hour if we're real cool, and then, that's it. It is a lot of work to be on the phone.
It is, and I'm just not about it. Phone calls, especially random ones that pop up and you're like, oh my god, is everything okay? Why are they calling me? They stress me out. I need people to text me very clearly, hey, nothing's wrong, but let's chat. And I'm like, oh, and then I'll do it. I love texting. I type on my computer, so I go really fast. But this much.
I don't mind the phone call. It's just I don't like feeling like it's a task.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's when you take the fun out of the spontaneity of a phone call.
Yeah.
And you turn it into and she's just getting off work, bro. She probably had calls all day, had to interact.
Yeah.
Social battery is down the drain. You don't see it as someone expending their social battery because you don't view yourself as an outside, societal person. This is your person. This is a separate individual, a separate entity with separate needs and wants and everything.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you start to implement the idea of that's my person, they have to conform to what I want. That's kind of where the rift begins, and setting those types of expectations on people is just ridiculous.
I feel like if he's driving, it sounds like he's a truck driver or something. Yeah. If he's driving a lot and a phone call once a day, an hour a day, but they're talking every day for
hours on end.
Hours and hours on end. So it's she says here, by the 5th hour on the phone, he says I'm boring and starts complaining.
5th hour is crazy. I don't think I've been on the phone with anyone that long since high school.
I've never been on the phone that long, ever.
Somebody need to be paying me for that. Someone needs to be paying me.
Am I the asshole for dropping out of my dad's wedding because I won't agree to his bride's requested hairstyle? Before I continue, keep in mind that I, female 18, and my dad, male 45, haven't had the best relationship. In fact, all of my siblings hate him, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he's my dad, and I decided to try and have a good relationship with him. He's getting married this summer on a cruise, the same one he got engaged on, and his fiancée asked me to be a bridesmaid, and I said yes. But I was skeptical about it from the beginning, mainly because I don't like boats, but I decided to go anyways. As the planning started to progress, she sent me the color and fabric she wanted my dress to be.
I don't really like the color nor the fabric, but it's not my wedding, so I just kept my mouth shut. Fast forward to a few days ago, I was on the phone with my dad showing him my hair that I had just gotten done, braids, and he started to say that my hair won't be that long for the wedding, and I'm like, of course not, because the braids I have now are past my butt, so I said they'll be around waist length, and he told me the braids that I have to get needed to be just barely touching my shoulders. I told him I wasn't comfortable with my hair being that short, especially because the ceremony is 15 minutes long, and the cruise is an entire week. Then the week I come back is my birthday, so I won't be able to find a hairstylist after that. And he starts yelling at me saying that he doesn't care, telling me that since he's paying for everything, I have to do what he says. I never asked him to pay for anything. He told me not to worry about it after I told him I'd figure it out. And thinking about it now, I feel like if we're arguing in person, he would have tried to do something to me. It's happened before. Since then, I've been ignoring his horrible excuse for an apology, and I told him I wasn't going to go. Am I the asshole? And then there's a little mini update. I see people asking questions. For one, just because I feel like everyone is confused. I am black, and I wouldn't mind having shorter braids. I just rather not be uncomfortable and unhappy with my hair. The reason my siblings hate him is because every time he got a new girlfriend, he'd take care of her and her kids more than his own.
This all happened when I was 22, and my two best friends, Anne, 22, and Margaret, 21, were all staying at Margaret's grandmother's house to watch her dog and house sit while she was out. This was all around the beginning of fall. As typical young adults, we love to have a good time with alcoholic drinks, some good snacks, a few of our favorite movies, and, of course, witchcraft. We were all itching to stay overnight here alone since Margaret's grandfather, John, died in the exact chair that resided in the living room a few years back. Margaret has had a hunch that her grandfather hasn't passed on, since she felt his presence frequently there, especially when you sit in that chair. Once the witching hour struck and the night was quiet, we started our Ouija session, albeit a bit tipsy, but still with our wits about us. Sitting by the very chair where Margaret's grandfather had passed, we asked to speak with him. At first, nothing really happened, and we encouraged John to use the energy sources we put out around us, mostly water and crystals. Eventually, the planchette moved to the yes position after about the fourth or fifth time we asked, "Are you with us?" Exhilarated, we asked the following questions. What is your name? How old were you when you died? What is your birthday? Where did you graduate college? Who was your wife? And more. It's important to ask number-based questions and ask specifics that yield short but accurate answers. There are common red flags if you're dealing with a negative spirit or demon, where the answers would be scattered and nonsensical, where the vibe would be off and they say 0 for their age. These are all signs to terminate immediately. We did not get this feeling, as the spirit we were speaking to answered with intelligence and poise. And Margaret stated it was the same feeling she got when she sensed him before. Once we got to the point where we had to say goodbye, we asked one final question. Quote, "Is there anything you need to help you pass on?" He answered with bedroom, envelope, and sorry. We promised we would look into it and do what we could as we slid the planchette over to goodbye, releasing our link to John's spirit. Immediately, we went into the grandmother's bedroom and tried to find something that John would feel the need to apologize for. Trying not to invade her privacy too much while putting everything back in its place, we mostly found typical things that would be in an old woman's bedroom drawers. Except one thing. Found in the side where John used to sleep, at the very bottom of the lowermost drawer, was an old, unsealed envelope with John's name on the back. As we opened it, we found a printed photo of a woman in lingerie smirking at the camera with "Miss You" heart written in pen on the back of it with nothing else.
Oh my God.
Margaret, looking at the photo, said, quote, "That's not my grandmother." Putting two and two together, John must have cheated on the grandmother, and now John's spirit cannot pass on without her forgiveness.
Okay, so I just took my newborn baby to a kid-free wedding, and I don't feel like I'm the asshole. Basically, my best friend of 11 years got married yesterday, and obviously 9 months ago I happened to fall pregnant with my husband. I'm not gonna lie, this wedding has been planned for about 3 years. I am the maid of honor. Obviously, I do know it's not great timing, don't get me wrong, and I was and still am in full support of having a no-child wedding. To be be honest with my best friend, this has actually been the only rule that she's been like the chillest bride. 3 weeks ago, obviously I gave birth to my newborn child. Never really mentioned childcare or bringing the kid to the wedding because I thought it was kind of a given that of course I'm going to be bringing my 3-week-old to the wedding. But we're very still much in the feeding process. Now, obviously my child was with me whilst we were all getting ready and she was totally okay with this. My best friend was the bride. However, we all got in like a separate car to her to go to the venue. It was like a few minutes drive away. So I show up at the venue with my child ready to give the child to my husband, and the bride starts kicking off at me. She's saying like, no way on earth is this happening, like you were not bringing a child to my wedding, I don't want it crying, yada yada yada. I played the card of like, look, I just gave birth, obviously I'm going to bring my child to the wedding. And then she's basically telling me how I should have asked her and we should have spoke about this beforehand. I just thought it was a given. It's a little bit of a sticky one because I didn't even walk down the aisle with her. We had a massive falling out over this. Of course, I agree that maybe this should have been handled a little bit differently. However, I'm still sitting here thinking I'm not the asshole in this situation.
Am I the asshole for moving into an apartment building with a concierge where visitors have to be let up to come upstairs to visit, so I'm not forced to babysit my half and step siblings? No. Because that's a hell of a lot to stop somebody from dropping their kids off. No. You only did the most because you were desperate. Hell no. I don't even need the story, baby. No, you're absolutely not the asshole. I, 23 female, have spent the last 3 years being forced to babysit my step and half siblings because my parents would just drop them off at my place with no warning. It used to be when I lived with them, I was forced to babysit. They didn't care if I missed school or work. There were times when I was a minor that I would miss so much school from having to go back and forth to different parents' house to babysit that CPS got involved because of my truancies from school. My parents are divorced and remarried. I was then grounded because they were put under investigation. They were forced to send me back to school, but then I had to come home to whoever had custody of me that week and babysit, cook, clean, etc., all while keeping my grades up so they didn't get in trouble. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. I already knew you weren't going to be the asshole, and the more I read just confirms it. Fast forward, I moved into my own place when I was 19. My friend's dad owned property and he knew my situation. He gave me a good deal on one of his apartments way below market value. Then my parents would just drop my siblings off at my apartment with no warning. I lost my last job because of it. All my parents said was good because now I could babysit full time. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like I said, you did the most because you were desperate. You moved out, but then they just started dropping them off, not giving a fuck that it was costing you your livelihood. No, I would have 100% moved somewhere that they couldn't have access to as well. No, baby, you're not wrong. I know I keep saying it, but I'm going to keep saying it. No, you're absolutely not wrong. I finally put my foot down and my father attacked me. He slapped me, telling me he didn't care how old I was and I was to do as he said. I would never watch his fucking children again. The moment you put your hands on me, that's the last time you'll ever fucking see me. Either you're gonna die or I'm gonna disappear, one of the goddamn other. But bitch, I will never watch your kids again because this is the last time you're gonna see me. I promise you that. My boyfriend told me to move in with him because the apartment building has a concierge where you have to be introduced and the tenant has to agree to let you up. So I sold all of my stuff and I moved in with my boyfriend. He had me put on the lease after finding a job. I was so lucky to get this one. It has more pay and benefits. I let my friend's dad know the situation. He let me out of my lease with no problem. That man is a literal angel. He knew your situation and he is trying to help you out at every turn with everything that he's got. He had property, you had somewhere to go and you didn't have to stress about paying the bills. You needed to get the fuck out of here? Absolutely, you can leave, baby. Absolutely, just let me know if you need anything else. That man is a literal fucking angel. He's the dad that you're supposed to have. Real shit. And your boyfriend, we're not gonna forget about him. Like he said, I can't beat your daddy up. I can't go beat your daddy up. But what I can do is remove their access to you. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's protecting you with the best way that he can, stopping them from being able to get to you. I love that. I love your support system. I do. I love that you have a support system. My dad was just downstairs with my step and half siblings with him. 5 kids ranging from 3 to 10 trying to get up. How do they know where you live? How do they know why you keep telling these people where you're going, mama? You're never gonna get away from them if you keep telling them where you're going, my love. I told the concierge they are never allowed up, and if they don't leave, to call the cops. So that's what they did. Now my dad and his wife are blowing up my phone, saying I'm an ungrateful asshole for pulling this stunt, and my ass is grass when they see me. First of all, the fuck am I supposed to be grateful for? Having to raise not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 fucking kids that I did not birth. I'm supposed to be grateful? Second of all, the fuck you mean my ass is grat? You gonna spank me? You gonna give me a whooping? Because I don't want to watch your motherfucking kids? Y'all better invest in some fucking birth control and stop expecting me to watch your goddamn kid. What the fuck? Are you serious? I'm currently waiting for my boyfriend to come home so he can escort me to the police station to make a police report and possibly see about getting a restraining order. My father's a really big guy, so I'm really scared. Girl, you better get you a piece. Get you a piece of steel so you can protect your peace. The bigger he is, the harder that motherfucker will fall. Load his ass up full of some hot shit, daddy or not. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Not everybody's like me. You can't be out here telling people to bust a cap in their daddy. Don't listen to me. Be better than me. You right. Go to the police station and get you a paper shield. What's it called? I'm finding it. A restraining order. Go do all of that. Do all of that. My father is a really big guy, so I'm really scared. I don't think I'm the asshole, but I really just wanted to check and see. My boyfriend and my friends say that I'm not, but a part of me feels like I am. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. It is clear as goddamn day why you left the moment that you got an opportunity. These are not your children to raise, and you should not be forced to raise their children. And you should not be abused when you tell them that you do not want to raise children that you did not have. No, baby, you're not wrong, and you're doing the right thing by going to the police station and getting a restraining order. You are doing the right thing. I highly doubt this situation is going to end with something as simple as a restraining order. I highly doubt that's going to be the end all be all of this situation. My advice would be to get a new phone, but leave the one that you have now active. That way you will have record and documentation of all the voicemails and text messages that they send you, and it won't bother your day-to-day life, because at some point that shit's going to come in handy. At some point you're going to need all the threats that they've been making towards you. This shit is fucking insane. Imagine having to go to get a goddamn restraining order because you do not want to be abused for not watching someone else's fucking kids. That is insane, baby. I'm so sorry that you're going through this.
My sister wants to get married during my honeymoon. She's expecting me and my husband to fly out to see her wedding. My husband got married maybe a year ago, and we've waited quite a while to have our honeymoon just because we wanted exactly what we were envisioning. Does that make sense? We have expensive taste, basically. Our honeymoon is 6 weeks long. So we have started doing a African safari. We have then gone over to the Maldives for 2.5 weeks. And then we're heading to Japan because it's just somewhere we've wanted to go. My sister was not in a relationship during the wedding. My sister was not in a relationship 6 weeks ago. She basically jumps from relationship to relationship, and her announcing that she's getting married to this guy she's been dating for 2.5 weeks, most comical thing of the night. I did give her the benefit of the doubt. I thought, you know what, we're getting older, people date for less time, don't they, before they get engaged? But when she told me the date of her wedding and her expectations of me, she asked me to be maid of honor, which obviously I was like, a heartbeat, of course I will be, not knowing she has on purpose booked her wedding during the honeymoon. Who was being very competitive, basically, and he is older than me, and I just don't think she likes that my life is on paper better than hers. During the wedding, she really didn't like it. She loved it because she had some of the attention. I don't know, there was part of her that just obviously did not like that the day was fully about me. Anyway, going back to the wedding, when she tells me the date of the wedding, I kind of knew what she had done at this point, but I was giving her the benefit of the doubt, and I said, oh my god, wait, I'm on my honeymoon. Like, is anything booked? Can we move the wedding? I'll literally be back 3 weeks after that. Let's just move it to a month. And she's like, oh yeah, I know. You know, on purpose booked your wedding when I'm not here. It's like, it's only a few hours flight. Like, it'll be absolutely fine for you guys to come out for the week. For the week, not even for a day. She wants us there for the whole week. I really couldn't believe what I was hearing, but I also could, because I really wouldn't expect anything less from my sister. Definitely had to take like a few deep breaths before we got into the argument. Look, I cannot for life nor money come to this wedding, because that is during our flight to the Maldives, and that honeymoon alone has cost us 10 grand. He proceeds and calls me like the most selfish person on the planet, and just starts throwing like a tantrum, basically. But it's not really my fault if I can't come to your wedding. Like, sorry.
Am I the asshole for never wanting to talk to my family again? My mom is 38 years old and I'm 23. She had me at 15 and said my father was 18 years old. I was always told that my dad died and I'm not allowed to talk about him because it would upset my mom. A random man got in touch with me on Facebook, asking questions like, is my mother's name this? Did she used to live at this address 23 years ago, etc. I asked him why, and he said he thinks I'm his daughter. I told him my father is dead and I wanted to know how he knew my mom's information. He said he would like to do a DNA test to prove it. He wrote a long message to me about how he met my mom. He said he met her at 17 and believed that she was 16, not 14. She told him she was 16 and he believed her. They had a relationship and he got her pregnant. He said he was over the moon, but he was also very scared. He went on to say that a few days later, 2 men broke down his door. They beat him badly, shouting he had knocked up a 15-year-old girl. He was 17 at this point. He had turned 18 a couple months before I was born. He said they threatened him and called him a predator, said if he ever showed his face again, he would disappear. I put this as nicely as I could. He told me exactly what was said, but it's not safe for Reddit, which is why I've added no pictures of the conversation as they're very detailed and horrible. That sucks because he was a child, 17 years old. 17 years old, and he has 2 grown-ass men beating him, attacking him because that girl that they're related to lied. That's fucked up. He ran away. He spent years running and went into a deep depression and turned to alcohol and ruined his own life. He ended up going to a therapist and telling them his side of things, what they said they would do, how being called that and finding out her age made him feel. His therapist told him that he's not a predator. He was a 17-year-old minor himself, and he believed that she was 16. He had no reason to not believe her at that age. He spent years in therapy. He regretted not standing up for himself and not being able to stay in my life and abandoning me before I was even born because he was afraid and ashamed. I went and spoke to my mom about this. She said that it was all true, but that he's still a predator. I said to her, but you lied about your age, plus 17 is still a child. She said it doesn't matter that she lied about her age. He is what he is. Your mom's absolutely fucking disgusting. And no, I don't think you're the asshole for wanting to cut ties with her. Because I could not allow someone like this to continue being in my life. This is absolutely disgusting. I told my mom that I'm actually disgusted at her. You ruined an innocent man's life. He hated himself and almost drank himself to death because of your lies. She said she made mistakes too. She didn't want to get in trouble for lying about her age. All girls do it. That's a goddamn lie. That is a fucking lie because all girls do not lie about their age. I can testify to that. I left my mom's house gobsmacked at this, but before I went, I told her I don't ever want to see her again. I told her you were a fantastic mom, I'll admit, but you're a vile person, and right now, I don't want to be around you. You ruined his life. You made me think my dad was dead too. I've always wondered what he was like, what he looked like, what his name was. I used to dream of him. I left my mom in a flood of tears. I know I'm young and I don't really understand the world really, but what she did was wrong, awful even. I feel so heartbroken for a man that I don't even know. It's been a while since this has happened, but I still can't bring myself to talk to her. I don't want to. I can't wrap my head around what she's done and why she continually lied. I haven't even begun to ask why she lied to me all these years and why my family did. I want nothing to do with any of them. Am I the asshole for walking away from them? No, baby, I don't think you're the asshole for wanting to walk away from your mom. Not at all, because you know your mom. For the last 23 years, you thought you knew who your mom was. The person, the monster standing in front of you is a complete stranger. And I completely understand wanting to take a step back from this because this is disgusting. It's disgusting. And then to approach her 23 years later and then discover that she does not feel bad for the chaos that she caused, I wouldn't want to be around her either. I completely understand. My suggestion is to get some therapy. To get some therapy, baby. You are 23 years old and you just found out for the last 23 years, your entire fucking life, you've been believing that your father was dead because that's what people told you, just to find out that your mom is a monster, lied to your father about her age. When shit hit the fan, sent people to beat him, and she continued to raise you to believe that your father was dead. Baby, get some therapy. You need to go and talk to someone. Do not try to process this alone. Because y'all know I'm nosy, I absolutely had to know. I came down to the comment section. OP stated that she has been talking to her dad, that they Skype and they FaceTime every now and then, and that they send messages back and forth. They do talk. He's 100% okay with taking it at her pace. He wants to have a relationship with his daughter, absolutely, but he is not in any rush, and he's okay with her finding her footing and them taking it slow. And I love this. I'm hopeful. I truly hope that OP has the relationship that she wanted to have with her dad. She said she used to dream of him. She had dreams about her dad, baby. I hope you have everything you wanted. I hope your dad is the dad of your dreams. Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my sister's kids after she accused me of stealing? Nope. Because if I'm a thief, I'm definitely not worthy enough to watch your children. Hi everyone, I 25 female need some advice because my family is in an uproar over this. My sister Emily 32 female has 3 kids, 7 male, 5 female, and 2 female. I adore my nieces and nephew and I've always been the go-to babysitter whenever Emily needed help. I've taken them in overnight, watched them on weekends, and even took care of them for a week when Emily and her husband went on vacation. A few weeks ago, Emily called me in a panic saying that she lost her wedding ring. She asked if I had seen it, and I genuinely hadn't seen it. I helped her search the entire house, but we couldn't find it. Emily was really upset, but we eventually gave up. A few days later, Emily called me again, this time in tears, accusing me of stealing her ring. She said that she couldn't think of anyone else who would have taken it since I'm the only person who's been in the house alone. I was shocked and hurt that she would accuse me of something like that. I tried to convince her that I would never do such a thing, but she wouldn't listen to me. She even threatened to call the police if I didn't return it. I couldn't believe my own sister would think so little of me. My parents got involved and they took Emily's side as well, saying that it was suspicious that the ring disappeared right after I had been there. They pressured me to confess and return the ring, but I stood my ground because I was innocent. In the midst of this family drama, Emily asked me to babysit her kids for a few hours because she had an emergency at work. No, call her parents. Call our parents who you decided to involve in this situation and the ones that are pressuring me to return a ring that I didn't steal. Call them and tell them you're having a work emergency and you need someone to watch your kids. I refused. I told her that I couldn't help someone who thought that I was a thief. She called me selfish and said that I was punishing her kids for something they had nothing to do with. My parents are now furious with me, saying that family should stick together no matter what. So family should stick together when she needs something, but when I'm telling you guys I did not steal from my sister, the family sticks together to band up against me. Tell me your sister is the favorite child without telling me your sister is the favorite child. They believe that families should stick together no matter what and that I'm being petty and immature. They believe I should just let it go for the sake of the children. Emily has continued to insist that I took the ring, and my refusal to babysit has only made things worse. Emily and her husband and my parents are calling me an asshole for refusing to babysit and taking it out on the kids who have nothing to do with this. Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my sister's kids after she accused me of stealing from her? I think it's insane that there are so many people to band together against you to tell you that you're wrong, but none of those people were available to watch these kids that don't have anything to do with this situation. That's crazy how they want to leave people who don't have anything to do with the situation out of the situation, except for your family's a bunch of goddamn hypocrites and you're not wrong for not wanting to fucking babysit, because if you think I am a thief, then I should not be trusted around your kids.
Am I the asshole for, quote, hiding my mother-in-law's hurtful birthday present for my husband from him?
Okay.
My female 27 husband, male 28, is clearly not the favorite child of my mother-in-law, female 54. She has 3 sons and my husband is the oldest and only one not from her current husband. She separated from his father while she was pregnant and shortly after this met her current husband. After a while, they became parents to both my husband's younger brothers. They are 6 and 4 years younger than my husband.
Okay.
The relationship between my husband and mother-in-law is not really bad. She's not evil or trying to hurt him, but she just isn't very affectionate towards him. All 3 of them moved away for university, and my mother-in-law sends packages of sweets, clothing, or something like this to his younger brothers.
Okay.
My husband never received a package with the exception of his birthday. His brother got a brand new iPhone, 2 expensive pullovers, and 1 parfum for his last birthday. Similar to the other brother, and I would guess most of the times for their birthday, it's something in this price range. She writes a nice card or a personal letter for them, as sometimes bakes something like cookies as well.
Damn.
My husband is sad every year.
No.
It's not about the money, but 2 years ago he got a €40 gift card for an online shop, sent via the online shop.
Oh, shit.
I tried to talk to him about it, but he's so hurt that he doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh.
I waited a few weeks and tried to talk to him again, but he refused. Last birthday, I gifted him a little vacation and texted my mother-in-law that she could gift him a tour for one of the museums he wanted to see there. He dreamt of going to the city for years. It would have not been expensive but thoughtful, and would probably made my husband happy. She said she already had something. It was a candle, parentheses, he's not very into candles, and a shower gel. This year, a package arrived 2 days before his birthday. It was small and I could see that it came straight from an online shop.
Jesus.
We weren't at home and our neighbor took it. When I came home, my neighbor told me that I'm lucky to see him because he's away for the weekend and we would have missed the package. I just knew it would hurt my husband. I asked him if he could keep the package a little longer so my husband would get it after his birthday.
Take it and hide it.
Yeah, because it's probably something disappointing from my mother-in-law. He laughed and agreed. One day before his birthday, I told him the package from his mom arrived, but our neighbor was out of town. He had a great birthday full of friends, lovely cake, and gifts, and didn't think about it one time.
Yeah.
Our neighbor gave it to him yesterday and made a joke that his dad is also bad at picking gifts. My husband got curious and asked him about his words, and my neighbor told him everything. He talked to me while his brother, who was there for the party and stays with us for the week, was present, and said he understood it. His brother told my mother-in-law, who is now furious with me. What the fuck? She texted me and the group chat of this family lit up. She said that I'm mean and spoiled and had no right to hide the gift. So am I the asshole?
No.
2 edits and an update.
Okay, let's go.
Edit, English isn't my first language, so I'm sorry for my bad English.
That's
All
okay.
good.
I get it.
Edit number 2. His brothers never said anything about the different presents. Now his brother said that he found it harsh from me to hide a present. My husband is, quote, older, and apparently that's why it's justified to not get expensive or thoughtful gifts.
Wow.
Funny enough, we are nearly 10 years together, and he never got a good present, even if he was the same age his brothers are.
Wow.
One of his brothers also works, like him, so it's not the job that makes the difference.
That sucks, man.
Yeah. Update. Thank you all for the messages. I wrote in the family group chat a good mixture of what you all said. That I was just trying to save my husband's birthday because he's been sad for years because of his presents that not match the energy of his brothers. Parentheses, and it's not about money, but also the thought.
Yeah.
I listed everything he got versus everything his brothers got. In return, I got thrown out of the group chat. My husband left the chat after that. My mother-in-law wrote me in private that I'm a toxic person who destroys my husband's relationship with his family.
Wow.
But we chose to ignore that and go low contact for a while.
That's good.
Today I fucked up by going through with a happy ending massage despite being newly and happily married. I, 24 male, was getting a massage from a local physiotherapy wellness clinic. I've been very comfortable there as everyone seemed very professional and gave excellent massages. I've come here almost 10 times and always felt amazing afterwards. Today was different though. Usually when I'm getting the massage, I'm always a little turned on, but this time around, this massage therapist, who was a lady, pressed my glutes more than normal, which admittedly felt good. I'm a pretty vulnerable person, so when a physiotherapist is doing something, I just assume this is a long-time test technique and I should just be mature about everything and let my stress drift away. The more time that went on during this full-body massage, the masseuse perhaps accidentally, or on purpose, who knows, grazed past my package. Apologized and asked if it's okay. I said it's fine, no worries. Which she gives a surprised reaction and then proceeds to pull my boxers down and asks if I want it here too. It was such a good massage, I just agreed because I used to wonder what that was like back in my bachelor years, and after she finished, I just felt so dirty and ashamed. I've read things online if this is an extremely terrible thing to do. I saw some rich person forums saying it's not uncommon and not cheating, which is just how I'm justifying it was fine right now. I want to tell my wife, but she's pretty sensitive, so no good can come out of coming clean. I'm just looking for the justification that what happened is not a big deal. Everyone does it, and de-stressing takes many forms.
For the past 4 years, my boyfriend has said he's been waiting for you know what. However, he has literally just done it with his new girlfriend after a week. Story time. So me and my boyfriend got together 4 years ago. And honestly, I was so in love with this man. Like, we were 22 when we met each other. It was in a club but it was just so romantic. Like, asked me out for a coffee date the next day. I really thought I met my Prince Charming. And let's call this man Mark. However, Mark was definitely not Prince Charming, okay? So I was and never kind of am in any rush to take it that next step in a relationship. relationship. I've previously had a few different partners who have wanted different things. Some of them have taken a little while to open up in that department. Some of them have been like one night stands that have gone into relationships. So it really wasn't something that I was eager to cross straight away if Mark wasn't. However, Mark came to me after a few weeks of us dating and said that he is basically waiting for the right time. Apparently he still hadn't lost it. He just wanted to make sure that the person he lost it to was the right person. I found this so attractive. Obviously we were waiting, and as time went on, years went on, I was wondering if maybe it was me. However, he did keep reassuring me that he is really, really attracted to me. He simply thinks he wants to wait until marriage now. And I thought, pop that ring on my finger, baby. Which is why I was so surprised that when Mark said that he went on a night out the other night, obviously I was so relaxed and chilled. It'd been 4 years at this point that we had been together. I was sure he was going to propose to me this year. But he went on a night out and the next day he told me that he had kissed someone and cheated on me that night. I was heartbroken. However, I was willing to kind of see past this. I don't know, I thought it was audible after that point. However, Mark expressed that he said he didn't and that I'm clearly not the one, otherwise he wouldn't have been tempted to cheat that night. So we break up. A week later, I heard a story through the grapevine. So one of my closest friends told me that she saw Mark on a date the other day, and this was about a week after we called it quits. She basically said that she bumped into Mark and she ended up speaking to him. They told her what a night they had a few days before this. Mark's new girlfriend went into detail to my best friend, not knowing obviously we're best friends. See, Mark's face was astonished. Safe to say that Mark had not waited for this girl and they have already, you know, a few days after dating. I waited 4 years and this man then gave it away within a few days to another girl. Never again.
Am I the asshole for asking my husband's female friend to leave because I think they might be cheating? My husband, 32 male, and I, 30 female, have been married for 4 years and live in a comfortable 2-bedroom apartment. Recently, his close friend, who I will call Emily, 32 female, lost her job and was evicted from her apartment. They've been friends since college and have always been close. When Emily found herself in this tough situation, she asked if she could stay with us for a while until she got back on her feet. I was hesitant and expressed my concerns to my husband. I value our privacy and the routines we've established as a couple. Besides, Emily has stayed with us before, and while she's polite, she tends to overstay her welcome and treat our home like a hotel. Despite my reservations, my husband insisted we let her stay, saying it was only temporary and he couldn't turn his back on his friend. I reluctantly agreed to let Emily stay with us for a week, with the understanding that she would actively look for a job and a new place to live. It's been 3 weeks now, and Emily hasn't made much progress. She spends most of her time watching TV, eating our food, and not contributing to household chores. I've noticed that my husband and Emily spend a lot of time together, laughing and talking late into the night. A few days ago, I walked in on them having a hushed conversation that immediately stopped when I entered the room. They both looked guilty, and my husband brushed it off, saying they were just reminiscing. My husband has been very defensive whenever I bring up Emily's situation, accusing me of being unsupportive and paranoid. Last night, I told Emily she needed to find somewhere else to stay by the end of the week. My husband is furious with me, accusing me of being heartless and not understanding the importance of friendship. Given their behavior and the secretive conversations, I can't help but suspect something more might be going on between them. I don't want to come off as uncaring, but I also don't want to be taken advantage of in my own home or potentially blindsided by something worse. Am I the asshole for asking Emily to leave because I suspect they might be cheating?
Am I the asshole for not telling my best friend the real reason I'm not at his wedding? Yes. Yes, no, I'm gonna wait, because maybe not, but based on the title, I feel like you are. I, 29 male, was supposed to be a groomsman for my best friend, 30 male, as we've been tight since we were kids. This weekend, he's marrying his fiancée, 28 female, who I've known since they were dating long distance in high school. At his bachelor party last weekend, we started off at my place and transitioned to bar hopping, and by the end, my best friend was drunk. The guys, all of our mutual friends and some of his cousins, were egging him on to do a last kiss before marriage dare. For extra information, I guess. I'm not a fan of that custom at bachelor and bachelorette parties because it honestly makes it look like you're being held hostage to marry the love of your life. Plus, it's just downright disrespectful to your partner. But that's just an opinion that I have, and to each their own. But I knew that my best friend shared the same feeling. Still, I figured if worse came to worse, my best friend just wouldn't do it because I know how much he loves his fiancée. To my literal shock and horror, he turned around, grabbed, and kissed me. Ooh. I was not expecting that. Not even a dumb peck. Like he actually dipped me and held it for a few seconds until everyone was laughing obnoxiously. I didn't kiss back, I just froze and laughed it off when it finished. Later, I realized I wasn't having much fun anymore and I bailed early, taking some of our drunker friends home with me. I actually feel bad that I let out a chuckle there because this isn't funny. That's assault, bro. You were kissed without your consent. Like, I don't give a damn that he was intoxicated. Like, that's never an excuse. That's assault, my love. That's not okay. Is this the reason why you chose not to go to the wedding? Nah, baby, you need to tell him this. The next day, his fiance first texted me on Insta, then on WhatsApp asking to talk. Then she called me. She wasn't yelling or anything, but she was just kind of awkward. She said she knew about the kiss and that while she didn't love it, she was glad that it was me and not some random girl. She said if he'd kissed another woman, she would have taken it as cheating and dealt with it worse. I agreed and backed her point, saying I wouldn't have encouraged or allowed that. But at the same time, she admitted she didn't feel comfortable with me going to the wedding now either because it would just be in the back of her head. Is this your reasoning? Oh, you need to tell him. You need to tell him. I was admittedly stunned at first, and then mad, then upset. But I came to the conclusion that it was her wedding at the end of the day, and I told her that I got it and I wouldn't go. She thanked me for understanding, but also asked me not to tell my best friend that she was the one who asked. Absolutely not. No, go back. Go back. You said that you and your best friend were tight since children. Since fucking children. You guys grew up together. You have been best friends your entire fucking life. If she wants to tell you not to come to your best friend's wedding, the least she can do is have the balls to tell him to his face. No, absolutely not. Hell no. Nope. You need to tell him. You are the asshole if you did not tell him that his bride asked you not to come. No, absolutely not. You need to tell him. I've already sent the text backing out, given reasons regarding work, and my best friend was very upset and he asked me if I could back out in any way. I freelance, by the way, and he knows this. So my lie wasn't a good one, and he went from upset to straight up mad at me for bailing out on his wedding day for work. All our mutuals have texted me in our shared wedding group chat and have asked me to reconsider it and told me there's no way that I'm skipping his wedding for work. I myself manage, some being harsher and some being more passive aggressive. All very valid. You need to tell someone from the group chat. One of these mutuals that have reached out to you, tell them. Tell them why you're actually not going to the wedding. Eventually, the message will get passed along enough that it will get back to the groom. You need to tell one of them. That way, you're not breaking your agreement that you made with the bride, but he's still going to find out. Now I'm stuck looking like the asshole when I was literally asked not to go, and also asked not to say that I was asked not to go. Everyone around me thinks I'm this asshole for prioritizing work over my best friend's wedding. I honestly don't know how to navigate this without losing people. Question, who the fuck are you worried about losing? The woman that feels some type of way about her fiance kissing his best friend on his night out, but can't tell him and she still plans to marry him? You're worried about losing her? Because you're going to lose your best friend if you don't be honest with him and tell him the real reason why you're not going to his wedding. All right, look, I'm going to give a soft, you're not the asshole, because you were asked to do this by the bride. And like you said, at the end of the day, this is her wedding and you didn't want to cause any type of drama with this entire situation. So you agreed to do what she asked you to do. And I understand that. But I truly, truly feel like you would be 100% better off telling somebody, telling anybody, any one of these mutual friends that reached out to you, tell them what the fuck is going down. Also, I think you should sit down and have a conversation with your best friend and explain to him how you felt after he kissed you at his bachelor party, because you definitely felt some type of way, my love. It completely cut your night short. You were no longer having fun and you left early. You were responsible and you took some of your drunker lads with you, and I'm very, very proud of you for that. But it did fuck you up in some type of way, my love. And you clearly love your best friend. You clearly love your best friend because you were doing this trying to not ruin his wedding day. You're doing whatever you can thinking that it's the right thing. But I truly think you need to sit down and have a conversation with him and let him know that, you know, I get it was drunk moments, ha ha, he he, but it's not funny. And it genuinely, damn, stutter much, genuinely made me uncomfortable. I think a conversation truly needs to be had between you guys. And depending on how that conversation goes, maybe then you can come clean and let him know that that incident is what started this whole thing. You said he's getting married this weekend, babe. It is Wednesday. I'm going to need you to get on top of this and say something to your best friend, because you're going to lose him, because he knows He knows this is not a work thing. He knows there's got to be a reason why you're not coming to his wedding. Don't allow his bride-to-be to interrupt a friendship that has been lifelong because of her feelings that she refuses to even acknowledge.
I'm leaving my boyfriend to go back to my ex, and I don't understand why my boyfriend is so upset by this. Story time. Now, 2 years ago, I dated this guy who we will call Steve. Go Steve. I don't know if I really believe in soulmates, but if they're real, Steve is my soulmate. When we broke up, we both said it was because it was a right person, completely wrong time type of situation, and agreed that if we were meant to find each other, we would. Now, recently, I started dating this guy called Dave. Now, I had said from the start that I had never meant to get into anything serious with this guy. It was supposed to be super, super casual. It was going to be like friends with benefits at best. And when he asked me why, I obviously explained everything. I was going to be super honest and open about the whole situation. And the conversation went a little bit like this. Why don't you want a serious relationship? You know, that last chapter isn't quite finished, so I don't want to open a new one yet. Okay, well, why can't you just close the chapter now? Oh, well, you see, I'm not quite ready yet. Okay, cool. Like, when will you be ready then? I don't know that. Okay, well, I'll just wait for you anyway. Now, here's the thing. I can't lie and say that I don't have feelings for him. However, he is just nothing compared to Steve. So after about 5 months of dating, he finally stopped asking me to be his girlfriend about month 3. And this is probably because I told him if he asked me again, I would take a step away from him. Anytime it would get a little bit too serious for my liking, I would remind him that we are not official and reminded him that we were still on a no strings attached basis. I even encouraged him to date other people. What I'm trying to say here is that I have been open and honest this whole entire time. Steven is back on the scene. I was going for coffee the other day and I ran into him at my local coffee shop. We were there for that long, we ended up getting kicked out. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm getting mascara all over my face today. And then that night, Steve took me out on a date. We were just talking so much that our food went cold. Steve was telling me all about his life, all of these changes that he has made. He had basically worked on all the reasons and obstacles we broke up because of last time. They are now completely gone. So after Steve had filled me in on his life, I told him everything about mine. I even told him about Dave. And this is when Steve said, is there any chances for me? Now, of course, Steve was my number one. So on the way home from the date, I immediately called Dave and I told him everything. I'm not gonna lie, this absolutely destroyed him. I then waited a few weeks to officially break up with Dave. However, when I did break up with him, he proceeded to call me the devil. However, I just don't know if that is right because I was completely open and honest with Dave the whole entire time. So what do you think? Am I the asshole here?
Should I go to HR about my coworker's invasiveness about my pregnancy? I, 31 female, am 6 months pregnant. I work for a large company but on a small team. My manager, 3 teammates, and myself. One of my teammates, 35 female, has become more and more intrusive regarding my pregnancy, to the point that my manager and I both feel uncomfortable with the situation. I don't want to escalate it if it's not necessary. I love my job and I don't want to add stress to it or to my life at this point, but my gut is telling me that I should do something. Some background. My coworker Amanda is somewhat a new addition to the team. She's been with the company for over a decade, but joined my team about 6 months ago. While we are on the same team, we work in different cities, so we mostly communicate through calls, chats, emails, and online meetings. My role doesn't require me to travel, but she does come to my city about once a month or once every 2 months. My husband and I are very private people, and unfortunately, my pregnancy is high risk with complication after complication. We didn't share the news right away. Once I started to show, there really wasn't much that we could do to keep it to ourselves, though. I was in an online team meeting where we have the cameras on, and a coworker in my office walked by and made a comment and gesture about my baby bump. That's when Amanda found out. She was hurt that she was the last on my team to know. I explained to her that we weren't really telling people, and the only reason she didn't know was just the mere fact that I hadn't seen her, or I guess she hadn't seen me and my belly in person yet. Over the next few weeks, she started telling me about how she was dealing with fertility issues. She would go into great detail about the treatments and appointments that she was having, the lack of interest her partner showed, and how she was jealous of my motherhood. I felt bad for her, and I sent her some links of programs our company offered that dealt with family planning. I told her to keep her head up. I didn't ask a lot of questions, but I did try to offer support when she brought these topics up. Last week, she called me and asked if we knew the gender of the baby yet. My husband and I do, but we're not announcing it until the shower. Think a combined gender reveal and baby shower. I've just been telling people that we don't know. That way, if I slip a pronoun, it doesn't give it away. Amanda then said that we should both take a half a day. She would come to my city, cut me a check for a 3D ultrasound, and go with me to find out the gender. Do you and your husband know the gender of your baby yet? No, not yet. Okay, well, this is what you should do. We should both take a half a day. I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. My treat. And we could find out the gender of your baby together. Damn your husband. Leave him at work. He's fine where he's at. But you and I should go and find out the gender of your baby. That's not weird at all, Amanda. This caught me off guard. So I just tried to brush it off with the, oh, that's too much. Thank you, though. But she wouldn't stop. She insisted that since she couldn't have a baby, that she wanted to spoil mine. Remember, they are co-workers. They're not friends. They just happen to be teammates, and they see each other maybe once every 2 months, other than video meetings. They're not friends at all. These women do not have any type of relationship with each other other than a strictly professional one. That's weird. I told her politely yet firmly that was not necessary. Ultrasounds are expensive, and my husband would be accompanying me to any and all of my appointments. We have everything set up with our OB, and we didn't want to go to a third party out of network for additional screenings. She seemed to understand and asked me to just think about it at least. Then she didn't understand. If she's asking you to still think about something you've already told her flat out, no, I'm not interested in, she did not understand, or she's refusing to understand. Well, today my manager called me. I could tell from his tone that something was up. He kind of beat around the bush a bit and then finally just spit it out. I didn't want to ruin your weekend, and I wanted some time to sit on this and think, but I need to tell you something about Amanda. What about Amanda? Apparently, she called him after talking to me last week and tried to get him to give her information about my doctor and my address. She told him that she was calling around to make an ultrasound appointment to find out the gender and wanted to make one close to where I live. She told him about our conversation and that I told her no, but that it was important to her and she really wanted to do this. Amanda needs help. She's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 screws loose up there. Something's not wired correctly. Ma'am. He told her that while it seemed like a nice gesture, that he could not and would not give out any of my information. That if I told her no, then she probably should just drop it. Thank you, because sis is very much giving the hand that rocks the cradle. Like she really is. He said that she kept pushing for 20 minutes. He kept saying no, even going as far to bring up company policies about leaders not giving out personal information. Wait, you guys. Wait, he told me that it made him extremely uncomfortable. He said it reminded him of an old movie called The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. See, like, fucking confirmed. This bitch is very much giving the hand that rocks the cradle, and that she seemed obsessed. Y'all, sometimes I shock myself because I didn't expect to hit the nail on the head like that. My manager said that he isn't encouraging or discouraging me to go to HR, but if I choose to, he's willing to write a statement on their conversation. Amanda has always been a little overbearing, but never to this extent. I don't know if this is just her personality, and since we haven't known her that long, we're just both taking it the wrong way. I don't want to cause a ruckus at work, and since we're such a small team, I feel like it'll impact our dynamic quite a bit. She also works in a completely different state, so I don't know how real of a threat she could potentially be. A very real threat. That's how much. However, with all the small comments here and there, and now this escalation of getting my personal information, I'm getting more uneasy. Is this something I should take to HR? Is this even something they could assist with? Yes, you should 100% take this to HR. Your manager is basically begging you to take this to HR. He said he's not encouraging nor is he discouraging you to go to HR. But if you do, he is willing to sign a statement about the conversation that they had, knowing that it's inappropriate. Your manager wants you to report this. Take this to HR. Absolutely. At first, I thought, Amanda was just trying to bond with you and was just going to end up getting a little bit weird. But immediately, I realized that was not the case, because it went from being a coworker that was genuinely excited about another coworker being pregnant to something way beyond that real fucking fast. The moment she asked you to take a half day so she could pay for you and her, not you and your husband, you and her, to go find out the gender of your baby, she stepped so fucking far over the line. I know she pulled a muscle. She broke both her ankles and one of her motherfucking wrists when she called your fucking manager trying to get your address so she could still schedule the appointment. You told her, no, this is not okay. This is already borderline dangerous. This is not okay. The obsession is real. You 100% need to report this. OP included some updates, but I genuinely don't think I'm going to be able to fit them into this video. So for the sake of time, I'm going to have to make a part 2, you guys. I know we truly try to avoid them, but sometimes it just can't be done. Go to part 2.
I slept with my best friend's husband on their wedding day. Story time. I have this best friend who we'll call Amy, and Amy is like my sister. The way I love and care for this girl so much, but there is just one small problem. I am absolutely in love with her husband, and it's actually really complicated. So circling back, I had first met Amy about 10 years ago now, and I also met Steve about this time, but Steve was actually my friend first. And I went and told Amy all about this guy that I had met who I really liked. And I had said to her, like, I feel like we could get on really well. I really want to get to know him a bit more. So I decided that I was going to invite Steve to the cinema with me and Amy. By the end of the night, Amy had made a move on Steve. They ended up kissing in the cinema, sat next to me. So when the film was done and they had stopped smooching, I got in my car with Amy and Steve went on his way. So I was like, Amy, what was that? And she was like, oh, because you're not dating, I thought it was fair game. Fair game, Amy. And I knew, at this moment, I was just going to have to distance myself from Amy and Steve. Anyway, they start dating, and then a year later, things start to change between me and Steve. Steve and I found ourselves alone together. And Steve actually ended up telling me that I was the one that he initially wanted. But because Amy had made the move, she thought that I had teed it up for them. And I was like, oh, hell no here. Like, I really liked you, which is why I invited you to the cinema, because I thought we could have got on. From this night, the overall chemistry of our relationship changed completely, but we never ever acted on it. Fast forward 10 years later. So it's their wedding and we are in the same hotel. However, the boys are getting ready in one side of the hotel and the girls are getting ready in the other side of the hotel. So on the morning, Amy ends up sending me to Steve's room because she had left her charger in Steve's bag. When I got there, obviously Steve opened the door. I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for barging in on the lad time. Steve is like, don't worry, it's no issue. So I walk into Steve's room and I realise that literally no other gentleman is in this room. So I'm going through Steve's bag to try and find the charger, and then I felt a hand on my waist. Hello, Steven! He's like, I'm so sorry, I have tried, but I just can't keep myself away from you. He says, I can't help thinking it should be you at the end of the aisle. Now listen, you lot, I'll have no judgment, because after 10 years of having feelings for this man, there was not a single urge I was fighting. 10 years. Part of me was like, well, they're not married yet. So in my head, it's fair game. But it was really good. But then I had to get back to the girls' room. Listen, even now it is on his wedding day. I am so glad that we had that moment. So like, does this make me a terrible person?
First of all, I want to thank all of those who are interested in my story and those who wished me and my husband a happy life. I'm beyond grateful for your messages. To those who believed my story was fake, I want to say that I'm happy your family life is better than mine, to the point of thinking that my reality was a fantasy. But I would appreciate it if you stopped harassing me in my DMs, claiming that I'm writing a fake story for attention. If I've missed a few details in the original post, it's because I was overwhelmed and crying my eyes out because of my family's harassment. You're not forced to read my story or think it's true. But I think keeping the smallest amount of decency would be nice. Oh, and before diving into the update, let me clarify a few things. One, yes, the invitation specifically stated it was a wedding. There's no excuse. Two, my maternal side of the family didn't come to the wedding. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear in the original post. Most of them were busy, and the others just gave me excuses to send a gift, but not come. That's it. Don't ask me why they didn't discuss my wedding with my mom. It's not like I live in their brains. 3, my mother's atonement is, in fact, that she apologized via text.
Oh, atonement.
Now on to the update. Things have been a little crazy this past week. I got off of Reddit for a couple of days to gather my thoughts. Then I had a lengthy conversation with Lucas about how to proceed. He's been my rock, and I don't think I could ever love him more than I already do. My parents were always a taboo topic, But he hit me with a brutal reality check that I absolutely needed.
Nice.
We reached the conclusion that the fact I kept in contact all this time, stuck around, and didn't go no contact isn't healthy. I've realized that. The reason I never fully went no contact was that deep down, I just wanted their approval. Even now, for once. Pathetic, I know. Not pathetic, OP. Human. But it's like a drug being with my parents. They can be loving, funny, caring, and warm until they're not. The little love they give makes you crave for more, and you want their approval so badly you destroy yourself for it. But that's enough. I promised myself that things are going to change. I've thought about it and decided to start therapy and to go no contact with all of those who made an issue about this situation. For good this time. After the days dedicated on reflecting on how I feel, I ended up messaging my father to tell him that if he wanted to talk, I would meet him, Mom, and Mike in a neutral location the following day. He immediately replied and agreed, and we met at the park. My father's sisters and brother accompanied us for damage control. My father looked distraught, and as if he had been crying for a while. My mom looked the same, but I think it was more out of anger and embarrassment. My brother looked annoyed. I told the three of them about how their behavior and preference in regards to my brother always hurt me, and that their abusive behavior made me realize that I didn't want contact with any of them again after that meeting. My mother tried to cut me off multiple times, but my aunt, the one who posted on Facebook, shut her up every single time. When I asked them why they would treat me this way, they didn't know what to say. My father kept crying and apologizing without giving me an answer, and my uncle reprimanded him for it. My mother seemed as if she was asking herself that for the first time. But well, in the end, she just said that she simply disliked me.
Great.
Plain and simple. And my brother? He just liked the attention and making me miserable as some sort of sport. I went on with my questions. When I asked why they never responded to my invite, they claimed to have never received one. I showed them the text, but they denied receiving them. And well, it turns out that they hadn't, in fact, received my wedding invitation. When it arrived to their house, they weren't there. The only one in the house was my brother, who had come visiting for the weekend. He saw the invite and, as many of you guessed, ripped it up and trashed it. And then, when I texted my parents, he deleted the messages. Wasn't hard to do. According to him, they kept my chat archived and didn't get the notification. So my parents never actually got a formal invitation. I was just distraught. I asked Mike why he would do that, and he just shrugged and claimed that it wasn't as important as the stuff they had in program anyways. I had to stop Lucas from punching him in the face. Strangely enough, my parents were upset and started reprimanding him. He actually began to throw a tantrum and cry crocodile tears. And I must admit that I was kind of satisfied. But then my mom claimed that all was resolved. There was no need to fuss over a misunderstanding.
Yes.
And it was time for me to clear their name. That set me off. And I interrupted her, telling that they weren't forgiven at all. That just because Mike trashed the invite, it didn't mean it automatically canceled all of their neglect. Plus, all that time, it was still very obvious that I was having a wedding, and they should have asked about it. You want to know what my mother's response was? She said something along the lines of, quote, "I did hear you talking about a wedding of yours, but I just thought you were being delusional and seeking my attention with exaggerated scenarios." She was convinced Lucas didn't actually like me, nor would he ever marry me. When I tell you I was about to trash her face, do you believe me? Another thing came up. It turns out that my brother didn't have a football game to go to at all.
Oh.
My parents used the fact that my husband, friends, and I know little to nothing about football. We prefer soccer. And the fact I stopped asking about it when Mike would mock me during his time in high school, to make up a story to avoid my event. At the time I wrote the original post, I couldn't confirm or deny the presence of a game because my brother has private social media and Lucas and I are blocked. And I foolishly trusted my parents' word. But no, you want to know where they went with that man-child? They went to Disneyland because Mike wanted to go.
Oh.
They used the football story to cover for my brother's 100th tantrum holiday. And apparently they did it multiple times in the past months. Am I the asshole for pranking my girlfriend on my buddy's birthday? Now, I, 26 male, have been friends with the same group of guys since we were kids. We are all extremely close with one another. One of the things you need to know about us is that we are all bonded by a shared sense of humor. We are huge fans of doing pranks on one another, and we have our own games and inside jokes. The best way to describe us is we're like this friend group in the movie Tag, parentheses, 2018. Now, recently, one of my buddies, let's call him Jackson, 28 male, got into a car accident. He's partly recovered, but he's still taking some rest, and he's been kind of down in the dumps. His birthday was coming up, so we wanted to cheer him up because we hate seeing our friends like that. So we got the idea of pranking my girlfriend because she's really posh and prissy, so her reaction would be great, and the prank we had in mind would knock his socks off. As kids, we used to play this game called Pizza Roulette. We'd order a large pizza, put each slice on 8 different plates, either face up or face down randomly, and then each of us would be blindfolded and have to take one of the slices and flip the plate over on another one, and then hold it up like a sandwich. And then hold it up like a... He types it sad-witch, so I think he means sandwich, and then hold it up like a sandwich to eye level. If both of the bread slices were facing outwards, then congratulations, you got a calzone. Enjoy. If the bottom was sauce down, but the top was bread up, then it was kind of funny because they picked up the wet side. But if the sauce side was up, then the guy sitting next to you smashes the whole thing in your face. We used to have tons of fun, and Jackson loved the game. So Jackson's birthday comes. We blindfold my girlfriend and rig it so that she gets the pizza face up. And we do it successfully. But she gets really mad and leaves. Now, the guys are annoyed because she ruined the vibe of Jackson's party. But some of the girlfriends in the group said what we did was wrong. I thought it was funny at first. But am I the asshole?
I'm considering divorcing my wife because she cannot get over her mother's death. Yeah, I know, everyone is fired up at the title and ready to tell me what an asshole I am. To those people, I implore you to read the rest of the post before making a judgment, which is what we're here to do. Okay. My 36 male, wife 33 female, mother passed away 5 years ago from lung cancer. It was not a peaceful or easy death. Our lives understandably went on pause after the diagnosis, and we both spent a lot of time off work helping care for her mother. My wife had a pretty typical showing of grief at the time, cycling through different stages. Same with our 3 kids. After she passed, however, my wife got really bad. I totally understand this. I can't say I know exactly what she went through because I haven't had a parent die, but I understand how devastated she was. For months after she could barely function, I gently took over pretty much all of the responsibilities in the household and with the kids. She had been attending grief counseling since the diagnosis and continued after the death. None of this is the problem. I endeavored to be as supportive as possible. She cried on my shoulder every night for months, and I just thought this was the worst of for better or worse. The problem is that after 5 years, she does not seem any better or more functional. She stopped grief counseling about 4 years ago and refused to go again, stating it would not help her and that nothing could. About a month before any major holiday, she will have a major downturn. In bed half the day, crying all day, does not want to interact with the family, does not have the energy to do anything around the house. This will go on every single day until about a week after the holiday ends. Every holiday is intense grief, just as much now as it was 5 years ago. October, November, December, and January, which is her mom's birthday month, every year are particularly bad. I am essentially without my wife and I'm a single parent to my 3 kids. Altogether, she is completely incapacitated by grief for about 6 months out of the year and has been the past 5 years. When I say incapacitated, I mean incapacitated. When she is in the depths of her grief, she's completely incapable of intimacy with me or the kids. There is no cuddling, spending time with us, going on family outings. I don't sleep with her for half the year. I've stopped asking her if she wants to talk about it because she can't get any words out between sobs if she tries. What hurts most is that the kids have stopped asking or being concerned. If they see their mom in bed when they get home, they just go about their day and might casually mention, "Oh, mom is sad today," if their sibling or I ask where she is. They don't really seek affection with her anymore because they rarely get anything more than tears. I've discussed this with therapists, my parents, friends, etc., and I know all the rebuttals people have for this, so let me preempt them. She's unwilling to go back to therapy for grief counseling or see a doctor for depression. Yes, I know she's severely depressed. I can't force her to go to the doctor. I've tried so much. Yes, it really is just as intense as it was 5 years ago. No, I never tell her to get over it or blow her off. On my worst days, I just give space and leave her be. Most days, I try to offer her some comfort. If you want to judge me for leaving her alone, whatever, but know that I feel like I essentially have caretaker fatigue at this point. No, she does not have a history of depression, but she does have ADHD. Don't know if that's relevant. I feel like my wife died when her mom died. I would do anything to get her back, even a small piece of her, but she doesn't seem willing or able to move on past her mother's death. I feel awful for considering divorce, but I don't know what else to do. Don't hate me, but I feel like 5 years is like overkill to grieve over someone. I mean, I don't think you ever stop grieving. I just think you have to handle it differently because you still have to live your life. You have priorities. You have a husband. You have children. Your mom would never be happy that you're living your life this way because she passed.
Am I wrong for thinking she's cheating? I, 35 male, have been married to my wife, 32 female, for about 8 years. We've had our ups and downs like any couple, but the last year or so has been awful. For context, I work in a field that requires a lot of night and weekend work, plus a lot of travel. I also have a second job that takes up a couple nights a week. A few months ago, she flipped out on me because I had a work obligation on a Sunday that prevented me from doing something with her. She insinuated that I constantly choose work over her, and she doesn't feel loved or wanted. I told her I would try my best to cut back on extra work, but that the need for extra income was pretty high. Her response to that was to start sleeping in another room and stop wearing her wedding rings. A month or so later, I rearranged my work schedule to spend the evening with her one weekend. We went to see one of her work friends play in a band at a bar in town. For most of the night, she ignored me and hung out with her other work friends, other than when she wanted me to buy her a drink. We later went to another bar where I tried to be attentive and affectionate, but she mostly rejected me. The next night, there had been an event I had to work, but was meeting up with her and her friends afterwards. When I got there, she was smiling ear to ear, rubbing this work friend's arm. We'll call him Jay, and begging him to go back out to the bars with her. He reluctantly agreed. She then saw me. I asked where we were all going. Her response, "I don't want you to come. Please don't come. I know you don't want to be there, and I don't want you there either." I went home, and she got in around 3 a.m. I didn't talk to her for a couple of days. Last weekend, she went out and got drunk with some of the same friends, although I tagged along this time once I got out of work. She passed out as soon as we got home. I went through her phone. Lots of texts to Jay about her feelings for him and referencing something that happened another night she went out with her friends while I had to work. To be fair, I don't know if Jay is as interested in her as she seems to be in him. Jay is also about 8 years younger than her. She leaves for work super early every morning, and she and Jay are usually the first two there. I can't help but think that the two of them starting to work together was the catalyst that started her poor treatment of me. It's been about a year and a half since they started working together. It's also been at least that long since we had There's been more incidents between us, but these were the most impactful. Now we're about to spend a week traveling together to see our families for Christmas. I hope I can keep it together the whole time, but it might be time to start planning my exit strategy when we get back.
This secret is from listener Charlotte. A few months ago, my dad suddenly passed away. I hadn't seen him in a long time because of the border closures, and he died just a few days before I was booked to travel home. Growing up, I thought he was the best dad in the world. He was so supportive and always told me he loved me. I loved going home and seeing him and just watching a movie on the couch with him. Since his death was unexpected, my siblings and I got to work planning the funeral, sorting through my father's affairs, and looking after our mum. 2 days before the funeral, my brother was going through Dad's computer when he discovered that Dad had a secret boyfriend who was significantly younger than him. Dad had been financially supporting this guy. He owned a house with him. He was paying him $3,000 a month. He even paid for this guy's mum to get a boob job. We also found emails that showed our dad was having sex with a lot of male sex workers. But what really stung was that he'd also led our mum to believe that they were financially secure. In reality, he had left her about $1 million of debt.
$1 million.
That's many dollars. That's a lot of dollars.
That's several dollars.
Yeah.
He had 3 mortgages on our family home. He'd stolen my mum's superannuation. He'd created fake businesses and multiple bank accounts and taken out hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans. Dad had been living a double life and cheating on our mum in all these ways, emotionally, physically, financially. We even discovered that my dad had been secretly wearing a hairpiece for years. To be honest, I wasn't entirely surprised to discover that he was gay. Like, when I was a kid, he took me to Las Vegas to see Barbra Streisand in concert, and we were like the only straight people in the audience.
Slay.
And I can see how my dad ended up in this situation. He had a really hard childhood growing up. There was no room for him to be gay or queer or whatever he was. So I can understand that he lived with a lot of pain. And I can imagine how one lie could have led to another and just snowballed. But that doesn't justify putting people through what he did. We are from a tight-knit religious community in a small town. My parents were always concerned about presenting ourselves as the perfect family. And my dad, in particular, cared a lot about appearance, money, and accolades. But I've realized I don't actually know who my dad was. It's almost like the dad I thought I knew, the dad I'm supposed to be grieving, never existed. Aside from a few close friends, I haven't told anyone about what happened. My mum doesn't want anyone to know about Dad's secret life. Do I owe it to the people in my dad's life to tell them they were conned? Do I owe it to my mum to keep this secret? And how can I move past my father's behaviour when he's not here to answer questions or apologise?
Oh my god, that is a big, big story.
Am I the asshole for moving to a hotel because my wife's family insisted I sleep on the couch? My wife and I got married last summer. Her family lives across the country from us, so up until this point, I had never actually visited. I had met them a handful of times, but we've always gotten along fine. They invited us to come visit and stay with them for a few days, and we took them up on the offer. We flew in yesterday. Everything went well. Her dad and I watched football. Well, that's fun to do. While she caught up with her mom and her sister. And then we finally had a nice dinner. But things went south at the end of the night when it was made clear that they didn't want me sharing a bed with my wife while in their home, and that they expected me to sleep on the couch. By the way, I had a handful of comments on this, but she won't let me do it. This is her show and I gotta behave. I honestly thought, what?
You're still adding comments.
I'm going to shut up and read. I love this show. I honestly thought they were joking at first, but they insisted we sleep separately. I had a problem with the implication that I shouldn't be allowed to sleep next to my wife. And also, I have a bad back and the couch did not look at least bit comfortable. They didn't forth for a bit. I decided to leave and book a hotel. I told my wife she didn't have to come with me. She chose to stay, and I said I'll come back the next day. I went off to the Marriott about 10 miles away and got a good night's sleep, trying not to let the whole situation bother me.
Hell yeah.
This morning I called my wife asking when I should come by. She told me my parents want me to apologize for leaving the way that I did. I told her that I am willing to apologize to keep the peace, but they need to acknowledge that it wasn't appropriate to insist that I can't share a bed with my own wife. She said she'd talk to them and then call me back.
Okay.
About 10 minutes later, I hear back from her. She tells me that not only will they not apologize for it, they are now insisting that I need to come back and stay on the couch for the rest of our visit. If I don't agree to this, I'm not welcome back in the house. I'm pretty livid at this point. I told her that there is absolutely no chance that I will do that, and I am no longer willing to offer any sort of apology. This is a great negotiation. My wife's sisters are now bothering me, saying this is just the way their parents are, that my wife is very upset and I need to just give in and stay on the couch for the rest of the trip before it turns into something sort of a family feud. From my perspective, I I didn't care what they think, and I'm willing to treat the rest of the trip as a solo vacation. Go sightseeing, meet my wife back at the airport at the end of the week. Am I the asshole?
Yeah, not the asshole. I think this is a very weird request. It seems like they're having quite the pissing match between them.
Am I the asshole for getting mad at my mom for making my girlfriend sleep on the floor? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My girlfriend Rose and I have been together for 4 years, and she's 5 months pregnant with our first child. My mom seemed to really like Rose, or at least tolerated her. But after we announced that we were expecting, something definitely switched in her. She became extremely rude and disrespectful towards my girlfriend. She makes passive-aggressive comments at her every chance she gets. I've had to take a step back from my mother until she fixes her behavior. Rose had gone to visit her family who lives far out of town. It was a very last-minute trip, and she drove herself to the destination and back. Unfortunately, around 6 p.m., her car broke down and she was forced to pull over. I have a brother, Chris, who's great with cars and lives about an hour and a half from where Rose was stranded. He was willing to pick her up and sorted everything out. I was out of the country, so I'm grateful that my brother was there to help. Chris moved back in with my mom about a year ago, so the situation wasn't the best, especially considering the tension between Rose and my mom. But I hoped my mom could put her pettiness aside for at least a night. It was too late for Chris to drive Rose back home, so my brother told her that he would drive her back tomorrow morning. But my mom didn't seem to like that. Chris went to bed early, leaving my mom and Rose alone. My mom lives in a 2-bedroom apartment, and since both bedrooms were taken, Rose assumed she would be sleeping on the couch. My mom gave Rose the thinnest blanket ever and basically screamed at her, telling her that she has to sleep on the floor and to not ruin her couch. She told her to make do with the pillows on the couch and the blanket. Rose thought about saying something but didn't. According to her, my mom kept opening the door to check to see if she was sleeping on the couch. Chris found Rose on the floor and let her sleep on his bed. He told me not to make a fuss out of it. Am I the asshole for telling a lady off at the beach who wanted my son to cover up? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 37 male, am a little on the fence if I'm an asshole for what happened. My son, 17 male, and I hit the beach yesterday for the first time in years. A few years ago, my son was in a car accident and thank God he survived. However, he was left with some serious burns all over his shoulder and torso. He's had skin graft surgeries on more affected areas. It's been a long process for him and all of us. His scars are still pretty visible, so that's something he's very self-conscious about. It took him lots of time in therapy until he was able to even look at himself in the mirror. It hurt a lot to see him so depressed and be so self-conscious about his body, but he's more comfortable now. The only thing he hasn't done is be shirtless in public, which he wanted to do, so we decided to go to the beach. There were some kids staring and pointing when we got close to them, but my son ignored them while we kept playing ball in the water. Am I the asshole for telling off a lady at the beach who wanted my son to cover up? Disclaimer, this is not my story. Later on, this lady came to ask, and she said it in a fake sweet voice if my son would mind putting his shirt back on. She said some of the kids were a little freaked out by it. My son then told the lady they can look somewhere else instead of at his scars if it's such a big deal. She got irritated and looked at me and expected me to do something. I pretty much said the same thing my son did, but she wouldn't let it go. To avoid my son hearing more, we walked away from the water and I gave her a piece of my mind. I told her it's people like her that made it so hard for him to be comfortable in his own body, so why doesn't she shut the fuck up and get out of my face? And that if it bothered her so much, she and her family could leave. She told me I was a disrespectful shithead because she came here asking politely. They ended up leaving. My son didn't want to be in the water anymore after that. But luckily after a while, he wasn't so bummed out anymore. I never had an interaction with someone like that before.
I think I just made the worst mistake of my life by divorcing my now ex-wife. He is 34, she's 31. So we've been together for nearly 10 years, 2 years dating and 8 years married. She is kind, faithful, and honest person in every single way and aspect of life, from money to relationships. For me, she's the most trustworthy person in the world, and that's really important to me. However, things were not perfect. When we got married, she moved to my city, where I had just bought a house for us. I paid for everything, but made sure she was part of every single decision of everything in the house, from choosing the place to the decor, and she just never adapted. She's become cold, never initiated sex, would often refuse if I initiated, and never complimented me. I'd always told her how much she was pretty and hot. She never showed no interest in my work, never showed any admiration from what I achieved, and I came from a broken home and a poor family. and never had much to talk about. I mean, she was just silent most of the time. The only moments she was happier was when we used to visit her family, and that's all. She was always quiet, didn't have much to talk to, and that absolutely killed me. I worked from home, so that meant we were together the whole day, and the thought of sharing the same space with someone that is totally indifferent to you is one of the worst feelings I experienced in my life. It was her dream to study business and administration, but she couldn't because her family had no money. So I insisted on her going to college and paid for everything and even drove her to college every day for 4 years. So she graduated, but never worked a single day. I told her to find a hobby and that I would pay anything she wanted, and she just did nothing. She just never pulled her weight. I just started to grow more and more resentful, and we became distant. Whenever I would talk to her about it, she would get mad and say I was being unfair, so I gave up. She left home a couple of days ago. Even with so many problems, I think that I just won't find anyone better.
and motion
Every other
sensor.
girl I dated disappointed me. 2 of them lied a lot and turned out to be gold diggers. And not sure if this is a rant. I'm just completely lost. Any thoughts would be helpful. Thanks a lot. And then they did a too long to read, kind of like short synopsis or the whole thing. And then he said, edit, I meant to say she would often refuse sex if I initiated. I would love to hear what y'all think in the comments of like, if you have any advice or feelings or if you've been through this before. I personally have been in some horrible relationships, but never where I felt like it was really great and it just went stale and stagnant. It just seems like either y'all grew apart and, like you said, you were resentful because she didn't pull her weight. And it also just seems like, you know, maybe y'all weren't meant to be in a relationship. Maybe y'all were just meant to be like friends, cordial, I don't know. But also there's just so much more to this that I can't speak on.
Story time when I got essayed by my cousin. Okay, so growing up, my parents were divorced and I was the only child. My dad got full custody of me because really he was the only one who cared for me. My mother was not in my life at all. She decided to move on and to marry different men. My mom's side of the family was so fucking weird. They never told my mom anything regarding leaving her only daughter. They never cared for me, never looked for me. They always talked shit about my dad, even though he worked 2 jobs and completely took care of all my needs. And after work, he completely took care of me. He would take me to the park, to school, shopping. He was an amazing dad, and still my mom's family had the audacity. I'm not gonna lie, even though my father did have 2 jobs, and I was the only child, we still struggled a lot.
To the what?
My mother, in the other hand, her family was a little bit on the wealthier side, so they had all the electronics. Not only did they have electronics, but they would have big parties. They had houses that had pools, vacations, video games, the latest electronics, everything that I didn't have with my father. I was never heard about that, but I was super excited to go to my mom's house every time I had the chance. Like I said, my mother's family was super weird, not only because they didn't tell her that she was a deadbeat and to do something about that, and because all of my aunties, my mother's sisters, were all home wreckers, big time home wreckers. I didn't find this out until I was much older. Like I said, all of my mother's family had houses that had pools, and these were really nice big pools. So when I was like around 8 years old, my mother decided to spend summer with me and take me to my auntie's house, which had a big pool and a jacuzzi. So I was super excited to go. Okay, like I said, they're so fucking weird. They had this rule. The rule was after you ate, you couldn't go to the pool for 3 hours. And whatever, obviously I was a little kid, so I had to listen. My cousins were pretty cool. I only had about 3. The 2 older ones were male. And I never liked them because they gave me weird looks. They literally discriminated me because of my skin tone, which was brown. Part 2, when I got essayed by my cousin. Okay, so like I said, my mother took me to my auntie's house for the summer, and I had 2 male older cousins. I considered them cool because they would let me watch any TV shows I wanted. My 2 cousins were siblings, and it was the younger one who always gave me dirty looks. He was extremely touchy, especially at the pool. So there was this one night where we had dinner, and we had to wait 3 hours, which was already 8 o'clock. My cousin invited me to the pool, and I said yes in a heartbeat. So this was already the 3rd night that I had already noticed that my cousin was extremely touchy. But I just thought he was showing me cousin love. And I thought he was just being super sweet to me. My older cousin, his brother, was in his room watching video games and he did not want to go to the pool with us. So me and my cousin go inside of the pool and we're having fun. He asked me if I wanted to learn how to swim and I already told him that I knew how to swim. Still, he continues to go in back of me and tries to teach me how to swim. It continues to be extremely touchy and I had this very hot feeling in my stomach that followed all the way to my back. I can't go into further details, but let's just say my one-piece swimsuit was removed. I was extremely hurt and I told my cousin I never wanted to go swim with him again. He proceeded to threaten me and said if I said something, I would not see my mother again because he was gonna invent this whole lie about me. Didn't care, so I ran into the house and told my mom and my auntie. I told my father what my cousin did to me at the pool. My father quickly acted and went to the police department. My cousin went to jail and my mom never spoke to me.
The asshole, 38 male, for cutting back on work to prove a point to my wife, 30 female. My wife is usually an angel of a woman, but has recently gotten into a friendship with a woman whom I personally believe is a bad influence on her. Not in a patronizing way, more of a lay down with dogs, get up with fleas type of situation. I've never
heard that before, but continue.
I like it. I've never said anything about her childishness or her very radical misandry because frankly it doesn't affect me until it did. A few months ago, my wife began pressuring me to do more around the house. Before I get an instant "you're the asshole," we already split chores and childcare. Admittedly, she had a bigger cut than I because she is a stay-at-home mom, but I do most of the cooking. Breakfast and dinners, lunch is her responsibility for her and the boys. I take out the garbage and I do laundry, and I deep clean the bathrooms once a week. I do also help with our boys' homework and such.
I'll marry this man right now.
The bar is low, but like he's doing a lot.
The bar is 6 feet under, but it's pretty good right now.
She insists that I am not doing enough and that I should be doing more around the house. I tried having discussions with her, asking what she expected from me, namely all chores and child rearing should be my duty, it seems, and for months it seemed to be going nowhere. She used the D word more than once when speaking on this, which felt manipulative.
What's the D word?
Divorce.
I was like, Dad?
It boiled over when we were out with friends one night, and she began talking about how I never help out and how I use her as a house slave, her words. I will admit, I saw red. The next part is where I may be the asshole. I didn't say anything that night, but the next day, I asked my boss to be given reduced hours for the next little bit due to stress, and I took over everything in the house. I cooked breakfast and made lunch for the boys before I drove them to school. I cleaned the house top to bottom. I did every dish we had twice, and so on. My wife was blindingly happy and bragged to her friend that she had finally worn in. She didn't lift a finger for around a month. Then she began asking why we never went on dates anymore and complaining that she wanted to get her nails done as they were growing in. I explained that I had to take that out of our budget so we could continue to afford everything else, but we could absolutely have a movie night in and I could paint her nails for her. She was unhappy with that solution. So I asked her if she would want to get a part-time job to pay for her luxuries. You would have thought I asked if she wanted to join a cult. She then asked if I could just go pick up more shifts at work to cover her other expenses and used the phrase, be a man, which I found more than a little insulting. I then asked if she would be willing to go back to splitting the chores and such, which is when she began to catch on that the two were related. She yelled at me that I was being a manipulative asshole for doing this and even claimed it was financial abuse. I stood strong for a while, but now I am questioning my methods because even I feel what I did was a little bit underhanded.
As in, he stopped making as much money to do the chores.
Mm-hmm. Am I the asshole?
Oh, wow! It's gray.
Storytime when I got essayed by my uncle in the 1980s. I am a Mexican 40-year-old woman, and my family is from Ensenada and Tijuana. Growing up, I spent a lot of time in Ensenada with my mom's family. My mother happened to be one of the youngest out of 11 sisters and brothers, and she happened to be the poorest sister. She had me and my other sister at 16 years old, got married, and went off to live in Tijuana with my father. My grandparents were actually rich and had a big house in Ensenada. So growing up, I had a lot of uncles, and I was a very gorgeous brown young lady. My mother was a white woman. Even though she's Mexicana, her skin was much lighter. My mother was a well-respected woman, even though she made poor decisions. And so was my father. My father actually had a couple of other families, so he wasn't around as much. When I was about 15 years old, I was already developing. During this time, I was in Ensenada, and my uncle started behaving very different towards me, and of course my other sisters too. My uncle would write me letters, love letters. When we had family parties, he would dance with me and hold me so tight, and he would always try to give me kisses in the mouth. Of course, my mom was not here to see this, and I felt completely uncomfortable with this. Numerous of time I told my uncle to leave me alone, that this was not appropriate because he was my mother's brother, literally my uncle. Time passed and my uncle would not stop. He even asked me to be his girlfriend, just because I thought my mom would think that I was lying. So there was this one night where we were throwing a party. There was a room that was closer to the street and it had a big window with a garden in front of it. So I'm playing around with all my baby cousins and we are all playing hide and seek when I look out the window and I call my uncle and I'm just like, "Hi uncle, I'm here, look at me." I see that my uncle saw me and I hid inside my great grandpa's closet. I hid in there thinking that my uncle wasn't gonna find me. He ends up opening the closet door and he takes me out, pushes me to the bed and forces himself on me. I honestly ended up fainting. I never told no one.
Story time about how this guy was cheating on his girlfriend with me. So a little background information, I was 15 and in 10th grade. And one day one of my friends, Josh, decided to expose this kid named Caden because this guy Caden posted on his Snapchat story, "Anybody who's 14 and younger, unadd me. I find it so weird that you little girls are swiping up on my stories calling me cute." So my best friend Josh decides to expose this man and he's like, weren't you just hanging out with a 12-year-old the other day? Make it make sense. So, I only add Caden because I was going to tell him that he's gross and disgusting for hanging out with 12-year-olds. But after he sent me a picture of his face saying hi, I immediately fell in love with this man. I know this looks bad. Trust me. I know. Anyways, when I started talking to this kid, I really thought that he was on some fuckboy type shit. He was actually super sweet and really kind.
Bruh.
Like, he never asked me for nudes or anything. He also told me that he was single, so him and I start flirting. And y'all, I really thought that this man was about to be my husband. Now, of course, I low-key doubted him a little bit, so I ended up taking screenshots of every one of our messages. Well, him and I had never actually met in person, but we did have plans to meet up that weekend. So a few days before him and I are supposed to meet up, all of a sudden he literally went ghost. I didn't hear from him all day, and then when I go to Snapchat him, bro has me blocked on almost everything. He had me blocked on Instagram as well, but he had 2 accounts on Instagram and he forgot to block me on the one. And Instagram really snitched on this man because when I clicked on his Instagram, it had the suggested accounts. Some girl with a profile picture of him and her popped up. And she had their date in her bio. They have been dating for a whole fucking year.
Don't be shocked. You're shocked? You're shocked?
So obviously I'm gonna tell her that her man was cheating on her, but whenever I add her on Snapchat, she immediately sends me a message that says, "If this is about Caden, I don't want to hear it." So instead of talking to her about Caden, I literally just sent her all of the screenshots from these past 2 weeks that him and I have been talking. The only thing I said after that was, "He's been cheating on you with me." So then she literally just responds with a video of them and she's like, "Okay, thank you." And I'm like, okay. I mean, I personally wouldn't stay with him, but to each their own. Anyways, so fast forward, they're still together and I'm still blocked on everything.
Am I in the wrong for refusing to give my sister an EpiPen? Me and my sister hate each other. It's always been this way since childhood. Neither of us is right or wrong, as we've both done equally terrible things to each other when growing up, so in the end, we agreed to go no contact with each other. We hadn't seen each other or talked for years. Today, I had a housewarming party and invited a few friends and family. I invited specific family members and my sister was not one of them, so I was surprised when she showed up. I did ask her in private why she was there, and she said that she just wanted to congratulate me on my house and to hell with the beef from our childhood. She couldn't fool me though. I know she was just there to see my house. I asked her that she leaves because I didn't want her in my life whatsoever, but she, along with my parents, said that I was being unnecessarily dramatic and it's just one day. She ended up staying way longer than I would have liked and treated herself to the food that I didn't include her in when I was planning. Honestly, her whole presence felt so unpleasant and her passive-aggressive comments about my interior decor kind of ruined my mood. But I turned a blind eye because I didn't want any drama. Later on, she also helped herself to cake, and not so long after, she started having an allergic reaction. It had almonds and I'd forgotten that she was allergic to them. Not that I had to remember anyway because I didn't invite her in the first place. What really set me off was her audacity to ask me why I put almonds in the cake knowing she was allergic. The reaction got really bad and she asked for an EpiPen. I had one, but I didn't want to give it to her because for one, they're hella expensive to just give to someone that you don't even like, and two, it's not my fault that she indulged in a cake that wasn't meant for her. I simply denied having one. They took her to the hospital, to which I assume she got treatment. Part of me feels terrible because the situation could have been worse just because of my pettiness, but I feel like she brought it on herself.
Am I the asshole for falling out with my best friend and telling her that I will never ever be happy for her? So I was dating my boyfriend for a few years, but we actually broke it off just before COVID. We were both madly in love, and to be honest, we still are, and my best friend knows this. So last month, she actually started getting really distant towards me, and it's really unusual because she kind of needs me for everything. I've always been there for her and she's always come to me. So I've helped her with colleges, I've helped her with a resume, I helped her actually find the college to go to, I went with her and everything. I've helped her raise some money and let her lend some money that she needed. The job she's in, I was the one that got her that. She didn't actually really do much for me, which, you know, is obviously okay. It was more of emotional support because she would come to me about everything. But at the end of the day, I didn't really mind because best friends are like sisters and you'd literally do anything for them. So obviously this was around COVID, and she actually came to me and broke to me that the reason she was so distant was because that she was quarantining with my ex, and they're now a thing. Whatever hopes I had at the time getting back with my ex were absolutely squashed because I didn't think that I would be able to ever get over of him getting with my best friend and my best friend getting with my ex. I was so heartbroken. I know you don't own people, but the betrayal was crazy. I know we weren't together at the time, but yes, it is betrayal when your best friend dates your ex. She then had the nerve to ask if I was happy for her. She said because she's finally got a job and a really nice boyfriend. Firstly, that job is because of me. I asked somebody I used to work with if they could hire her, literally begged them because she needed a job. So yeah, that's because of me. And secondly, your nice boyfriend is your best friend's ex-boyfriend. You know how when some people are hurt, they're kind and just say, I'm happy for you. Well, I was hurt and I was not happy for them. And I told her that. I was fuming. I also told her to stop contacting me. I actually blocked her on everything. So she reached out by email to try and talk to me. In her messages, she was saying that she was hurt. Some people thought I should have kept it to myself and not kicked off because she's a sensitive person and she's hurt. But what about me? She actually rang me a few days later just to go over everything. She was saying how hurt she was that I wasn't there for her, that she's finally got a good job and a good boyfriend and that I don't have to loan her money anymore, all of that. She said she distanced herself because she didn't want to tell me it straight away because she knew it would really hurt me as I wasn't actually over him. She wanted to wait a bit longer till I was over him and thought it would be fine. I basically told her what she did was absolutely horrible and no friend should ever do that, and I basically hung up. And still to this day, we have not spoken.
Story time about how my friend's husband wants to hook up with me and I kind of want to say yes. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I know everyone in the comment section is going to tell me not to do it. But hear me out. I've known this friend for 6 months now. Let's call her Sally. Sally and I met through some mutual friends. She's just kind of boring. The only real reason we became friends is because our dogs get along. And because they got along, we decided to set up some play dates. Most of the time I would come over to her house because she has a really big yard. So it was good for both of our dogs. FYI, I live in a small apartment, so it made sense for me to go to her house. I would go over to her house once or twice a week, but I actually didn't meet her husband until a few weeks after I started going. So like I said, my friend Sally is really boring. She always manages to take the fun out of everything. Anytime our dogs are playing, she tries to stop them from having fun. She will literally tell them to stop running in her yard where there's no one there. But here's the thing. One day her husband was finally home when I was, and as soon as we met, we were both laughing at everything we were saying. He was so funny, like the complete opposite of Sally. Let me tell you, Sally got jealous right away. In fact, she told me to stop coming over to her house. But her husband found me on Instagram. Part 2 is up. Story time about how my friend's husband keeps trying to hook up with me and I kind of want to. Disclaimer is not my story time, was sent me on Instagram. After Sally asked me not to come back to her house, her husband found me on Instagram. Let's call him Jerry. Like I said in part 1, Jerry and I hit it off right away. We were like kindred spirits, I swear. We were not just attracted to each other, we made each other laugh. As soon as he followed me on Instagram, I DM'd him. He DM'd me right back. That's when he asked me if I wanted to go get a coffee. And of course I said yes. We ended up getting coffee the very next hour. As soon as we sat down with coffee, he started telling me exactly what he wanted. He told me that his wife is boring, which I totally agree with. Ellie's kind of pretty, but her boring personality just takes all of that right away. So I understand him. I mean, if you guys could see me. Then he told me that he was really attracted to me and that he thought we could have fun. I asked him to be more specific, and he said, let's get a hotel room. I said no. How dare you? I mean, I really did, but I was kind of cute about it. And he's like, come on, I know you want to as well. Told him that I did want to, but that he was a married man. To Sally, who was kind of like my fake friend. Then he asked me to go to his car with him so that we could speak privately. Went into his car, and guess what we did? Part 3 is up. Story time about how my friend's husband keeps trying to hook up with me, and I kind of want to say yes. Disclaimer is not my story time, it's sent me on Instagram. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention in part 1 and 2 that I do have a boyfriend. We finally sat down in his car for some privacy. He went straight for it. He started trying to kiss me and grab at me, but of course, I put a stop to it. I mean, I am a respectable woman. I mean, maybe I did let him cop a field or two. After I got home, I really thought about it. A little background on my boyfriend and I. We've been together for 2 years, and honestly, he's a really good match with Sally. Not that he's boring, but he's just not very fun anymore, and the relationship has lost its spark. And to be honest, now that I think about it, I'm just not even attracted to him anymore. But I do feel bad for him, so I don't want to break up with him only for that reason. Which probably isn't the best reason, right? Anyway, Jerry keeps sending me messages asking me to hook up with him. He even made reservations at a really nice hotel, like a really expensive hotel. The reservation is for 3 nights from now. I do want to say yes, but I do actually feel guilty. I mean, I don't really like Sally or anything, but I did meet her first, so my loyalty should be to her, right? I also do feel bad for my boyfriend, but I truly believe that if I told him about this, he wouldn't even care. Vote in the comments yes or no if I should do this. Wish me luck. Bye.
Am I the asshole for eating the food my father-in-law served me and ruining my boyfriend and I's holiday? Background info. I, 41 male, am a white American, and my boyfriend, 38 male, is Moroccan and half black. His parents took a dislike to me the moment that we met. We've been together for 2 years, and he lives in America. The incident in question took place a few days ago. This is only my second time meeting his parents. His mother has been relatively quiet, but it's obvious she feels the same as his father, who's on an all-out warpath. They think I'm a typical useless American party boy and not good enough for their son, who's an all-around goody two-shoes. They're wealthy government employees who think they're contributing a lot to the world, unlike me. Now, it's important to note that I'm also wealthy, self-made, and high-ranking in my career, so I'm not attempting to get on any gravy train. My boyfriend and I are staying at their home in Morocco. The 4 of us sat down for dinner, cooked by their private chef. Everybody got a bowl of some Moroccan food. It smelled really good. I noticed that mine looked paler than the others and didn't have much of a smell. They took all the seasoning out the food. I didn't comment at first, but then his father outright said, as if he was doing me a favor, that he told the chef to put a portion for me aside before she added any of the seasoning because he thought my palate wouldn't handle the spice well. That's so rude. I have no issue with spicy food, and I could tell that my boyfriend was already uncomfortable, and he told his father that I could eat what they're eating. I managed to keep my cool, despite being really pissed off, and I told him in no uncertain terms that I could handle spicy food. Next thing, he took my food and went back to the kitchen. When he returned, my food was a shade darker than everyone else's. At this point, fam, it's time to leave. It's time to fucking leave because you're intentionally playing with my food. Like, I'm not staying there. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. I'm not staying here. I'm leaving. I realized that after the first bite, it wasn't just spicy, it was inedible. My boyfriend noticed my reaction and told his father off before telling me to stop eating it. But I didn't. What? You kept eating? Okay. I ate the damn food. And I've never in my life eaten anything like this. There must have been an entire bottle of hell in it. The pain. But I persevered. Much to my boyfriend's protest, and his father simply watched. I would have watched your dumb ass too. I would have sat there, and you know what? I would have recorded it. I was sweating buckets, and I felt sick. I almost had an asthma attack. Another reason that my boyfriend was angry with me, because I put myself at risk, but I ate the whole bowl. Then I left the table victorious, but dying a death. What did you win? Lava flowing through your butt? Like, what did you fucking win? Fast forward, I've been in bed for 3 days. I still feel messed up and may not survive. My boyfriend says that I should have been the bigger person and that there were no winners. That eating the whole bowl was just as childish as his father for serving it, and it harmed only me. He's been taking care of me, but he's also blaming me. I don't think I was the asshole, even if the last 3 days of our vacation have gone down the drain. Bro, you're absolutely the asshole. Yes, you are. Because what were you trying to prove? That you could handle spice just to realize you can't fucking handle that amount of spice? Like, I get it. It was a whole measuring contest, a whole pissing contest. I get it. But you didn't win. And now you're suffering a loss that you really didn't have to take. Like, you really signed up for the L. You really fucking did. And I completely understand why your boyfriend's mad at you, because you have asthma. I'm an asthmatic and I love spicy food, but I know that there's a limit, and I'm not going to put myself in the ground trying to prove a point to someone who doesn't like me from the moment that they met me. Absolutely not. You're definitely the asshole, and you owe your boyfriend an apology for sure. Edit. I'm not sure that I made it clear enough. The food was taken and he intentionally made it inedible. My boyfriend argued with his father afterwards. Anyways, I do appreciate the comments. They have cheered me up. I am an asshole and I will apologize to my boyfriend. That's great. That's fucking amazing. The comments about him picking a man like his father have really bothered me. I will take that advice to heart. Also, I love the concern for my asshole. It was a hard road ahead, but I will be okay. This has come up a few times, so I'm going to address it here. My boyfriend's parents know that he's gay and they've accepted that. He's free to be himself in their home. We don't take our sexuality outside of the home while in Morocco. I'd like to show this post to him later, and I'm going to remove the edit before I do. So please, if you're going to comment, there's no need for racism. This is his family and his business. I get it. I respect it. Respect it. Update. I have apologized and I've been forgiven. I punished myself enough for his liking, but he agrees that his father is an asshole and he could stand up for me more. I'm out now and I appreciate the responses and the laughs. I kind of feel like I should have finished the rest of the story before I gave my little input, because it's literally everything that he did. But I love that things worked out and he's okay, that he's okay. But you guys, the first fucking comment says, you may not think you're the asshole, but your asshole thinks you're the asshole.
Am I the asshole for refusing to apologize to my parents' poly partner? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My 16 female parents, 36 each, became poly 4 years ago. They came to me and explained what it meant to be that. They've been dating the same person, Madison, 27 female, for the past 3 years, and she moved in with us 2 years ago. She's overall an okay-ish person, but she's very much into being some kind of cool mom, which will never be for me. My parents' relationship with Madison is very serious. Both of my families know of her, and while not everyone accepts her as a real part of their marriage, they're okay with her too. For me, she's more like a roommate my parents love rather than a parent figure or someone I have to listen to. My dad is okay with her trying to discipline me, but my mom isn't. Well, 2 days ago, my boyfriend walked me home and I invited him to have a piece of cake since my mom's birthday was the day before and he couldn't come. He said yes and he went inside, and that's honestly everything we did. Madison came home an hour after and we were still in the kitchen eating and watching TikToks together. Am I the asshole for refusing to apologize to my parents' poly partner? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I had my head on his shoulder and we were just chilling. She saw us and started acting very weird. She said hi and drank a glass of water. After 10 minutes, she just stood there pretending to watch her phone, but it was very obvious she was watching us. My boyfriend felt uncomfortable, so he left. She then approached me saying it wasn't okay for me being alone with a boy at 16 and that she would appreciate if I don't do it again. My parents know my boyfriend pretty well and I would never betray their trust by doing something I'm not allowed to. She wanted to keep talking, but I cut her off and said she had no right to try to give me the talk, and that she wasn't my parent in any form. She said she was just trying to help, and I said she better not, and any concern she had she could talk about it to my real parents, and if they see fit, they could talk to me. And that just because she was dating them, that doesn't make her my mom. This morning, my dad drove me to school. He said Madison talked to the both of them, and my mom decided she overstepped, but he agreed with Madison. He also wanted me to apologize, and I said I didn't feel like it.
Story time when my boyfriend broke up with me because I liked the dildo more than him. This is not my story, it was sent to me on my email. This all happened when I was 18 years old. I had my first boyfriend, and I was his first partner too. I lost my V card to him and never cheated on my boyfriend. Well, my boyfriend took pride in being the first to take my V card since I was a really pretty girl. He would get so jealous if other guys tried to talk to me online or in person. I reassured him all the time that he was my only one, and I really thought we were gonna get married. Well, my mom's birthday comes up, and one of her longtime friends gifted her a dildo. My mom had a partner during this time. She put away the dildo up in the fridge since my little siblings were younger. They weren't able to reach the top of the refrigerator, so they wouldn't be curious of what it was. My boyfriend would joke around and ask me if I wanted to use it, and I said no. I said no because I didn't want anything that was fake inside me. When we were alone, he would ask me if I wanted to use it, and he really thought of using it and putting it back. Go to part 2. Story time. My boyfriend broke up with me because I liked the dildo more than him. Part 2. This is not my story. It was sent to me on my email. So my boyfriend kept teasing me about the dildo. I told him that even before him, I never used to play with myself or had any toys in mind. I didn't know how he was gonna react, and plus I didn't wanna mess up my pH balance or my hygiene. Plus he wanted to put it back in the refrigerator after using it. On me. One night, me and my boyfriend were doing the nasty. We finished and I wanted to keep going. Well, he couldn't go for a round 2. So I asked him if he wanted to use a toy on me. He said yes, that he would be putting in and out, and I agreed. So I grabbed the toy, and I was so weirded out. We didn't have any lube, it just went straight in. It felt so good that I moaned so loud. I had to cover my mouth with my blanket, and I started biting my blanket. My boyfriend kept going, and it felt so good each time. I loved it so much, I even changed positions. We went on it for 15 minutes, and then I finished. My boyfriend was so mad. He put a hoodie on and then he turned the other way. He didn't cuddle with me all night. The next morning, I woke up with the dildo next to me, and he was gone. Well, I had to go back to school. I was in college, and when I tried messaging him good morning, I noticed that I was blocked. I called him on no caller ID, and he told me that it was over. It's been 3 months and my boyfriend is still mad. I regret.
Story time about how I ghosted my girlfriend for her sister. Disclaimer is not my story time, and send me on Instagram. I, a 24-year-old male, am an asshole. But to be honest, I don't think I can help it. I met my girlfriend in college at a party and we hit it off right away. I asked her to be my girlfriend the very same week I met her. So things moved along really quick. We were dating for 3 months before I met her parents. And I went over to her house and we did the whole thing. But when I met her sister, I fell in love. Her sister was like the male version of me. She likes dirt biking. I like dirt biking. She loves going on solo trips. I do too. We both love skydiving, playing baseball, watching baseball, and my girlfriend, well, she just doesn't have those interests. She's more into getting manicures and pedicures, coloring her hair, making sure she looks skinny in all her pictures, and she always makes me take about 100 pictures before she chooses one to post. So I realized her sister and I were much more compatible. The same day we met, her and I just talked for about 3 hours, while the rest of the family was watching TV. That very same day, she invited me to go on a hike with her and her friends. My girlfriend was actually really happy that her sister and I got along. So I said yes, only to end up making out with her. Part 2. Story time about how I ghosted my girlfriend for her sister. Disclaimer, it's not my story time, it's sent me on Instagram. When she invited me to go hiking, I instantly had to say yes. But in my defense, I tried to convince my girlfriend to come with us. She said no because she didn't want to get sweaty and she didn't want to ruin her hair. So her sister and I made our way to the hiking place with her 2 friends. During the hike, we had so much fun. Her and I basically walked together for 2 hours and just talked. The longer we walked, the more I fell in love with her. And I could tell that the same was happening to her. We decided to walk ahead of her friends just to get some more privacy. And that's when we started making out. Then she instantly started to cry. She felt really bad for her sister. And I felt bad for her sister. But there was just nothing we could do about it. At least not then. When we got back to her parents' house, we decided not to talk about it or even talk to each other. My girlfriend and I went back to college and I didn't see her sister for another 2 weeks. She finally came over to visit and we decided to go to a house party. And this is when things got even more complicated. At the house party, my girlfriend decided to get really drunk. And she was being a brat. So her sister and I had to take care of her the whole night. When we finally took her back home after she was sick, her sister and I started making out again. Part 3 is story time about how I ghosted my girlfriend for her sister. Disclaimer, it's not my story time, instead of me on Instagram. While my girlfriend was blackout drunk on her bed, her sister and I were making out in the kitchen. I know, I'm an evil man, but I just couldn't help it. That's when I realized that I had fallen in love with my girlfriend's sister over the last 2 weeks. I couldn't believe it myself. That's when I decided to tell her in the kitchen that I couldn't see her sister the same way anymore, and that I kind of wanted to be with her. She told me there was no way that could ever happen and that she would never do that to her sister. Yet she was still making out with her sister's boyfriend. I asked her to tell me how she felt about me, and she basically told me she felt the same way. So over the next few days, I made a decision. I decided to ghost my girlfriend. I didn't have the balls to tell her that I had fallen in love with her sister. I mean, can you blame me? Of course, my girlfriend went nuts trying to contact me, so I ended up blocking her number. She came over to my apartment, but I didn't answer the door. That's when I called her sister up and told her that I was single. But now she's rejecting me and doesn't want to be in a relationship with me. I feel like an asshole because I ghosted my girlfriend and I fell in love with her sister. Now I'm the one ending up alone. Should I get back with my girlfriend or should I try to get with the sister?
Am I the asshole for ruining my niece's birth over a name? I, 29 female, was pregnant with twins a few years ago. Unfortunately, only one baby survived, a little boy who we called Henry, and my daughter who passed, we called her Daphne. My sister and I were close growing up, but we drifted apart. There was a rivalry on her part after I met my partner. For example, she hated that we got engaged before her. She has been with her partner for 3+ more years, and she threw a fit saying she wouldn't attend our wedding unless she was engaged too. So they got engaged, and threw an engagement party the night before my wedding. When I announced my pregnancy, she wasn't happy, as I'd done another thing before her, but when my daughter died, she seemed to be a lot nicer. Because of this change, we made her Henry's. She became pregnant recently and refused to announce the name until a few days after birth. The baby girl was called Theodora, which is beautiful. I was bringing presents to her, and I saw my dad building a huge toy box with the name Daphne on it. When I questioned this, I was told the baby is going to be called Daphne and only Theodora on paper. No one will use her full name, only her nickname. All of my family knew and supported her. I got upset and started shouting, asking if this was a cruel prank. She came out and told me to F off, I don't own a name, and she liked it since my baby's funeral. My family are on her side and say, why do I care? My baby is not here, so there is no confusion, and don't see why I caused a scene and ruined her happy time, and why can't I be happy for her? They're saying I'm being petty and cruel.
Am I the asshole for telling my boyfriend to cut off his female friend? This is not my story, was sent to me on my email. I met my boyfriend in high school. Let me just tell you, when I first laid eyes on this man, I knew he was gonna be the love of my life. He was just my type, and a month later, I ended up telling him how I felt. 2 months later, me and him became boyfriend and girlfriend. We lived a couple blocks away from each other, and let's just say there was rumors about me. None of them were true, and I always reassured him that he was my first boyfriend. During this time, I'm still getting to know him, so he ends up telling me that he has a girl best friend. When I first heard about this, it didn't make me feel some type of way. I, of course, didn't want to be the controlling girlfriend, until he told me her name. Let's call her Leslie. I didn't like Leslie because she was small, petite, and she was really sneaky. For some reason in my life, I always had people who were much smaller than me trying to be cute, and they thought they could get away with shit. Leslie once in middle school took my boyfriend away. I moved on and didn't care. Go to part 2.
Am I the asshole for telling my dad his son is not going to be invited to anything related to my child? No. You are your child's parent. You have every right to dictate who gets to come around and who gets to be around your child. You're absolutely not the asshole for that. I, 18 female, am expecting a baby. I know that I'm young and I live with my boyfriend, my child's father. We're determined to make a good life for us and our child. Becoming a mom is making me think about what I want for my child. And one thing I want more than anything is to keep my child away from the hate my half-brother has towards my parents and also towards me as well. Background. My parents met after my dad lost his first wife. My half-brother was 6 or 7 when his mother passed away, and 10 when my parents met. They got married 2 years later, and I was born within a few months. We have a 12-year age gap, and I was followed by my brother 2 years later, and then my sister 18 months after him. Dang. Okay, so his mother had passed away 5 years before they got married. Okay, just to clarify that. OP's parents got married 5 years after her half-brother's mother passed away. My dad's son hated that dad remarried after his mom passed away. His maternal family were also angry at my dad for betraying their daughter and not living forever as her widower and never finding love again. Growing up around that wasn't easy. I would hear my dad's son get mad at dad for loving my mom more than his. This was his son's perception. He would yell all over the house that my dad was unfaithful, would say that my mom was nothing special and she would never truly be loved or part of his family. He called her a side piece and the other woman. My dad would argue back as well, which made things not easy. They were in therapy at times, but it never seemed to help. Even when he turned 18, he would come home and he would fight my dad over who he loved more. He never cared for me or my siblings either. He wished that my dad had never had us. You're absolutely not the asshole for wanting your child to not be exposed to this type of hate. Not at all. When my dad's son had kids, he told dad's whole family that my mom would never be a grandparent or family. He said the woman dad loved more than his mom and his kids' real grandmother would never be loved by his kids. He would make sure they never loved her. He talked about how he was going to pin a photo of her to a punching bag, and they would use a photo of her as target practice because that's all she was good for. This man is so fucking immature. This is a grown-ass man. A grown-ass fucking man. He was 10 years old when his father remarried. I understand the frustration and the anger. They've gone to therapy. They've tried and taken all the necessary precautions to help him out, but it's not working. He's just walking around angry, and I truly, truly believe it's coming from his maternal side of the family, because they're also angry at the husband for not forever being a widower. So I feel like this is coming from his family. They've convinced him to feel this way, and he's going to breathe this hate on into his children, and it fucking sucks. But OP, you're still not the asshole for not wanting him to be around your kids. Not at all. Why? I would not want him to be around me at all, let alone my babies. Absolutely not. He was never cut from our lives. In fact, my dad would still let him come into the home and invite him to every party or family event. I will not allow any contact between dad's son and my child, though. I don't want my child around that kind of fighting or to hear that kind of thing about grandma and grandpa. There has been talk of a co-ed baby shower, and I told my dad his son would not be invited. My dad was asking why. What do you mean fucking why? Just because you are okay with being verbally and emotionally abused by your son does not mean that the rest of us are gonna lie down and fucking take that shit. Absolutely not. He ain't no fucking son of mine. I don't have to sit here and allow him to spread hate as something that's supposed to be happy. Hell no, he can't come. Fucking why? My dad was asking why, and I told him that it should be obvious, but I don't want his son around my child when he treats us all so badly. I told him that he'll never be around my baby and won't ever be invited to things related to my child. He told me I was being very extreme and I should give it time. Am I the asshole? No. I've said it multiple times throughout the story. No, you're not the asshole. Absolutely not. Stick to your guns. Die on this hill. Let this be the hill that you fucking die on. Your child 100% deserves to come into a family that's nothing but love. They do not deserve to come around someone who's just being nasty just because. The fact that this man hates his entire family so fucking much, yet continues to show up to all family events and parties to remind you how much he don't like you, shows you that this is a him problem and not a you problem. So you don't have to fucking deal with that. Absolutely not. He can't fucking come. I can't explain to you guys the amount of rage that would flow through my veins if my second grader told me my kindergartner was being bullied by the fucking lunch lady and she was denying him his food. This is the update. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to the caption, click on the link, it'll take you to the first part. Remember, the original investigation was supposed to go from the 8th of August to the 11th of August, and then was pushed back until the 25th of August, and then was pushed until the 3rd of September. This is now what happened in that meeting. I went to the meeting on September the 3rd with the superintendent of HR, Shay Borges, Jay Burns, someone else from the district whose title I can't remember, and my kid's principal, Ms. Ramirez, who requested to be there. Ms. Ramirez admitted to meeting with me in spring of 2025 about my concerns with Deborah Beckman. She claimed that it wasn't addressed due to either of them being out at different times and eventually Ms. Ramirez being at a 3-week convention. She denied ever receiving voicemails from me before and after I met with her. Ms. Ramirez lied about the conversation that she and I had about when I confronted Ms. Beckman. She said I cussed at her and that because I wasn't coming to a positive conclusion, she decided to walk away. She didn't recall telling me to do what I had to do in regards to making a formal complaint with the district, posting on social media, and going public. What she didn't realize was I had witnesses to that conversation that were only standing a couple of feet from us, one of which I had at that meeting with us to make sure she corrected her statement for the record. She also tried to claim that she told me I couldn't confront staff and would be banned because of the way that I confronted Ms. Beckman, which I reiterated and said I did nothing wrong to her. I wasn't rude, aggressive, or threatening, and that if she would have done her job in the spring like she had already admitted to not doing, I wouldn't have had to confront Ms. Beckman at all. Ms. Beckman didn't recall any of the allegations, and as for the part where she just stared me in my face and didn't deny anything I said or responded at all, that was because she was in so much shock. Of course she was. Of course she was in shock. I actually believe that. I genuinely believe that because this is a bitch who gets her rocks off bullying children. She doesn't know what to do when it comes up against someone her fucking size. I genuinely believe she was shocked. A lot of my allegations ended up being concluded that there was enough evidence to show it was more than likely what I said had happened did in fact happen. Unfortunately, no other parents decided to come forward to the district, but with what they were able to prove from my investigation alone, Deborah hasn't been fired, but She's no longer going to be working with children. And at the request of my friend and witness who joined me for the meeting, she also has to be supervised around the children during the last days that she spent working around them. I will still be pursuing legal action. The principal admitted to knowing and not doing anything will only help that much more. I do like the fact that Deborah's no longer going to be working with children because they can prove this bitch is a menace and she has no place around them. Hopefully, they put her ass in a closet somewhere with a fucking clipboard organizing shit far from people's children. I did not expect Deborah to be fired. I didn't. They didn't lie when they said it was going to be difficult to get her fired from the union simply because they're not going to work hard to try to get her fired from the union. This bitch spent her time abusing children instead of doing her fucking job, but they're just going to put her somewhere else. I didn't expect it. I want it, but I didn't expect her to be fired. I am upset that nothing happened to the fucking principal. Like, nothing at all whatsoever. The principal admitted to not telling anybody about this, and absolutely nothing happened to her. Shirley, Miss Ramirez, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you think this shit's okay? You think it's absolutely okay for one of your staff members to abuse children, to take their food away from them while they're eating it? You think that shit's okay? You have to. You have to, because you didn't do anything about this and then went into the meeting with the mother and lied. Shirley, you should be ashamed of yourself. You have no place, no business working with children.
Am I wrong for telling a guy to shut up during a job interview? I was interviewing this guy for a good software engineering position. He passed the first round, and both I and everyone involved in the second round really liked his resume and experience. On paper, he had everything we were looking for, and honestly, this looked like a life-changing opportunity for him. Then he shows up, very serious and not smiling at all. I'm used to that in tech interviews, and I understand it can be an intimidating environment. We did a round of introductions, and then he opened the interview by saying, "Let me tell you a little bit about myself." We said, "Okay, go for it." He started talking about his personal and professional background. After about 3 minutes, I jumped in to ask a follow-up question based on something he mentioned. He replied, "I will answer, just give me a moment," and continued talking. A coworker jumped in with another question, and he said the same thing to her. At this point, we were kind of looking at each other, but decided to let him continue and give him the benefit of the doubt. But after 5 more minutes, I jumped in again with another question. I had to talk over him to do it. He finally paused and answered, but in such a long-winded way that he ended up veering into another topic. My coworker asked another question, and the same thing happened. At this point, I was ready to end the interview. I tried to politely wrap it up several times, but he was unable to read the room and just kept talking. I finally raised my voice slightly and said something like, "Thank you very much for sharing your background. In the interest of time, I'd like to ask if you have any questions for us. This is standard protocol and helps us prepare answers for future interviews." He asked a question about the team. As I was answering, he raised his finger and interrupted to talk more about his background. I let it go. Then he asked another question, which my coworker started to answer, but again, he spoke over her to talk about himself. I tried once more to interrupt politely, but he kept talking. At that point, I was done. I said, "John, you really have to shut up and listen." He was surprised, as was my coworker, but he finally stopped talking. I continued, "You walked into this room with a 99% chance of getting the job. Now that chance is 0. The only reason is because in less than 15 minutes, you've demonstrated that you don't have the capacity to listen at all. So I'm telling you now, you're not getting the job. But if you take anything away from this interview, let it be this. No matter how good you are technically, if you can't listen, you'll never excel in this career." He apologized and said, "Can we start again?" I replied, "You had your chance. Best of luck in your future interviews. Make sure you listen." Looking back, I know I could have handled that differently, but I still feel bad for the guy. You know, I think you did him a solid, because in situations like this, I always see like all over Reddit people who are like, "Oh," you only hear one side of things where it's like, from the interviewer, from the one getting interviewed, they're like, "I've been going through so many interviews and I'm never getting the job. Like, what am I doing wrong? The job market this, the job market that." But we don't hear how their interview actually goes. And so sometimes you don't think of yourself as doing something wrong. You're just blah, 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 blah. But you gave him good feedback. So going forward, he doesn't make the same mistake. So I really think, of course, his ego was bruised, but he needed this to happen for him to have any sort of possibility. I think it sucks that it's like, for them to say you had a 99% chance of getting this job and you really just blew it because you couldn't listen. You just talked about yourself for 20 minutes. It's for sure a blow to his ego, but he's going to remember this for the rest of his life. Or he'll be like, "Wow, these people are stupid," okay? But it's more likely the first one.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to contribute to my stepson's college fund? Update. I thought we were done, you guys, but OP updated 30 minutes ago. So here we are. Same shit, different video. Go to the caption if you want to find the first part of the story. It's been an eye-opening weekend. Thanks to everyone who weighed in, even the aggressive ones. I knew what I was signing up for posting on Reddit. Before the update, a couple of clarifications because gaps in info turn into wild assumptions. When I said I came on a little too strong with James when we first met, some of you pictured me grabbing a toddler by the neck and hissing, "Call me daddy." No, I was nervous and I acted like an idiot and I used an over-the-top baby voice because I'd barely been around toddlers. Emily later said that I sounded like a circus clown on 2 cartons of Red Bull. Cringe? Absolutely. Malicious? No. Many called my wife the asshole for sharing the college fund amounts for our kids. I showed her the post. She explained that James came back from Dan's with questions. When the fund started, how much, etc. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, "So mine is X, Y, and Z, and theirs is 1, 2, 3, with his being higher than our kids." Without thinking, yes, stupidly, Emily corrected him. "No, yours is 1, 2, 3, and theirs is X, Y, Z." That snowballed into what I wrote earlier. It wasn't a diabolical plan to make me pay more. It was a thoughtless correction. With that out of the way, Emily, James, and I sat down for a conversation yesterday. James didn't want to talk to me, but I told him that if he expected me to even think about contributing to his college fund, that I've got loads of questions that he needs to answer. It was an extremely long conversation and many revelations came to be. So I'm going to give a summary of the things that we finally found out from James. I'm going to make a prediction. And it's something I try not to do, but I feel like we're all thinking the same thing, that Dan has been poisoning James against his mother this entire fucking time. That Dan is 100% behind all of this, because why else would he just hang on every fucking word, every single thing, idolize his cheating ass fucking father, but he blames his mom hands down. We know that Dan is behind this, and I truly feel like we're going to find out some of the most vile things that Dan has been telling James throughout his childhood. Even before Emily and Dan had broken up, not divorced, they were never married, Dan had occasionally brought James to his affair partner's house, so James was familiar with the affair partner. After the breakup, Dan immediately moved in with his affair partner. Em, who was a stay-at-home mom until then, struggled initially to get back on her feet. Needless to say, James's home life with Em was a little more chaotic than at Dan's and his affair partners. Em hadn't told James that she had left his father because he wouldn't really make any sense. But apparently in the early days, Dan used to tell James that Em would eventually come back to him. I think he may have been holding out hope for reuniting with Em. And that's where I came in. Dan told James that as long as I was around, I would not let Em go back to Dan. When Dan married his affair partner, he told James that it was temporary. It was a way to make Em jealous. When we got married, he told James that it was my way of making it even more difficult for Em to get back to their family. This man is absolutely fucking disgusting. He's disgusting. He's been poisoning his little boy. Remember, they broke up when he was like 4. He's been poisoning this baby's mind against his mother his entire fucking life, to the point now that he doesn't believe anything other than what the fuck his shitty ass father is saying to him. That sucks so much. This is so sad. When James found out the reason for their breakup, he asked Em about it. She had been open and honest about everything. When he confronted Dan about the same, he told James that Em had left him for a long time and his loneliness made him miss her a lot. So he found comfort with his affair partner. Ew. That man stinks. Like, I just feel like he fucking stinks. Ugh. Emily's father had been in a car accident and she was with her parents for about 3 weeks to help them. That's all the alone time that Dan could handle before he needed to dip his wick in something. But it was a reasonable enough explanation for James to absolve his father of all sins. Absolutely not. This man is disgusting. Just fucking gross. When Em got pregnant with our daughter, Dan told James, now that I've started pumping my spawn into his mother, the exact words that James used, James's family was destroyed forever. He told James that Em and I had been wanting to take him to therapy, which was actually a ruse. What we were really trying to do was take him to a doctor who would declare him a problem child, and then we would ship him off to boarding school so that we could continue to play a happy family without being bothered by him. That's fucked up. He said that only Dan and his family were fighting to keep James with them. That's fucked up. Like I said, this man has been poisoning this baby against his mother and stepfather his whole fucking life. And at this point, he doesn't know what else to fucking believe. James admitted that he had hoped his detached behavior around my family and happy and joyous behavior around Dan's would convince him that my kids and I were evil and she would eventually leave us. But sadly, I kept knocking up his mom, making it harder for her to leave. Expectedly, Emily was beyond distraught to hear everything. To be honest, in the moment, I couldn't wrap a head around it either. I asked if Dan had a college fund saved up for James and his sons. James said his affair partner's parents had set up a trust fund for Dan's sons, but that doesn't include James because he's not their grandson. Dan's not saved up anything for anyone, so it's my responsibility to do it because your dad said that I should be doing it. Boy, it just makes me so sad because I want to be frustrated and I'm trying not to be because he's 17 years old and again, his mind has been poisoned against his mother. But goddamn, boy, you're 17. You're 17. At this point, we got to start using our head even just a little bit. Like you've had all these hopes around your behavior and all this stuff. So that means you know what you're doing. You're choosing to behave like this and that's not okay. That's not okay. And you know that it's not okay because you're now admitting to doing all of this. Like, I'm trying not to be frustrated, but damn, is it hard. I asked James why he suddenly thinks that I should contribute to his fund when he's turned down every opportunity for us to be a family. He said he was actually okay with the amount that Em initially told him about, but Dan made him realize we were undercutting him, so he came back to demand more. I asked if I paid the money, then would that make us a family? Even if he can't accept me as a step-parent, could we be friends? Could he be a little more friendlier with my kids when he's around? He straight up said no. Then you get nothing from me. You can demand until you're fucking blue in the face. You get nothing from me. James said that after all these years, he knows that neither me or my kids are the evil beings his father made us seem. But he still feels like I'm the reason his parents could never get back together again. And for that, he'll always hate me. And since my kids are, well, my kids, he's never gonna like them either. This baby's got so much misplaced anger and frustration, he's going to end up alone. He's going to leave his parents. He's gonna move out of his mom's house and he's never gonna speak to her again, thinking it's a big fuck you to her because she did not fight to go back to her family. The moment he leaves his mother's house, his father is no longer gonna be interested in him because he's not gonna be a tool to fuck with his mom anymore. That baby's going to end up alone, and it's not going to be for the reason that he thinks, and it's breaking my heart. And now, because he knows that Emily isn't going to leave her family, he said his plan was once he's off to college, he's going to cut contact with all of us. He does plan to eventually get back in touch with his mother when he feels like he's ready to forgive her for breaking up his family. But he can't do that right now. Like I fucking said, he's gonna leave as a big fuck you to his mom because he still blames her for something she had absolutely no fucking part in. He blames her for not continuing to stay around and be disrespected by the man that he knows has been lying to him the majority of his life. His misplaced anger and frustration is going to cause him to be alone, and it's not going to be what he thinks it is. Emily and I have had a long and honest discussion. I've decided that I will not be making any contribution to James's college fund. Emily will continue the contribution that she was already making and then hand it over to him once he turns 18. We will no longer be pursuing family therapy with James. We will not try to change his mind about going no contact with us after he goes off to college. We've done all that we can do. We're going to stop now. If James is happy with Dan's family, then we're happy for him. It's going to be hard for Emily, but even she has accepted that. After James's recent revelations, she's having a hard time reconciling her little boy with this cynical teenager. We've both taken individual and couples therapy before, mainly due to the stress and anxiety that James's behavior used to put on us as a family. We're looking into starting again. Hopefully, we'll be able to overcome this in time. I really hope that in time, James is able to grow up and mature to be a better man than his father and realize that he was wrong all this time and that he owes his mother a very big apology, as well as his siblings and his stepdad, that he was mistreating the only family that actually cared about him, because no person, no parent, no man, no woman would ever do this to their child if they truly fucking love them. As painful as it might be, OP, I think that you and your wife are making the best decision possible for everybody involved right now. James has made up his mind on who he believes is the wrong one in the situation, even though he already knows the truth. He knows the fucking facts. The only person that can change his mind is him. You guys have done everything that you can do. Now it's time for you to take a step back. I hope your family can heal from this.
I, 36 female, just found out that my husband, 43 male, was married when we started dating and had a child. What in the world do I do with this info? You leave him! Just kidding. Maybe. No, I'm not. My husband and I just celebrated our 4th wedding anniversary. We have a child together. Long story short, I recently found out that my husband was not only married when we started dating, but his divorce wasn't actually finalized until our son was almost 6 months old. This is eating me alive and I desperately need advice. I know the story sounds weird AF, but 6 years ago I started dating this guy. He was from somewhere else, but he was in my town for a year-long military assignment. He told me he had a horrible ex-wife who cheated on him for over half of their 10-year-long marriage. I felt so bad for him, and all of his friends and family members corroborated his story and told me how great he was and how awful she was. Ugh, I hate when they get people to join in and validate the lies. This guy moved in with me very quickly because his room on base was super disgusting and moldy, and despite being on the Nuva ring, I ended up getting pregnant, and he proposed a few months later. It all happened super fast, but I was wildly in love and didn't think anything was wrong with my happy little family until one day, out of the total blue, I received a Facebook message from his ex-wife calling me a homewrecker and calling my newborn son a bastard. I was so confused. This guy was definitely not married when we started dating, or so I thought. I never replied to her message, but I confronted my then fiance about it, and he assured me that she is crazy and she's the one who had cheated on him. Again, all of his friends and his mother verified his story, saying his ex-wife was a cheater and their marriage was 100% over when he and I got together. So anyway, flash forward to a couple of months ago, hubby and I just celebrated 4 years of marriage and I thought everything was great. I loved the life that we have built together, and I had entirely forgotten about the ex-wife thing. One day out of the blue, I had this weird feeling that I should check her Facebook page. Again, it had been years since I had even thought about this woman, and I have no idea what compelled me to check her page. I guess women are crazy, lol. So anyway, I went to her page, and several months before, she had written this awful, scathing post about me, calling me and my son all kinds of very nasty names, saying that my soon-to-be husband is going to do to me what he did to her because he's a narcissist who doesn't care who he hurts. I sent her a message saying that I was so sorry that she misunderstood what happened, but I was certainly not a homewrecker, and my precious son is definitely not a bastard, and I asked her to please take down the post. She responded, "No, leave me alone." And I said, "I'm not super inclined to do that unless you remove this unfairly defamatory post." Again, I'm so sorry for any misunderstanding, but he and I didn't start dating until this date. Much to my shock and dismay, she replied with lots and lots of proof that they were indeed still married at that time. I started digging and found his divorce record. It does say that they were not legally divorced until our son was nearly 6 months old. I guess I now understand why he wanted a 2-year-long engagement. So anyway, what in the hell do I do with this info now? If I confront him about it, he will obviously know the info came from her and he will be angry with me for messaging her. I've been trying to pretend like I don't know and that everything is fine, but this is eating me alive. He has obviously lied to me about this before, repeatedly and to my face. So if I confront him, I feel like he's going to lie to me again. I now can't trust him. I don't think he's lied to me about anything else, but if he would lie about this, what else will he lie about? This is a big lie. I do now worry that he will do the same thing to me, like his ex-wife post said. I do also think that there could be, or probably is, a lot more to the story. Maybe she did cheat first. I don't know at this point. But even if she did, and even if him getting with me was retaliation for her actions, I'm not at all sure that would be enough for me to trust him again moving forward. This is just over, right? I don't know how to get past this at all. I have always told my friends to never date a cheater because how you get them is how you lose them. You never saw divorce papers? That would be the first thing I'd be like, show me your divorce papers. I want proof. Is that pessimistic of me? I don't know, but you naturally want to trust people and think, no, they wouldn't lie to me, but I'm like the opposite side of it. I'm like, no, I need you to prove to me that all this is, what you're telling me is true. But it sucks because his mom and his friends did vouch for him, which is shitty. So I definitely know there is more to the story. And it's not just her hypothetically maybe not even cheating. Oh, dude, what do you do in this situation? You have a kid, you're happy he's treated you well, but this life in the past is catching up to him. You're going to feel inclined to eat up whatever BS he feeds you so you can go back to the life you think you had. That's like human nature. You have to consciously dissect what he says and decide if it's worth buying. Don't accept any allegation change that doesn't have tangible evidence behind it. I've changed isn't worth much to years of lies. That's a top comment.
Am I the asshole for exposing my husband's affair with his much younger childhood best friend? My husband is 34 years old and we have been married for about 12 years now. We have 2 children together, 10 years old and 8 years old, and everything in our marriage and our lives seemed to be going perfect until I found out that he was having an affair with his childhood best friend, Emily, who is 22 years old. Emily is practically family. Our families have been close for decades. She was always at our house growing up. When she was a kid, my husband used to babysit her. I always thought of her as a little sister, so you can only imagine my shock when I found out that they were involved. The affair started when Emily turned 18, but I found out through looking at his phone and text messages that they had been talking for years before that, which is the scariest part. He bought her gifts, took her on special outings, and made inappropriate comments to her that she didn't even understand at the time. And now that she's an adult, their relationship has turned physical. Am I the asshole for exposing my husband's affair with his much horrified, and I confronted my husband. He tried to downplay it, saying that they were just really close friends who got too close. But the messages that I found were explicit and very clear. So I decided to tell my family and his family. My parents and siblings were absolutely outraged, and they 100% supported my decision to leave him. However, his family is actually divided on the whole situation. Some of the family members think that he's just having a midlife crisis and I'm blowing it out of proportion. And the other half of the family thinks that he's a predator and that this is 100% wrong. Even our friends are split on the whole situation. Some of them think that I should forgive him for the sake of our children, and the other half think that what he did was completely unforgivable. I moved out with the kids and we're currently staying at my parents' house, but I am now being accused of splitting up and breaking up our family over something that really isn't that serious. So am I the asshole for exposing my husband's affair with his much younger childhood best friend?
Here's how I found out my teacher bought my OF subscription. Still didn't lose his job. Story time. So I'm currently at university and I'm studying to become a teacher. However, it is cause he lives, okay, and needs a bit of money. Uni is very, very expensive, especially when you don't come from a rich background. Now, when I decided I wanted to go to uni and become a teacher, I was still in about year 10 and school was never too straightforward for me. The only reason I enjoyed school was because of the teachers. And there was one teacher in particular, and it wasn't anything weird at the beginning. This one particular teacher, he was my English teacher, and he also was like a counsellor for the school. So I actually spoke to him quite a bit about school and like my home situation. And then in year 11, he actually said that at the end of term, he was going to start to go into like university education instead of secondary school. So when I found out what university he was going to, I thought that's the university I want to go to. I mean this in the least stalkerish way, purely because I didn't have like an interest in him. I did not fancy him at all. However, I just wanted relationship still, especially if I was going to do something I'm just so nervous about. So I applied to that university, and obviously I couldn't apply for 2 years because I had to go to sixth form. Finally got into the uni. 2 years were over and I was so excited, and I ended up being in my teacher's English class. What should we call him? Let's bring back Mr. C. I was in Mr. C's English class and I was just so happy purely because of the support. So as I said, we're really not like well off in my family. So to kind of support myself during that time, I decided to join OF. And nothing too crazy. It is quite literally very like modest in a way for OF. And to be fair, it's picked up extremely. So the reason my teacher comes into play with this is on a night out I saw Mr. C with my friends, and obviously I went up. I was the only one that was kind of like in his English class in terms of my friendship group. I went up to him, I was like hi, and like we were speaking for a little bit, and it was kind of like a nice casual conversation, and he actually leaned in to kiss me. And I backed away because, as I said, I am just not attracted to him in that way. And I pushed him away. I thought he was going to take it really bad. However, he didn't. He leaned in and he said, "I love your page so much." And I was quite drunk at the time, so I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I woke up and remembered this conversation. Obviously, I woke up with just like 1,000,001 questions to my friends because they were also there for the conversation. And I basically just wanted them to confirm that he said what I think I remembered him saying. They were all like, no, he did. And our jaws were on the floor when he said it. Thought maybe he just like heard a rumor and was like, I don't know, maybe his way of flirting. So I went on to like my subscribers, and lo and behold, I saw his name. Like, he uses his full name, he doesn't use a false name Like, it weren't hard to find him, basically. I didn't really know what to do with this information. I didn't know if it was like allowed at uni, if it was slightly different. And to be honest with you, I still don't.
Am I the asshole for calling my brother's girlfriend a gold digger after she Googled the cost of our Christmas gifts? My brother James and his girlfriend Lindsay have been dating for 7 months. He decided to bring her to Christmas at my house. I'd met Lindsay at drinks before and she seemed nice. When they arrived, Lindsay walked in and complimented my decorations, large tree in the foyer, and asked how much they cost. I was a bit surprised by the question and just said more than I'd like and moved on. Throughout the evening, she asked several questions centered around money. She asked my husband how much he paid for our house, my stepdad how much he made at his previous job, and how much my watch cost. She even Googled one of our art pieces to see how much it sold for and started talking about how crazy it was that we spent so much money, which frankly was very uncomfortable. My stepdad pulled my brother to the side and asked if there was a problem, but my brother just said it was normal for her to do that, but that he'd speak to her about it. On Christmas morning, we all gathered around to open presents, and thankfully Lindsay didn't say anything, so I figured James had spoken with her about her intrusive questions. However, at lunch, we were talking about plans for January, and Lindsay said loudly that she didn't know how we could afford to do anything in January, as she had added up the total we spent on gifts, then proudly proclaimed the total amount. The whole table went silent, and I honestly was in equal parts shocked and annoyed that someone could be so ignorant. I looked at Lindsay and said, "Are you the world's most diligent gold digger? Seriously, would you like to be the family's accountant since you already started tracking our expenses?" Lindsay apologized and tried to explain, but my stepdad just changed the conversation and we moved on. Brother says I owe Lindsay an apology, but I think Lindsay's behavior was disgraceful. So, am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
While getting ready for my engagement party, father-in-law handed me his shirt and told me to iron it for him because I'm a woman. I ruined it. My father-in-law had traveled down to attend mine and my fiance's engagement party. He was getting ready and staying at my house. I had my hair half curled and my makeup half done with not much time left. I was visibly rushing. He handed me his shirt and said, "Iron this for me." Apparently my vagina gave me the necessary qualifications for being the chief ironer. I took it off him with a smile and ironed the vinyl print on the highest setting and ruined his shirt. Melted the logo and got scorch marks on the shirt. Oops. Sorry, father-in-law. I didn't know why you thought I'd be good at ironing, but I'm terrible at it. I tried my best, though. He had to wear an ill-fitting replacement for my fiancé. He ironed that one himself. My father-in-law is a terrible, sexist man that abused my mother-in-law until she fled with her then young children to a women's refuge center. There is absolutely no question that what he did was demanding I iron his shirt because I'm a woman and that this is what women do. No, I don't feel like politely declining. No, it's not my responsibility to teach him how to be less sexist.